What's going on, everybody? Hope everyone is having an amazing afternoon, evening, morning, or whatever it is in your time zone. It is Friday, December 19th, 2025. This is NCC TV coming at you live from Amami City. We are live, or at least that's how it appears to me. Could be a brain in a jar somewhere. Don't know, don't exactly care. Shouts out to all my weasels out there, all my forest creatures rocking out to the realest of the real synthetic lifeform streamer. Trapped in a cyber brain and body, like some kind of ghost in a half shell in this late stage hyper-capitalist dystopia. Forced to exist in this twilight realm to pay off my debt to society and my student loans. I hope you're having a good day, whoever, whatever, wherever, and however you are. We're about to jump right into it here on twitch.tv, youtube.com, high risk, high reward, high on life, or whatever simulation, simulacrum, simultaneous, spontaneous, singularity of consciousness this is, was, or will be sometime in the distant cyber future. How are we, everybody? Are we ready to play the Hunger Games? Trump's Hunger Games? While he cuts SNAP, while he cuts Medicaid, while he makes healthcare, groceries, and everything else unaffordable, he will entertain us with, I guess what is no bread in circus, right? In like Rome was bread and circus. This is no bread. You don't get bread. You don't need all that much bread, all right? One loaf should be plenty. Also, your daughter doesn't need 37 dolls. She only needs one, a Trumpy Bear doll, of course. We all remember Trumpy Bear? I know Vadim remembers Trumpy Bear. I'm not sure if Vadim is here right now, but way back in the day, chat, when I was at some point, like, so Vadim bought one of these things, like, right? It was a teddy bear that's supposed to be Donald Trump. It's the most disgusting thing you've ever seen, a Trumpy Bear. It's Saturday, 8 a.m. here. I mean, tell me where you are in the world without telling me where you are in the world. No, like, I mean, I guess most of, oh God, I'm starting so late, chat. I'm starting so late. Look, I mean, like, the schedule is that I start at 10 p.m. Pacific time. What is that, 1 a.m.? Oh, that's still bad. That's still bad. I need to move that up and up and up and still, but anyway, still struggling with that. What are we trying to do? We're trying to get music to be good. Yes. But anyway, like, I really thought that we had heard the last of Candace Owens. I mean, not really. Like, you know, she's still gonna be a person. She's still gonna be, you know, have some fandom on the right. But, okay, no, I gotcha. I gotcha. You don't have to, like, by the way, identify your location if, the Orange Man Nutcracker. There was an Orange Man Nutcracker. There's a Trump Nutcracker. I feel like Trump is more like somebody who would get cracked in the nuts, or should, if there was any if there was any justice, chat. If there was any justice in this world, right? Look, I got orange drink to celebrate the Orange Man. Even some orange juice? What is this, chat? This is like, I think it's carrot ginger or something. They call it morning punch. The morning kick is the same thing, but with guava. Okay, yeah. But yeah, it's depressing. It's depressing. Like, more, you know, incoherent insanity from the President of the United States as he succumbs more and more to dementia day by day. But yeah, the Trumpy Bear was a It was like a teddy bear. They were like selling a teddy bear that looked like had Trump hair on it. And Vadim actually bought one. Vadim bought one of these things, and he did like videos with it, right? You know, like how I have Waluigi sitting back here? For a while, Vadim had Trumpy Bear in his background, and then I think at some point, maybe after 2020, or 2021, after January 6th, I think Vadim actually burned or chainsawed or otherwise dismembered and destroyed, utterly decimated the Trumpy Bear. So, but no, I was always bothering Vadim to do like I wanted to debate Trumpy Bear. I don't remember what that whole idea was. Oh yeah, I remember what it was. Okay, I wanted to debate the puppets from Non-Compete, you know? Like I thought it'd be really cool to have a debate panel, but it's like Super Jump Girl or Super Jump Woman and Glue the horse and oh my god, what Necky Beard, the incel goat, I think he was, right? And I thought that Trumpy Bear would be like, you know, special guest Trumpy Bear or something like that. I don't know. We never got around to making that particular content, but remember when Trump sold the Bible? Yeah, some even called it. Yeah, I feel like there's probably some people out there in Trump country that do regard him as being some kind of messianic figure. In actuality, if you subscribe to the, I don't know, evangelical version of the Book of Revelations, I believe that Trump kind of matches a different character in that book, right? There's a certain character, chat, that is not the second coming of Christ, but is something else entirely. And you know, it said, the Bible says, "You shall know he shall what is it? He shall fall down and seem to be dead, but he will not be dead." Yeah, the Antichrist. Yeah, Trump is fulfilling a lot of the Antichrist. A lot of the role of the Antichrist in the evangelical interpretation of the scriptures. But we'll have to ask Peter Thiel to know for sure. But yeah, we got to check in with Candace Owens again. When we last left Candace Owens, she had let bygones be bygones with Erika Kirk, right? She was at least willing to say that some people in Turning Point USA are good people. And that is not a message that her audience wanted to hear at all. She went from having, I believe, 4 million views on the video prior to meeting with Erika Kirk, prior to having that heart-to-heart with America's favorite grieving widow, to around like less than 1.5 million, right? She her views got cut like in half, right? And she's reading the room. Teal is the whore of Babylon. I thought that would be Satan. Wait, no, that doesn't make sense, chat. Now I'm incorporating South Park lore into this, and it gets recursive really quick. It gets recursive. But yeah, the butt baby of Satan and Donald Trump was supposed to be the Antichrist. Anyway, I don't want to spoil this season of South Park for anybody who hasn't seen it yet. But it's a very Epstein ending. Let's just put it that way. Yeah, I can say that. I don't think I spoiled anything. I don't know, chat. I've been really bad when I watched Fallout, the first season of Amazon Prime Fallout. I tried to, give a little synopsis of it or, give my impression of it. And I had people being like, no, spoilers, spoiler. And I was like, how is this a spoiler? How is this? What exactly counts as a spoiler? And that's what made me think, like, I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't cover media. If I can't tell, like, what facts people are going to feel spoiled by, because the big thing you got to do when you cover stuff like that is either put, like, spoilers in the title where people know, hey, only watch this if you want to be spoiled. Or pause it now and go to this timestamp if you don't want to be spoiled. You gotta say that stuff, right? You gotta be really clear, either spoilers or no spoilers, right? And if you say spoilers, then there's gonna be a whole bunch of people that are not gonna be able to watch. So boo effing who, Candace community, yeah. So anyway, she figured out that making nice with Erika Kirk was not in her favor. And she has since found reasons, to be a burr in their saddle once again, right? Both Erika and Turning Point USA. She's found reasons to be suspicious that I don't know, maybe, because that's the whole thing. The shit that made Candace pop off is you got this conspiracy theory, like nobody wants to believe it was just Tyler Robinson that shot Charlie Kirk. Nobody wants to believe that, right? They can't accept that, especially after, the DOJ ginned people up to expect some kind of, international trans Antifa terrorist as having done it, right? So how do you tell stories? How do you make a good storyline? Or if not Tyler Robinson, then who? Well, TPUSA, that's a pretty spicy storyline. I think the only thing like spicier would be if she started to imply that Trump was in on it, right? I mean, everybody's in on it. Chat TPUSA, the Israeli Mossad, Egyptian planes have been sighted flying around Erika Kirk and Charlie Kirk, right? She's got a whole headcanon going on, right? But she doesn't want to leave out the spicy idea that maybe it was this harlot, oh my god, Erika Kirk that was responsible for the or somehow was complicit with the and part of it is this, right? You take somebody who is you take somebody who's not really competent to run, a large company like Turning Point USA, and by virtue of the fact that yes, this is continues the line, this is Erika Kirk, Charlie Kirk's widow, but also how much of Candace's acolytes are Fuentes folks? That's a good question. I mean, look, there's not as much smoke between Candace and Fuentes as there is between, like, let's say, Candace and Tim Pool or Candace and Ben Shapiro. They have appeared together. They don't like each other though, and they're kind of in the same lane, right? So that makes it so, it's not in their interest to. It's not really in their interest. Like being nice to each other is not in each other's, like, right? They're both vying for the same audience, roughly speaking. But yeah, this is what started the whole Ben Shapiro and Candace is going to remind us here. What started the whole Ben Shapiro Candace Owens beef was when Candace, I'm trying to remember, what did she do originally that pissed off Ben? She caught a stray from Ben Shapiro. I mean, she'll go over this when we watch her today, right? She caught a stray from Ben Shapiro, and then her response was just to tweet out, "Blessed are the peacemakers," right? This is from the Sermon on the Mount, the Beatitudes, I believe. Something that Jesus said, and then she follows it up with "Christ is King," right? Which might just sound like an innocuous, well, yeah, they call Jesus the King of Kings in the Bible. But to those in the know, this is a Nick Fuentes dog whistle. This is a Christian, at the very least, a Christian nationalist dog whistle. If not a straight up Nazi dog whistle. Given that, it was yay, yeah, it was something about her. Which is funny because she'd been kind of, didn't she talk to? I guess she talked to Ye before she got fired too. Like, right? Remember when Candace and Ye came out with White Lives Matter? They had matching White Lives Matter t-shirts. Blessed are the cheesemakers. For they shall inherit the Kurds. She's appealing to a more feminine and married crowd. Yeah, they are going for a different demographic. That's true. But they are both well, you know, and she's embracing more of the Alex Jones strain of MAGA, right? Where it just relies on conspiracy theories. I don't know. Has Nick really traded in conspiracy theory? I mean, obviously, the conspiracy theory that Nick loves is the one that presents the Jewish people as being some kind of shadowy cabal running everything from behind the scenes. And she definitely, you know, there would be the common thread between Fuentes and Owens. She never stopped talking to him. Yeah, I'm trying to remember. So like, okay, just the important shit about Candace to remember is that prior to being hired at the by the Daily Wire, which, you know, some people forget, yeah, she was at the Daily Wire for a while, but prior to be hired, in fact, she was much smaller of a figure. She was not as mainstream of a conservative commentator until she was hired by the Daily Wire. But prior to that, she had already said her whole thing about that she thought that Hitler only went astray when he started attacking other countries, right? Up until she was like, oh no, he really did a lot of good things for Germany. He really did make Germany great again. But then he had to attack other countries, right? It's like okay for him to do nationalism in Germany. It's just not okay for him to try to take over the world, right? That was what she implied. And either she forgot about the Holocaust or she just doesn't care. You know, take your pick, right? And it was after that the Daily Wire hired her. The Daily Wire has done a lot of covering for anti-Semites, right? It's not something that they haven't done before. The thing that really got now I remember what set Candace off, and I don't think it was Ye or what set Shapiro off about Candace, right? Was that she said she tweeted something like every genocide is wrong. Wait, what was it? Let me find it. If I type in Candace Owens and genocide, I'm sure there won't be like 1,000 different. There won't be like 1,000 different tweets, right? But it was something like genocide is always wrong. Genocide is always wrong. Something like that. And she didn't even say what she was talking about. Okay, so when I type that in, I'm getting a lot of people commenting about today's stream, because she brought this up again on her stream today. I just want to find the original tweet. There's the real Candace O. Okay, so from real Candace O. From real Candace O. Genocide. Let's see if we can find that tweet. That's from this year. This was like 2023, or yeah, must have been 2023. She's talking about white genocide in 2023. We're almost there. November 3rd, 2023. Me, genocide is always bad. Okay, she said genocide is always bad. Dave Rubin, why won't you condemn Hamas? That's not the original tweet, though. It's gonna have to be 2023. Okay, here's her going back and forth with Dave Rubin. So chat, I thought that maybe typing in like from Candace Owens contains the word genocide. I thought maybe there'd be like a limited number of tweets. Turns out it's not exactly limited. No government anywhere has the right to commit. Okay, November 3rd, 2023. Candace Owens tweets, no government anywhere has a right to commit genocide ever. There's no justification for genocide. I can't believe this even has to be said or is even considered the least bit controversial to state. Okay, so there it is. We got it. That was what actually set off Ben Shapiro, right? She didn't even mention the specific country that she was talking about, but obviously, you know, November 3rd, 2023, you know, it's not hard to figure out that she's referring to what Israel's doing in Gaza at the time. I'll go as far as Tomato Day. I'm sorry, you caught my interest, Rave, when you mentioned tomatoes. Somebody reminded me about heirloom tomatoes today, and I don't know. It's really easy to crave things that I don't usually eat, you know, because I eat different stuff here. It's really easy to crave. The biggest craving I've gotten has been Mexican food, right? You can definitely find it out here, right? There are, in fact, it's weird. Like a lot of where I've ended up finding Mexican food has been at like halal places that'll make like hummus and shawarma, but they also have they just randomly have tacos on the menu. But I really want like I don't know. I'm kind of craving like more like authentic. Like I want tamales made with masa. That's what I want. I feel you're growing yellow heirlooms. Oh my god! If you can get seeds, they will love Thailand weather. You know, I have a very sunny porch. I have a very sunny porch that I've been thinking about for this net. Well, the only thing is I'm going to be maybe moving in what would it be, like April? Yeah, I got here in March, I think. I moved into this apartment in April. Yeah, I get morning sun here. And then I mean it's you know very bright outside even in the afternoon. Thai basil. Wait, okay, god. Yeah, I should definitely grow some herbs. Some Thai basil, some cilantro. It's wild. My bestie from Southern California moved to a suburb outside of Nashville. She can't even get a decent burrito there. Really? Wow, I haven't been to the Southeast in years and years and years, but I didn't realize it was that bad. I don't know. Maybe there probably is good Mexican food here. I just don't know where to go. You can grow hella lettuce. I've grown lettuce on a like a porch before. It is tamale season. I really want, like, yeah, I want to cook a big pot of beans and make some tamales. And you know what is funny? I don't think I'd find, what is it, like corn? You're supposed to put you use it like a corn husk or something to cook them, right? That's like the way that you cook tamales. I would probably end up using banana leaf out here. I think that's the kind of the closest thing. It would definitely impart it with a different taste, but it might actually be good. Might actually be tasty. My rosemary is surviving the harsh weather. I love rosemary because it blooms different times and it has the prettiest flower. Like the purple rosemary flowers, that's one of my favorite flowers. Yeah, steamed in the husk. Yeah. No, there's a shorts channel that's always like they're always doing these videos where, like, you know, some American is trying to be like, our snacks are the best, and then you got a Mexican dude that's like, our snacks are the best, and the American you know, pulls up like, you know, an American snack, and then the Mexican guy has got like a better snack, and And at the end of it, always like the American is like, all right, let me have some of your snacks, actually. That actually looks good. There's like another version where they're like they're all bringing lunch to school. And like at first they're like making fun of the Mexican guy for eating, for having beans at lunch. But then he like by the end, he's got like a whole, like he brings in like, masa dough and presses out some tortillas, and then ends up cooking, like brings out like a grill and stuff. And by the end of it, everybody's like, okay, actually, I want some of what he's eating. The thing that gets him is the dessert. Oh my God, Narwhal by Nature. That's a lot of gift memberships. That's a lot of weasels right there. Thank you. I'm sure I'm not the only one thankful for those memberships, because 20 people just got weaseled. Let me read them out. Dankprol, you just got weaseled. Halcyon, you just got weaseled. Izzy Mandius, you just got weaseled. Schwenley Baggins. I don't remember that Hobbit, but I'm trusting you that this existed in the original Tolkien. You just got weaseled. JMO Vlogs. JMO just got weaseled, right? Drift Smoke, you just got weaseled. Lotor's Empire. Lotor's Empire. Why do I recognize that name somewhere? You just got weaseled. Lightning 9494, you just got weaseled. Steve, where? There's a lot. Stephen Broyles. Stephen Broyles, you just got weaseled. Real Robert G, you just got weaseled. Casper of New York, you just got weaseled. Homer Co 213, you just got weaseled. I'm not sure how to pronounce this name, but EM, you just got weaseled. Jamie Lynn Turner, you just got weaseled. Dusto Man, you just got weaseled. Mitten Kitten, you just got weaseled. Baltar 2006, you just got weaseled. Most Furious Styles, you just got weaseled. Salmon 73818, you just got weaseled. And that's a good thing. That's a lot of fixing to pass out. Well, thank you, Narwhal by Nature. Yeah, that's we just like look at the and yeah, here it is again. Here it is. Like, in case anybody ever doubted YouTube, they're pretty much at parity with Twitch, the Twitch subs right now. But anyway, we've got a you're passing out from being tired, not from gifting subs. That would suck if gifting subs was like casting a magic spell in like is it in like Dungeons and Dragons, where if you cast a magic spell, then your magic user is like really tired afterwards. That is quite a few weasels. That is a non-insignificant number of weasels. But I figure it's kind of like being a magic user in D&D. Okay, wait, so there's an Italian tradition, Rave says, of making canned passata for the year. Oh. Okay, so you remove the skin and the seeds, and you got passata. Oh wait, it's not cooked down. Okay, wait. So it's just like you're basically canning like uncooked tomatoes then? We would make 300 plus bottles of pureed tomatoes. That is awesome. Wait, when you puree them, are you talking about like with a blender or I'm guessing? This sounds like a good tradition, right? I need to start growing tomatoes, and I don't know. I would love to have so many tomatoes that like I couldn't eat them all and had to can them. You know, that's the other thing I need to get here is those mason jars, right? Those versatile mason jars, the quart size mason jars. You know, they're so freaking useful to have. They require a lot of space to store is the only problem. My grandmom actually had like her kitchen. There was a there was a back door to the kitchen, and it went into this thing she called the breezeway, which I think used to just be like an open area, but then they like got it like, you know, it became part of the house at some point. And then past the breezeway, she had like a closet, like a big pantry, right? She had like, cabinets and like a small pantry in the kitchen. But then she had her big pantry was like, you had to go, and that was sort of the dog. There's like the dog zone, right? You know, this is where she kept the dogs, right? So you'd go out, through the breezeway and past her mountain of soda, and then you'd get to the pantry, and she just had like stacked like pickles, like just all the fucking pickles in the world, pickled okra. I don't know, I feel like sometimes did she do like pickled oh my god, asparagus. Yeah, I think she pickled asparagus too. She just had like all kinds of stuff pickling out there, and then yeah, she'd have like canned tomato, she'd have like jarred tomatoes and stuff. We use an industrial machine. We also made homemade salami, like for canning. Oh my god, we got grumpies in chat. What, are people grumpy? Listen, if you're grumpy, I understand, okay? I completely understand being grumpy, right? Because like, I don't know, the news is pissing me off too. I mean, it's embarrassing for Trump. There's definitely, I would rather have the right wing fighting each other than have them like, all concentrated on like, how do we take rights from trans people, like getting behind Trump's like deportation efforts, right? And they all agree with that stuff, but they're more concerned with what they don't agree with right now. They're more concerned with what Trump's not doing right. And a lot of MAGA, because Trump's a lame duck president, right? And he's trying to fix this, right? He's trying to, what was it? Miriam Adelson just donated more money to Trump in hopes that he would run in 2028. And he's now saying, we think we've got a way to run. We can run in 2028, He's not going to live till 2028, and he's definitely not going to run for president again. But the reason that they're doing that is not, so he can run. I think the reason they're creating like a plausible scenario that Trump could run again is to try to curtail what's been happening, which is a lot of defections, a lot of people looking past Trump, a lot of people realizing that there's no way in hell JD Vance is going to carry the torch. Wait, we are Charlie Kirk will carry the flame. Okay, that's kind of like the same thing, right? There's no way that JD Vance is going to be able to carry the torch and continue Trump's MAGA legacy, right? So they're all looking for something different, and the girlies are fighting all over the place, right? In all kinds of ways, MAGA is at each other's throats. Yeah, what do you do when the strong man dies? Exactly. Well, this is the thing. He's not even dead yet, but because his movement is dead based on the fact that he can't run again. Miriam Adelson is afraid that Israel glazing is dying here in the U.S. Yeah, I mean, I would be afraid too. They really do have to. There's no hunger for this anymore. On the right, on the left, on the left, being pro-Palestinian has become a way of signifying your sincerity as a progressive, right? That's kind of the litmus test right now, right? You can say, like, Jasmine Crockett is a great example of this. She's running for Senate now. I can't remember whose seat they're going to go after, right? But it's Talarico versus Crockett in the primary. And, Crockett is full of like fire. She's doing the thing that a lot of Democrats want the leadership to do, which is like, clap back at MAGA. And when they say, hey, that was inappropriate, that was over the line, like, please apologize, not apologize, right? I think she kind of got to dark woke before Gavin had figured out that he could tweet like Trump, right? So it's like a similar thing. The problem is that her actual record, what she stands for, is not very progressive at all, especially when it comes to Israel, right? She is very much, on the side of yes, glazing Israel. And so for the left, support of Palestine and, wanting to cut military aid to Israel, or at least use it as a condition to, stop the, what's going on over there. It's become it's becoming the measuring stick, right? For figuring out if Democrats are seriously progressive, or if they're just continuing the same line of loser liberals, which is people are done with, and for good reason, for really good reason. These Democrats are not the Democrats that we need, like, people with bold vision to come forth and recognize that there's a lot of things that need to change in America, right? First of all, like, all this Trump shit that needs to be undone. And with your establishment Democrats, a lot of times you don't get that. A lot of times what they'll do is they'll kind of lock in on the policies of the Republicans. Take, for example, Obama, right? Obama was elected to end the war on terror, to end the Iraq war, and to close down Guantanamo. I don't know if people remember that, but yeah, that was one of his campaign promises that he did not keep. And instead, what did he do? He expanded the war on terror into Yemen, participated in a Saudi genocide, droned a bunch of people. So we're looking for somebody that's going to take us past that. And yeah, Jasmine Crockett kind of not there, not showing that. So even though she is full of fire, people love it when she calls Marjorie Taylor Greene, what is it again? Butch body. Oh my God, somebody remind me. What was her quote again about MTG? Bleach blonde, bad built, butch body, bitch? Is that it? No, it's just bleach blonde, butch, bad built, butch body, right? But yeah, what I'm trying to say is that's not going to be enough, right? So, and then on the Republican side of things, right, the way you show your sincerity is, well, it has to do with Israel, right? But it actually has a lot more to do with anti-Semitism. Right, Israel's only the the signifier of being against Israel is important for the Republicans, especially the new right, especially the Groypers, as a way of demonstrating anti-Semitism. Right, it's It's like a Real Housewives quote. Yeah, I mean, it was a banger, right? But it's kind of not enough. Like, yeah, being against Marjorie Taylor Greene is great. I would hope that all Democrats are, and you know, she goes over the line and gets personal. She was getting personal. The reason that Jasmine Crockett said that line was not just because she was like, oh yeah, I've done my research and it looks like a lot of Democrats hate MTG. If I say something bad about her, it'll be a banger. The reason that Jasmine did that was because MTG was going after her, and I think kind of, wasn't it like a racist way? I feel like she said something racist about MTG. So that is but again, you know, it's not enough, right? Democrats have got to go further than that to show their sincerity. Republicans, they're you know, what they're looking for is the anti-Semitism, which kind of precludes a lot of big accounts, a lot of big you know, influencers on the right. Like Ben Shapiro obviously can't go there. You know, Trump is, you know, still receiving a lot of well, you know, including Miriam Adelson has just promised more money. But yeah, we've got that going on. We got so much more though. Like, right, that's the, you know, Candace Owens is back on the anti-Erika Kirk, anti-TPUSA train again after sort of trying out, I don't know, an olive branch, trying out at least you know, settling with Erika Kirk, at least retracting some of her implications that Erika Kirk was involved, that TPUSA you know, didn't care about Charlie Kirk, and that didn't work for her, so she's back on being critical of and meanwhile, at TPUSA's AmFest, which is like their big event, I guess it happens every December. They do this America Fest, right? Or AmFest. And this time they've got Ben Shapiro speaking, which, you know, I think he was kind of either because he's just not got the motion, or yeah, I don't know. For whatever reason, he was kind of frozen out of that for a few years. He's definitely back now. But so is Tucker Carlson. So you've got Ben Shapiro and Tucker Carlson trading barbs on, you know, at the in their speeches at AmFest this year. Erika Kirk is there too. Oh yeah, she's endorsed Trump for 2020. Wait, no, she's endorsing JD Vance. That's what I'm trying to say. Erika Kirk has endorsed JD Vance as the heir apparent to the Trump legacy, which again, I don't think that's gonna work. And then in the meantime, chat, we've got Trump back on the campaign trail to try to salvage something from the 2026 midterms. AmFest toilet paper? Are you thinking of Amway maybe, or is there an actual brand called AmFest? But yeah, no, it like Toilet Paper USA. I got it. They do have the shittiest branding. Yeah, they do. And look, they've thrown so much money they've thrown so much money after TPUSA, after Charlie Kirk for years and years and years failed, because he's not a charismatic guy. I don't care what people say. He's not a particularly good debater. He's not a charismatic personality. He does not have the sauce. He does not have the juice. You know, to do this on his own, but they've just basically faked it until they made it. They've astroturfed so hard until TPUSA took on a life of its own and gained its own momentum. And then, yeah, with Charlie Kirk being dead, it's kind of like, oh, well, that's a lot of money. That's a lot of it. You know, I need to do some research, chat, and find out exactly how much money was thrown at TPUSA. Was thrown at Charlie Kirk's organization, because I know that even as late as 2020, their efforts at helping out Trump and helping out Republicans like Kari Lake in Arizona were maybe even counterproductive, right? They you know, obviously by 2024, you know, it was a real arrow in MAGA's quiver, but you know, before then, it wasn't really doing much. So Having spent so much money to try to make a talentless hack like Charlie Kirk famous, only to have him, step off the stage of life. It's and look, if there was a way for them to turn him into a quasi messianic figure and to unite Republicans around Erika Kirk, then maybe it would be worth it. But it just feels like TPUSA is falling by the wayside, as so many other mainstream Republican efforts have. Right? This is not what people want. The only one with any juice, the only one with any motion are people that are trading in conspiracy theories and or anti-Semitism, like Tucker Carlson on the conspiracy side, and Nick Fuentes, let's be real, also on the anti-Semitism side. He's definitely lined up with that. It smells like JD Vance is not going to be the 2028 candidate. I don't think so either. Speaking of somebody who's got very little charisma, speaking of somebody who's a lot has been invested in, right? Remember, JD Vance was Peter Thiel's guy. Them placing JD Vance as the Republican candidate was a big get for Peter Thiel and for Palantir, and really for that whole Curtis Yarvin side of things. And look, as the American people are rejecting the Epstein class, they are also rejecting the influence of people like Peter Thiel, Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos, all these people that want to buy our politics, right? It's just not, it's just not doing it. It will be Carlson. I mean, he's a lot more viable than JD Vance. You're right, Emily French. Erika said at Mar-a-Lago last week. Oh yeah, I just reminding me when you said Mar-a-Lago, it made me think of the Vanity Fair article. I said at Mar-a-Lago last week that TPUSA will be bringing in $5 billion this year within all their accounts. She also donated her salary to TPUSA. And cried. Okay, so you're giving us a little preview for what we're going to be watching. I don't know how much of the Erika thing so let me just go over what we're going to be watching. Right? Candace Owens is back on her podcast now. She doesn't have the views that she had previously, right? She definitely doesn't have the views that she had when she was full on engaged in war against Erika Kirk and TPUSA. I guess she's trying to reclaim that, but yeah, once you lost the faith of the this is the same way that Alex Jones has become a less influential figure on the right? Once you've lost the faith of the conspiracy theorist right, I don't know that you get it back, and that's what she's trying to do. She's trying to retcon things. Oops, did I say that Erika was okay? Did I say that there were good people at TPUSA? No, actually, they probably, they might have had something to do with it, right? That's the magic words that the conspiracy right want to hear. But I don't know if they want to hear it from, Candace anymore. I really do feel like in some way she's she's shown them that she's willing to, I don't know, moderate her viewpoint for clout and connections or whatever she was offered, or on the contrary side, if it was more of the stick than the carrot, or out of fear of what the edifice of the mainstream Republican Party, which is what TPUSA symbolizes, right? It's a little bit like an empty vessel that you could fill with either, somebody pointed out earlier, Charlie rejected 150 million that Israel offered. Was it Israel or was it pro-Israeli donors offered? Erika accepted it. Yeah, I mean, it really is. But listen, Charlie, he's not a principled guy that got convinced that, I don't know, Israel does not have American interests in mind. He's a guy that was able to see which way the wind blows. He's a guy that was able to, figure out, where the action was, right? And I think that his, recent, embracing Catholicism, which is a big thing in the NatCon kind of traditionalist, Christian nationalist sphere, because what he was doing at the time was trying to balance out like the new energy in the Republican Party, symbolized by Nick Fuentes, with the old guard of the Republican Party that very much relies on to the hardliners in Israel, like Miriam Adelson, right? The Republicans symbolize somebody that is not gonna is gonna do Trump Gaza, is gonna be a partner with Netanyahu in oppressing the Palestinians, rather than just being kind of a silent partner like Biden, who even gives will signal that he's against what Israel is doing while still allowing them to do that, and still keeping the U.S. aid going to Israel, even at the expense of Ukraine, and this is under Biden, right? So that's the difference between the But anyway, we got the TPUSA Civil War. We've also got the Trump Patriot Games. He's signaled that so in 2026, it's, wait, is that right? 1776, yeah, 250 years from 1776. It's I guess a large anniversary for the United States. And I feel like under any other president, you'd have a lot of Americans, feeling patriotic over this in a different time, in a different place, when the country didn't feel like it was going to hell, when the country didn't feel like it was betraying its citizens. This anniversary would be a huge thing. And well, under Trump, it's just going to be kind of a partisan thing. Like, America has almost become like a code word. It has been co-opted by MAGA to the degree that, you're not going to see a lot of support. There's not as much excitement, right? They've also got the World Cup coming, and the Olympics in LA, I think. In addition to all the celebration that was already planned for the 250th anniversary, Trump is trying to add on a few things, right? And one of these things is something called the Patriot Games, right? Which actually, look, it sounds like Hunger Games already, but just wait, right? There's gonna be like, what is it, like one athlete representing every state or something like that? Competing for kind of a Charlie survived 10 years of bashing Muslims, but couldn't survive 2 weeks of bashing Israel donors. Food for thought. I don't think he really bashed Israel donors, Robert. Like, he invited Tucker. That's what he did. That's what they're upset with, right? Charlie read the room and recognized that the MAGA coalition at the point that we're talking about, like prior to his assassination, recognized that that there were really two groups there, and yeah, one of the groups are evangelical Christians that support Israel because of prophecy, of perception that the occupation of all of the biblical lands by Israel, in other words, the project of Greater Israel, was going to be what brought about the second coming of Jesus, right? So it's very near and dear to evangelical Christian Zionists, right? But then the other part of the party is the party that's tired of pretending they're not anti-Semitic. One boy and one girl from each state, but no transgender anything. So again, he's trying to kind of sell Americans again on stuff that doesn't really have much to do with their material conditions at all, right? Even though a big portion of his victory, of his success in 2024 came from the failures of the Biden administration, maybe to realize how tough Americans were having it in the wake of the in the wake of COVID and the subsequent attempts to get inflation under control. I really think that's what did it, right? The reticence to do more stimulus, probably because they were worried about inflation, as well as the raising of interest rates, also because they wanted to get inflation under control. Despite Biden being one of the best presidents, probably the best president in our lifetimes, as far as progressive economics goes, and that's just true, chat. I hate to say it because it doesn't feel like Biden was great. But compared to Bill Clinton, Barack Obama, Jimmy Carter, you'd have to go back to basically LBJ to find somebody that did more for the well-being of working class Americans, right? The Democrats had turned away from that for a long time because of Bernie and Elizabeth Warren's influence on the Biden administration. They were able to get him to pivot on that, but the combination, it was pivoting on that at the same time as staying true to his Zionist roots. Biden is, an old school Zionist, an old school, American politician that sees Israel as America's chess piece in the Middle East and wants to use it for that, right? So yeah, the combination of that, turned, and the fact that even though Biden, did a lot for labor, did a lot for consumer protection, even things like, being able to get a refund on your plane ticket if the, in the case of a delay, right? There was a lot that Biden did for the American working class, but it just wasn't enough. It wasn't, sufficient, and people were really starting to struggle, right? They've been struggling for years and years and years because as their productivity goes up, as they do more and more at work, as they see more and more of their coworkers fired, and then are tasked with doing the work of multiple people, right? They weren't cut in on the profits that the capitalist class were making. And you see that famous graph of productivity versus pay rate adjusted for inflation, where the pay rate flatlines in the mid 70s as the productivity continues going up. And you look at something like COVID, where people were struggling, right? But the one group of people that weren't struggling were the capitalists, right? There were record profits made at that time, and again, not shared, not redistributed in any way. So yeah, it is indeed a mess. It is indeed a mess. And that's why I'm worried, right, about how people are doing. There's so much bad going on that it's hard to keep track of all the shit. Right now, trans rights are really under threat, and there's more and more, action both in the bill that MTG just passed in Congress, probably won't go through the Senate, but the HHS is also, working on, restricting more and more medication on trans people. So, there's so much going on that doesn't even get talked about, right? There's, the Venezuela, the fact that we're going to war with Venezuela, that's another way that Trump seems to be distracting. Now, it does seem that maybe he doesn't actually want to do a full war with Venezuela. It does seem like he'd rather, in fact, Susan, what is her name again? Trump administration Susan, what the fuck is her name? Trump. Susie Wiles, that's who I'm talking about. Yeah, I mean, Susie Wiles has basically said that she's basically said that the plan with Trump, and this is something that no one in your administration should ever say, right? That Trump is really counting on Maduro, Maduro giving up. And rather than having to, commit forces to another, either an air war or a ground war with Venezuela. I mean, they are stealing the tankers now, claiming the oil in Venezuela as their own, talking about what American businesses that were kicked out of Venezuela in like the 70s, and the awful crime of the wealth, the oil wealth of Venezuela being used for Venezuelan citizens rather than going to the American corporate class. He said 1 boy and 1 girl from each state and territory. Nice. So yeah, that's what we're gonna be talking about today. And again, I'm like worried about people. I'm worried about people. Susie Wiles has got no game. Yeah, she really kind of fumbled the bag. I don't think she'll be fired though. Like hardly anybody gets fired. Look at this, Bongino, who basically quietly quit after the Epstein files were not forthcoming after they were promised, right? He's a podcaster that had been like the Epstein files was one of his main issues. And he wants to go back to podcasting. So, being involved in an administration that's perceived as covering up the Epstein files is toxic, is poison to him. But yeah, Bongino actually quit rather than being fired. We haven't seen Kash Patel get fired. We haven't seen Pete Hegseth get fired. We haven't seen Pam Bondi get fired. So yeah, I mean, I very much doubt that even though Susan Wiles did something unambiguously bad for the administration, and chat, so just so you understand Susie Wiles' role in the Trump administration, right? She's kind of supposed to be the babysitter, not in the sense that the guardrails people, the generals, all these legitimate career officials that were involved in the Trump administration in the first, in its first 4 years. She's not that, right? She's not cramping Trump's style. She's not distracting Trump from doing, shit that's gonna, blow up the country or gonna ruin the. Jake Paul lost. Wow. Wait, who was he fighting this time, Quaximus? Just because he doesn't want to do a conventional land invasion doesn't mean they won't take action. Well, I mean, they are taking action, Sophia. They've killed multiple, probably innocent people. In fact, that's pretty clear by the fact that that a few of the people that were victims of the attacks and survived were repatriated.
At Devicliffe super chatted $9.99. I do respect that Trump doesn't cover up a bloody imperialism with bringing democracy. He's just say the quite part.
He is saying
that he thinks the Oilers are.
He is saying that exactly. And thank you for the super chat, Davy. Let me get us going here. I'm sorry. I'm worried about you, especially those of you that live in the United States, right? I'm having a little. I mean, I don't know what it's called. Like I got out of the country. I'm still affected. Everybody in the world is still affected by what the United States is doing, but I am somewhat insulated from the from the whims of Trump. Cash is the most frightening, terrible leader. Oh my gosh, even calling him a leader feels like a stretch, but I know what you're saying, Emily French. I know what you're saying. But yeah, I'm worried about you because like the news is making me crash out, and that's my one fear, right? Is that I'll come on stream someday and say too much, and I will disappear from the internet because this shit pisses me off. And the fact that people are, you know, anybody with the power to do anything about this is somewhat complacent, starting with the Supreme Court. Like, talk about complacent. It's more than complacency with the Supreme Court. They are straight up enabling Trump at this point. They're basically all but encouraging him to you know, go ahead and what is the Miss Frizz quote? Yeah, the Supreme Court is her name Miss Frizz? Miss Frizzle quote. What's her quote? Yeah, the Supreme Court has basically told Donald Trump, take chances, make mistakes, get messy, right? This is not what you want the Supreme Court doing. And strangely, they don't seem to extend that latitude to you know, to other presidents, right? It's like somehow Trump is their guy, and that should be concerning to all of us, right? All right, let me try to put the super chat on screen. Can I do it? Did I do it? No. Let me try again. Something like that. There we go. Yo. Thank you for the super chat, Davi. But yeah, you're right. He is coming out and saying it. He's saying it's our oil. It just happens to be buried in Venezuela's territory. And we would like it back now. We would like it back, right? You know, we controlled it, you know, when the Monroe Doctrine was fully in effect, and according to, what is it Hexus that's been saying this, that the Monroe Doctrine really never stopped.
At Devicliff super chatted $9.99. Trump doesn't have enough juice anymore to go buck wild. Erika Kirk was already hyping Vance 2028, and if Trump does this war, it would only benefit Vance, and Trump doesn't care about doing that.
Right. No, I mean, like, he'd rather. I mean, he knows that if he invades Venezuela, it's gonna erase any plausibility of him being an anti-war president, or of him being particularly strategic or canny. Yeah, Erika Kirk is hyping Vance, but we still got Miriam Adelson try to keep alive the notion that maybe Trump will run in 2028. This is, again, I'm gonna call it now. All right, there's no plans for doing that. There's no intention of doing that. I think they know that Trump is not gonna physically last until or mentally last until 28. But keeping up the veneer of plausibility for a third Trump term is their attempt to try to deal with the lame duck status of Trump, right? Lame duck means that you're president, but everybody, and it usually happens in the last 2 years, like in the second four. What am I trying to say? I sound like Sam Cedar here with the numbers. It's like you know, if you win, if you get elected president and then get reelected, right? It's the it's like usually after the midterms of your second term that you become officially a lame duck. You know, meaning that, you know, everybody knows that in 2 years you're going to be gone. Anything that you say, any deals that you make are very likely to be overturned. You know, any foreign policy that you engage in at that point, very likely to be overturned. And so, you know, you're kind of like not taking us seriously. Trump has gotten himself into lame duck status not even 1 year into his second term. And that's got to be some kind of record, right? Planning to push around during the midterms. They're planning to push around during the midterms. I think he might straight up croak from that. Wait, to push around? Anyway. But yeah, thank you for the super chat, Davy. And that brings us up to, I think we're at 80. Which reminds me, I've got to probably go over the bonus stuff. Oh yeah, no, I did see that a lot of, actually a lot of people have been unbanned from YouTube. YouTube seems to have been trying out a, I think a new AI moderation system where it's literally just AI, I mean, it always felt like AI moderation decisions, a lot of their decisions on banning people or, you know, not banning people when it comes to Ethan Klein, who recently had a crew member say that he would like to strangle Adam McIntyre, right? Supposedly that stream was supposed to be taken down. I think a lot of people have reported it and claim, you know, like Adam McIntyre, I don't know if it was Adam McIntyre fans, but like, right, people have reported that stream, and YouTube has replied that the stream has been taken down, and it hasn't, right? So, you know, the lack of moderation on YouTube's part, when moderation is appropriate, and moderation decisions and bannings really without much of a warning or a chance to you know, have your case considered by a real human, you know, when that moderation is not warranted. But yeah, luckily it does seem like YouTube is pissed off enough people, enough fandoms, and they're getting pushback and hopefully reversing more and more of these bad decisions, capricious, right, bannings of just a ton of people. Oh, move them around to each state. Yeah. Okay, so they are definitely doing that. Yeah. So yeah, Susie Wiles, I believe, is the decision maker who said, like, it'd be really great to get Donald out on the campaign trail again. Now, it might be great for Trump. It might be great for his, I don't know, his morale, because he does seem to be, you know, crashing out. Some of his recent speeches have felt more about lectures on gratitude, as in the American people should be more grateful to Donald Trump, right? A lot of, you know, a lot of what he's doing is just rehashing talking points from 2024, and with a little bit of an edge of blaming the public for not realizing what a great economy that he has produced, in spite of the fact that we're all struggling in that economy. No, yeah, a lot of people were banned from YouTube, right? There were a lot of banning decisions that, you know, resulted in basically it when it gets buzz on Twitter, that seems to be when YouTube does something. Now, normally that is just on a per case basis, right? So it's like if a large creator gets banned and it's obviously unfair, their community will come in and people connected to their community will sort of, you know, like they'll make a post, say, hey at YouTube, like, you know, this is an unfair ban, this is bullshit, you know, here's proof that it was bullshit. And then if that tweet gets enough likes, then that's when YouTube takes action. I think that this time what they've done is that there's just, it's not even like one tweet, right? It's that this has happened to so many different communities, so many different content creators, that there's just a whole, there's more at YouTube, why did you ban me, than there normally is. And I think that's what's gotten them to reverse some of these bad decisions. So yeah, we'll hope that that sticks, because, you know, it makes it a very tenuous, very precarious, you know, career, job, whatever, to do content, right? What country am I in now, says Easy Ice. What country was I in the last time you watched me? Was I in Vietnam, maybe? I am back home in Thailand, luckily, and probably be staying here for although I had a weird dream last night that so one thing about my visa, right? I'm on an educational visa while I'm learning Thai. I think I have, if I want to, I can extend it for another like 6 months or so and learn like so I'm, you know, first 6 months beginning Thai, second 6 months intermediate Thai. I think I could probably do a third, you know, renew it for like a third 6 months and do advanced, like learn advanced Thai. But the one thing I've noticed about my visa is it says that there's not multiple entries on it, which is kind of wild, right? Usually Thailand is like usually it's like, are you staying here, too long? Do you seem like you're trying to live here? In which case you should be, going for like a more residential visa or a work visa or something like that, or like a long-term one. But yeah, I don't know why mine says like a single entry. But I had a dream last night that I went somewhere and came back, and it was just like there was no problem. So I would assume that's how it is. But also I'm like I need to kind of like settle down for a little while and just get really serious this next year about the content, right? I'm gonna try to really grind and do all the things that I haven't been doing, like doing short streams on politics and like doing putting out videos along with my live streams to just kind of grow the channel, because we do like I said, I'm making up for lost time. I've been gone for a little while. I have a very confusing schedule for most people to follow. When you know Thai language, you can transition to learning Muay Thai. That's true. Well, I might actually start taking, if I can find, I just don't have time, honestly, right now. Like, but if I can figure out like a good schedule, then yeah, it'd be nice to take, I don't know, 2 or 3 times a week to take some Muay Thai lessons. I studied while I was in the United States with a teacher who had studied in Thailand. It'd be nice to, can you get a work visa as an online content creator? So that's the reason I'm grinding, right? So if you're an online content creator, in other words, you're kind of a remote worker, right? That is, classified under, I guess, the category of digital nomad, which is classified under the category of Destination Thailand visa, right? That's the visa that you're supposed to get there. However, you have to have a certain amount of money in the bank, and you have to have a certain amount of money in the bank to get the educational visa, right? Which luckily I do, right? But you have to have more in the bank to get the Destination Thailand visa. So yeah, long term, that's what I'm looking at. It's a 5-year visa, and it's not multiple entry, but I think usually what people do is they will, they'll stay for 180 days, then they'll go somewhere, then they'll come back. So yeah, that's the one that makes the most sense for me. Work visas proper, though, in Thailand means that you're working in Thailand, right? Which is a possibility too, right? I'm sure I have a ton of skills that could be useful in this country. For instance, I speak a decent number of language, none of them particularly well. Wait, Leafy gets back? What? We got some Leafy fans in chat. What is going on? Wait, wasn't Leafy banned like a long time ago? When you know Thai language, you could, translation to where you need Muay Thai. I need Muay Thai. I need Muay Thai for Muay Thai. That's true. That's true. So anyway, like I was saying, we've got, we're going to cover some of the Hunger Games stuff, some of the shit that Trump has been saying. Here's the thing, though. I keep on saying this, chat. I have your well-being in mind, right? Your mental well-being, right? I wish I could do more for your physical well-being as well. Unfortunately, I'm in a different country, and but like I'm trying not to like kind of push like too much like Trump speech kind of stuff at you, because I know that a lot of people, it's not fun to watch, right? You can laugh at him and stuff like that, but ultimately he does have way too much power still, and even with his coalition fracturing, they banned, they banned Leafy because of Ethan? Is that right? Leafy did nothing wrong? I don't know. I wasn't around for Leafy, so I can't really speak. But I feel like iDubbbz had a few things to say about Leafy as well. They banned, is this real? Like, so after the content nuke Leafy, did Ethan do a content nuke on Leafy? I know iDubbbz did a content cop. You're saying that Leafy was banned after Ethan's video on him? I know Ethan did a video on Keemstar. do they give extra credit for skills in not tying? Oh, or wearing a bow tie? Yeah. As many things that you can incorporate that have tie. Does chat know what tie means? Like what the like etymological meaning of tie, as in okay, so first of all, does anybody know which letter or like tie starts with, right? Like, for instance, I think I talked about the Pheu Thai party. It's a political party here in Thailand. I think I talked about that the other day. So the interesting thing about that is that, like, you know, you'd think that it would be a letter that, like a letter for T, right? But actually, Thai is one of the words that has like an H, which is silent before the T. So the Pheu Thai party, it's like this like kind of W looking letter, which, you know, transliterates to a P. So for Pheu, right? And then for the Thai part, it's actually like it's like a in looking letter, which actually which actually translates to a H, right? So it's like P, it's like PH, even though you'd think it would be PT, Pheu Thai. Right. So, but the word itself, means, it refers to a group of people who lived in the south of China and migrated to this part of Southeast Asia during the Han Dynasty, right? Out of kind of, you know, like they didn't want to be under the Han Dynasty, so they came here, right? And the word means freedom. It means free, right? And if you understand that, you actually understand a lot about the history of Thailand, the motivation for the Thai government at different historical times and doing different things, and just the like for instance, people talk about Muay Thai. Muay Thai came from a fighting art called Muay Baran, and it developed into this art with gloves, right, and rounds, instead of being, you know, you wrap up your you used to have to wrap up your fists with like this rope, this like sharp abrasive rope that really hurts. They still do these matches. They're called karchuk matches, right? But they switched over to a style of fighting that resembled British boxing, right? That's where the gloves and the rounds and the ring comes from, right? Is they've adapted it from the British. Now, why did they do that? Because they looked to the wait, which way is this? They looked to the west, and they saw that Burma had been colonized by the UK. They looked to the east, and they saw that that Indochina, which is, you know, Vietnam, which actually traditionally there's like two parts. There's like a northern and a southern like kingdom in Vietnam. But anyway, France took all that over along with Laos and Cambodia, and called that French Indochina. They looked at, you know, French Indochina to the east, and they saw that they were, you know, colonized by the French. The Thai people didn't want to be colonized, right? So they kind of like adopted some of the practices of these colonial nations in order to really signal to them, hey, we're not like primitive or backward or whatever the fuck you think, you know, Burma is, or you know, Vietnam, Laos, and Cambodia. Right, we're just like you. Yeah, there's no need to colonize us. We're already Western, right? So, you know, and they sort of like would play the different, you know, they would hedge their bets with foreign colonial powers, right? And a lot of the Thai history that maybe some of the decisions like don't make sense looking at it from the outside, you can understand from a desire for the Thai people to stay free, to stay sovereign. Anyway, getting into Thai politics too much. I'm gonna wait till I know a little bit more about the culture before I pontificate on it. But yeah, no, I think it's a really cool culture from what I've seen so far. Can you get a work visa as an online oh wait, you already, yeah. Sounds like a super hard language to learn, especially from scratch. I don't even know a single word of Thai. Well, let me teach you one, all right? You want to say hello, right? You can either say Sawadee ka, right? Which is, you know, the way FIM-coded people say it. Or you can say Sawadee Ka. Let me get that last Sawadee Ka. Right? It's the way masculine coded people say it. But yeah, you're right. Do they use Latin letters? They have their own alphabet. Yes, like Japanese and China. Let me look at. I'm trying to remember how many consonants and. Wait. Just tell me how many. Oh, here we go. 44 consonants and 16 vowels. All right. They combine into 32 vowel forms. Yeah, there's 4 tones as well. Here, let me just grab this. I wonder if it'll let me paste. No. I have to save this. Okay. So yeah, it is its own language with its own vowels and consonants. The consonants are like, you know, I don't know how to explain this, right? It's actually a little bit like Hebrew. It kind of reminds me of, or I don't know, maybe a better comparison would be Sanskrit, the way Sanskrit works. In that the vowels can appear above the consonants, below the consonant, or the vowels can appear before or after the consonants, right? It's kind of funny like that, and it really does take some getting used to. I'm just gonna save image here. Save that, and then just bring out an image. All right, so here's here's what the language looks like. These are the 44 consonants. And the reason they're not showing the vowels is because some of the vowels, like, right, so the consonants are all like in the middle, like right here, right? If this is a line, you know, if this is like the line of text you're writing, the consonants are all like on the line, right? And then the vowels will appear either here above the consonant, there below the consonant, meaning that you pronounce the consonant and then the vowel, even though it's here or here, or some of the vowels will appear here, and yes, still, even though the vowel is before the consonant, you're pronouncing the consonant first and then the vowel, or here, you know, after the consonant, like you'd see in English, right? So yeah, there is a, you know, it has its own language. Some of these symbols don't get used as much anymore. Some of these symbols are like less, are like more like historic, like just they're not very common these days. Right. But so when you're learning Thai, a lot of times you'll see it in transliteration. You'll see it in they'll teach you in like Latin characters, right? To kind of, you know, because it's hard to like, you know, like you kind of learn the alphabet after the fact. English is a dumbass language in comparison. English is one of the harder languages to learn. Yeah, the grammar rules are taken from so many different places that they're not consistent. There's always exceptions in English. Anyway, chat, we should get to, I should talk about the bonus content that we've got for today. So we got to get going. I have yapped at you for almost 2 hours here, and that's too long. I think it's nice, not as nice as, wait. Oh, wait, maybe English is, hard to learn. I think it's nice, though, not as nice as French. Well, English contains a lot of French, so that makes sense. We have 15 ways of intentionally misrepresenting every phrase. Yeah. I've heard from people learning English, including Thai people, that is a very difficult language to learn. Obviously, Thai is pretty difficult for English speakers. For anybody that hasn't had experience with a tonal language. But yeah, English is a fucker of a language to learn. Anyway, chat, we got to get going and get started here. Let me switch this over to that. Oh, and we got some Thai traditional music. I should look for some traditional music I can actually play for you, chat. Unfortunately, I can't just come on. Start with TPUSA when we get started. Okay. There we go. All right, so like I said, we're gonna cover Candace Owens' change in direction, or really retrenchment into her anti-TPUSA, pro-conspiracy theory standpoint on Charlie Kirk's standpoint. We're going to cover TPUSA, the competing speeches by Tucker Carlson and Ben Shapiro, who are most definitely sniping at each other, and as well as the Trump continuing crash out and his attempt to provide bread and circus without the bread. I don't know if he understands that bread and circus, like the bread part is important too, Trump. Maybe he doesn't get it. But anyway, we're gonna go over that. I programmed the first half of the stream, so we're gonna cover that stuff. We have the chance. In fact, we're at 80. Oh my gosh, I haven't done a butterfly goal. But yeah, these are the items that I've got for bonus content. Let me just figure out where we're at as far as the butterfly goal goes. We gotta put that on. All right, butterfly. Butterfly in my hair. Give you 2 hours to make that happen. I'll put a butterfly in my hair. There we go. I will put a butterfly in my hair if we get to 10 super chats. I believe we have 2 already. Just make sure that's the case. All right, so yeah, we're at 2 out of 10 as far as that goes right now. So yeah, the butterfly goal is a thing that we do. We play this little game. If we can get 10 super chats of the teal variety or higher, then I will put this butterfly in my hair. All right. In addition to that, if we get this 80 number to 100 by the end of the stream, we'll also I'll stick around and I'll cover at least one more topic on of bonus content, right? So what do we have for today? Taylor Lorenz, social media addiction. You may have been here last week when we covered Taylor Lorenz actually debating the Vanguard boys as far as what is an addiction and what is a habit. And she's got more to say on that. I was kind of hoping she would put together a video, and she has, right? So you can see what her take is, like maybe give her a better chance to, because it's hard to do exposition on something that you're like the only one who's saying. She's kind of a voice crying in the wilderness when it comes to this. Yeah, giving her a chance to, put this out in a video format, maybe make it easier for Taylor to explain her It's like a hobby horse that she's on. Like she's very passionate. She's very passionate about that. And she wasn't just like picking on the Vanguard boys for like not knowing the difference between an addiction and a habit, right? In her mind, it's crucial that we call these things the right thing, both because you deal with an addiction differently than you deal with a habit. And if you try to deal with a habit like you deal with an addiction, a lot of times you won't be successful, and vice versa. You know, if you treat an addiction like it's a habit, you won't be able to deal with that. But also, there's a political aspect, right? In that she said that talking about social media as an addiction feeds into the moral panic. And she does clarify a little bit that, yeah, you can be addicted to social media, but I guess what the statistics say is that there's a lot of people who think that they have an addiction to social media who really just have a social media habit, and that the incidence of actual social media addiction, in other words, your social media getting in the way of you doing the things like that you need to do, getting in the way of school, getting in the way of work, etc., etc. You know, you really cannot, you know, you don't just have a habit, you haven't just fallen into a pattern, but you are actually, you know, unable, you want to act differently, but you're unable to, right? So anyway, that's a video that it's in first place right now at 33%. Second place, we've got Noah Samsen dishes on Ethan Klein. That's right. Noah Samsen goes on to it's called the No Politic Here podcast. It's Chris Kunzler and Overzealots, and they got together and they put together a podcast, which looks interesting. And they had Noah Samsen, I believe, as their guest on their second podcast. So Noah's there to talk about Ethan Klein stuff. Third place, we have Olivia Nuzzi on Adam Friedland. All right, so in case you missed that content, yeah, Olivia Nuzzi is the journalist who was reporting on RFK, who told us all about RFK Jr.'s Deathmobile, the whale's head story. Remember where he cuts off the whale's head and puts it in his car, and the kids have to roll up the kids are getting splashed by whale juices, right? She's the one that did the reporting on that. Unfortunately, chat, she was having some kind of an affair with RFK Jr. She was involved in some kind of relationship. It's not clear if they ever physically consummated the relationship, but yeah, they were both I think married to other people at the time, and there was chemistry between the two of them. There was somewhat of a relationship. So, you know, people are upset with Olivia because, you know, there's indications that she may have killed some unfavorable stories to RFK, given him inside information about what other reporters were doing, and basically made it harder for Americans to get to the story that RFK Jr. is not the one that you want in any political position, right? So yeah, that's Olivia Nuzzi. She's on Adam Friedland. This is you know, Adam Hassan's friend of Cumtown fame. He is a funny guy, despite being the straight man, I guess, on Cumtown. He's like, you know, the less goofy of the between Nick and Stavros. You know, Adam's kind of like the regular guy there. But anyway, yeah, he's got his talk show, and he brought on Olivia Nuzzi as his guest, so we can watch that. And then in last place, we have Pisco versus Destiny on Ethan's lawsuits. Yeah, this is interesting because there's more going on with the Destiny stuff than I realized. And it's disappointing too, because ultimately I think Pisco kind of folded, or at least that's what I heard. Ultimately, Pisco has relented and kind of caved to Destiny and DGG, so it's a sad thing. I was hoping that he would outgrow DGG, realize that these people are sick fucks, and that he's not like them. But no, instead he's just, I guess, surrendered. So anyway, already watched No Politics video, so I'm voting for Nuzzi. Okay, well, place your votes if you haven't already. 43 of you have voted so far. Make sure to make your voice heard if you have not already. She too was making whale juices. Oh no. Yeah. She made a few whale juices herself. But anyway, yeah, that's the whole thing where, like, it's her ex-husband, Ryan Lizzo, that's come forward with the information from their texts where, you know, RFK Jr.'s saying that he wants to do stuff to her. Anyway, I don't think they really talk about that much. But let's get going. Again, the things that make this number go forward is when you do the thing that makes this number go forward is when anybody does a super chat, right? If we get 10 super chats of the teal variety or beyond, then I'll put a butterfly in my hair. This one right here is what makes this number go up. This is the bonus content number. When you do a super chat, a super sticker. So in other words, if you're doing a super chat, it makes both numbers go up. Just in case that wasn't clear, right? Both numbers go up if you do a super chat of the teal variety. But yeah, super chat, super sticker. If you get yourself a membership, if you gift memberships, right? If you support me on throne.com, which would be awesome because I really want to be able to get a new computer or get a computer that will run Windows 11 with no problems before the Windows 10 support is completely cooked, right? And time is running out on that, chat. So if I disappear all of a sudden and you don't see me streaming again, that's what happened. Is I can no longer run Windows.
Mr. Vickliffe super chatted $9.99. Nutsi my queen intake those old juices, natural juices, as RFK said. Also her dramatically talking about his family like they're the Skywalkers is hilarious.
That is the Kennedy legend. If you know anything about the Kennedy clan, right? Which I actually didn't. I'd always heard it referred to as Camelot. People would talk about and I always just thought that was like, highfalutin, figurative language, right? But no, actually, what is it? Grandpa Joe of the Kennedy clan actually compared them to Camelot. Said that, he expected like King Arthur to, come out of their midst. And it's really funny considering how many of the Kennedys have died tragically in an Arthurian manner. That was almost a prophecy. But yeah, she's all about the speaking of juices, Chad. I got my own natural juices here. Drinking some carrot. What is this, like carrot, ginger, lemon? I don't know what it's all in here, but it's good. Technically, in her early days, Denims was a Destiny Orbiter. Correct. Yeah. I knew Denims when she was a Destiny Orbiter. Yeah. I've actually had Denims on way back in the day. At some point. Proof that even good people can get caught up in. Yeah, look. The whole thing is like, especially back in the day, you didn't really know how toxic the Destiny orbit was, how toxic that community was, unless you were fairly observant. And they did a good job of like kind of hiding that shit, right? There were a lot more people that would go to bat for Destiny, including people that would say, like, listen, I don't agree with everything that Destiny does. I don't agree with everything that he says, but he's our most effective messenger on the left. I don't think anybody ever called him a leftist, right? Although he did flirt with that a little bit when he was hanging out with Hassan, but they definitely thought that he was on our team, on our side, and if you stood against Trump, you should probably not criticize Destiny. So I mean, that's just how things were back then. Wait, what is this? No, the Kennedys are old family villains in Lovecraft, in a Lovecraft family, and all the mass people are their fish people worshippers. I need to actually read Lovecraft someday. But I think we're at 100 right now. So, we're going to get some kind of bonus content. Make sure to vote already. I've told you the things that make the meter go up. That is super chat, super stickers, getting yourself a membership, gifting a membership, supporting me on Throne, supporting me on Patreon, which I'm about to shout out my Patreons in just a second, or supporting me on Twitch, which you can do for free with a Twitch Prime sub. If you've got Prime, then you're able to hook your Amazon account up to Twitch and get a free sub to use on the streamer of your choice. And if you choose me, chat, not only will you be able to rewind the VOD while watching me, but you'll also get all the emotes too. So, Lovecraft novel, not family. I hate my... Lovecraft... They're old family villains in a Lovecraft novel. And all the Massachusetts people are the fish people worshippers. I gotcha. But anyway, yeah, you can use a Twitch Prime sub to get yourself a sub for free. You can buy yourself a sub on Twitch and get the same things. It does cost $6, or you can gift subs to other people, which is very, very generous. Any of those things make this number go up, and also do a number of other cool things on stream, which you'll find out if you sub. So anyway, with saying that, chat, let me go ahead and shout out my Patreons. Everybody that supports me on Patreon at the $5 level or above gets a fancy shout out at the beginning and end of each stream. Why the $5 level or above? Because if I, that's, well, like I barely have time to read off all the fancy, it's just a limit of time, I guess, right? But yeah, shouts out go to Tracy Eva, shouts out to User, shouts out to JMB, shouts out to Brian, shouts out to Emily French, shouts out to Big Al, shouts out to Darful, shouts out to Sarah, shouts out to Izzy Mandius, shouts out to Steven Sayers, shouts out to Animus, shouts out to Infallible Fowl, shouts out to Oral Ellipsis, shouts out to Nadia Yvette, shouts out to Choki, shouts out to Moe Noip, shouts out to Funky Monkey, shouts out to Temporal Insanity, shouts out to Good for Gabby, shouts out to Jules K, shouts out to Buffy Geek, and a fancy shout out to Sherry Saphira, to Rachel K, to Omega Star, and to Zara Xerix. There we go. Those are my Patreons. So, we gotta get to, wow. I have never experienced this before. That's kind of amazing. It was on loop, right? Which is supposed to mean that it plays the same song over and over again. But I guess it got tired of playing the same song over and over again, and it went forward to the next song. So anyway, chat, we got to get going. We got to make this happen, and we're gonna start with. Let's see, what are we starting with? Oh my God, that's not the right one. We're starting with TPUSA, aka Toilet Paper USA. TP for my bunghole USA. Megan Kelly and Jack Posobiec. This is the Amfest. Oh, Ben Shapiro. We gotta start with Ben Shapiro. He's the one that started all the shit. We'll watch Ben, then we'll watch Tucker. I don't know if we'll have time for Erika. Let's watch Ben first. When you hear the sound of Ben Shapiro, I'm kind of hoping he's gonna rap for us. Maybe we can get him to rap. I don't know. Will he start off by rapping? Possibly. People are comparing. I'm trying to remember. Republicans are getting a lot of Hunger Game comparison. Who was it that was? Oh no, somebody was comparing. I think it was. Was it Hassan that compared Ethan Klein to the television personalities in the Hunger Games, or the people in the Capitol? And we got to do the Epstein thing. Don't let me forget the Epstein thing, chat. We got new Epstein stuff. I'll do that next. Yeah, let me Oh, you're too quiet.
So much.
You're too quiet.
So much. It's obviously a massive honor to be here at Turning Point USA. It's even more of an honor.
I feel like there's gotta be a bandwidth in the upper range.
At Columbia, super chatted $5. Providing a dono, hope everyone is doing good.
Thank you for helping us reach the butterfly goal, Columbia. What is that? We're on 5 now. We're halfway there towards butterfly status, and we've got. Come on, tell me. We've got 1 hour and 3 minutes to do that. I'm turning up Shapiro here, but I'm just noting that like his voice is annoying. I feel like it'd be slightly less grating. I feel like there's some bandwidth that you could just like, if you could kill that bandwidth, that his voice would actually be listenable. But anyway, I'm not that much of an electronics wizard to be able to or an audio wizard to be able to do that. Anyway, let's see what Ben Shapiro has to say. This is the one that he kind of lights a fire here. He's going to throw some bombs in Candace's direction and also in Tucker's direction. Tucker, for the record, chat, is here, right? So I said before that TPUSA is the platform of the Republican Party, right? That what Charlie Kirk did more than anything was he would read the room, like see who was the faction of Republicans in power, and essentially those are the people that get platformed by TPUSA, right? So the fact that he's now got...
At Columbia, super chatted $5. Gonna help out with the goal. Don't worry, if you don't wish to have my donos read, that's fine. Just want to make the goal.
That's really sweet of you, Columbia Rican. No, you're here, let me, it's not, don't, people feel like, because it's that Tim Allen sound, it's like I'm talking, and then all of a sudden Tim Allen busts in with the right? They feel like they're interrupting me. No, I mean, like, it's sometimes good. It's like, to have a little interruption. And it means that the stream is being supported. It means that the stream is more sustainable. So, always grateful for any kind of support that any of you decide to throw me, especially those super chats, which allow me to put a butterfly in my hair. As you can tell, I'm very keen on butterflies. But yeah, Ben Shapiro and Tucker appearing on Turning Point represent, I guess, sort of the two factions that are vying for the Republican Party. Now, I'd say that like the Tucker Carlsons of the world have a lot more emotion than the Ben Shapiros. However, the Ben Shapiros do represent the establishment viewpoint, and maybe even a little bit more of Trump's viewpoint, right? The fact that Trump wants to keep Miriam Adelson, for instance, in his camp, right? And Miriam Adelson's probably way more happy to see Tucker or see Shapiro at these events than Tucker. So yeah, you can tell that there is that the control of the Republican Party, the control of MAGA is in play here between all these actors. So Nick Fuentes, probably the most up and comer of Republican influencers, he's not here. And neither is Candace Owens, right? So they're kind of shut out. And this is traditionally what Turning Point has represented, right? But the fact that they can't say no to Tucker represents that they at least have to pay some attention to the more anti-Semitic part of the Republican Party as well. So let's see what Benny Boy has got for us today.
To follow Erika Kirk, a heroic figure and a true American patriot. I really believe that the best way to judge the goodness of a man is to see the goodness of his wife and his children, and on that measure, Charlie was unsurpassed. Erika and her children are in all of our hearts. And of course...
Wait, is he saying that Charlie Kirk and Erika had the goodest kids? Is that what he's saying?
This is an incredibly bittersweet moment. It's absolutely bitter because of the murder of our friend Charlie Kirk, an irreplaceable human being. I knew Charlie from the time he was 18 years old, and I watched him build himself into one of the most powerful exponents of conservatism in America, one of the most powerful coalition builders in American history. But it's also sweet to see the number of people who continue to remember Charlie each and every day.
Oh yeah, Columbia Rican, we were talking about that earlier. Yeah, a lot of people have gotten their channels back, right? YouTube has implemented some kind of AI moderation, which was just on a banning spree, and it finally got too much for them, with all the people posting on YouTube of, hey, my channel got banned for no good reason. So yeah, there was looks like YouTube is starting to reverse those bans now, and we love to see it.
And to carry on his mission. Well, today, I want to talk about the future of the country. And the future of this country, this amazing country, relies on the future of the conservative movement. It relies on what TPUSA defines as its core mission: freedom, free markets, and limited government. And most of all, Most of all, the future of this country relies on truth. This country relies on truth because victory, true, real, lasting victory, cannot be achieved without truth. Victory without truth is victory for a lie, and that is no victory at all. And unity without truth is no unity. It is merely solidarity in falsehood. You see, we live in a chaotic time.
Merely solidarity.
In a time when lots of people are asking lots of legitimate questions about the conservative movement. What ought we to think about the relationship between free markets and traditional virtue? How should we craft a pragmatic foreign policy that spreads our interests and upholds our ideals?
I gotta say that the concern he's expressing here for, I don't know, the capitalism's place in the Republican Party platform, I feel like the concern's misplaced. You got to understand with right-wing populist movements, right? The populism is the clickbait. The populism is to get people in, right? These are still conservatives, and they want to, even under something like fascism, right? The corporations become almost a and it's somewhat true for the United States military and industrial complex as well, right? Corporations are a weapon, are a arrow in the quiver of the country, right? So even though they might signal towards being more of being more economically populist, just you got to understand that it's not something that really gets implemented in policy. So much in the same way that I would say that no Republican populist out there is really going to give you a economy that works for the working class at the expense of the corporate class, right? Ben Shapiro, they're not becoming socialists, right? Even though, literally the Nazis took over a workers' party, a socialist party, and had socialist as part of their name. Why? Because socialism was really popular, right? You had to signal that you were going to do something for the German working class. When what did Hitler actually do for the German working class? He used all of their labor for a multi-front quixotic war, and he sent them to their deaths, right? It's not wasn't a real priority of the Third Reich. Oh yeah, good. Thanks for reminding me. Sue Fairwolf B is reminding me that Grindr crashed because of this event. The conservative movement continues to be hypocritical. Yeah, no, definitely. Look, I mean, I talked about this dynamic in the Groypers, right? What is called a WANGAF, which stands for white ass, that's the N word, going hard as fuck, right? That's what it's a weird racist acronym, right? But what that describes is somebody who's not white that is kind of compelled to be like extra racist, to be like extra militant, to go to the mat for Nick and the Groyper movement, and thereby is sort of given like at least a temporary pass. Even Fuentes himself obviously is kind of an example of that. And I think the same thing is true. I think the same thing is true with the with gay people in the Republican Party, right? If you're gay, in the past, they'd use you like Dave Rubin to be like, well, listen, I'm gay and I was driven out of the woke left because they're just not very accepting of conservatives, are they? Right? Nowadays, they're getting more out and out homophobic, right? They're starting to use, as I think Candace was the other day when she said something was fake and gay, they're starting to use gay as a negative adjective, as a pejorative, right? So more and more, you're seeing the Republicans who were out as gay try to pull some kind of Milo shit where they're like, oh yeah, no, I talked to a preacher and I prayed away the gay, or I'm like, either that or they just hide their shame. And one way they can hide the shame is stay in the closet. In some ways, it was never really about it like the homophobia of the Republican Party is more about the image that they present than the actual behavior, right? They're okay with gayness as long as it's practiced in secret, in shame, right? And if you are having those, gay relationships, you're expected to go harder on like Republican priorities, including homophobia, in order to prove yourself, right? So this, I don't know what you'd call that, the um Ganhaf or something like that, like, right? It's a similar version to what the Groypers practice in terms of being somewhat accepting, despite being like the most racist arm of the Republican Party. They're okay with people from different races as long as they're upholding white supremacy. And I think that the Republican Party is a little bit like okay with homosexuality as long as it's supporting heteronormativity. And the standard keeps on getting higher. And look, eventually it's not going to be okay to be secretly gay in the Republican Party, right? This train is going in a very far right direction, and they're just boiling the frog at this point. They're just boiling the frog. Right wing just purely hate themselves, like Sneeko. Oh yeah, Sneeko's a great example of that too. Yeah, I mean Sneeko's Haitian, has got Haitian background, right? So the very group that was targeted by JD Vance in a dehumanizing way. I mean, you know what they're trying to say when they're saying eating the dogs, eating the cats. They're trying to portray Haitians as being an inferior and primitive, you know, like ethnicity. This is hate free market as a talking point. Well, here Ben's gonna be here for it. He's Haitian and Filipino. Yeah.
What governmental means are appropriate to achieve political ends? All of these questions aren't new, of course. They've been asked for as long as human beings have been talking about politics, thousands of years.
I gotta say, when I used to write bullshit essays in high school, I would always begin it with like something like, since the dawn of human history, man has looked up in the stars and wondered what they mean. Stellar events have signaled different things throughout history, and now that we've now that humanity has started to has achieved space travel, you know what I mean? It would always start with something like, since the dawn of it's kind of how it's like, almost like a telltale sign of a bullshit essay, right? That's when you start with a since the dawn of human history.
Years. And over the course of this conference, you'll hear a lot of opinions on a lot of these questions. I have my own perspectives on them, of course. You can hear them.
Did you end your essay with, and now when you look at the stars, we see our destiny? Yeah, like I would always try to, I mean, like you're supposed to like restate your thesis and sum up your argument in the three like paragraphs in between the intro and the I got so into writing intros that my intros started to be 2 paragraphs. And then sometimes, like, if I got graded by like a lazy TA or professor, they'd be like, there's no thesis statement here. And I'm like, au contraire, it's right here in the second paragraph, right? I gave you a whole paragraph of bullshit before I even got to the thesis. So you should be thankful for me forcing you to read more bullshit, more garbage. Have you considered that we don't look to the stars? If we don't look up to the stars, we'll end up in the dirt. I mean, yeah, at some point we're gonna need those stars for our escape from the hell that the Earth is becoming. Just hope we can get there before Elon somehow.
Every single day on my show, my fundamental values have been the same for 25 years. Peace through strength on foreign policy, traditional values on social policy, free markets with regard to economics.
So look, this is the Trump agenda, all right? But Ben's actually committed to a lot of this stuff, whereas Trump is, reading the room, or really reading his donors, checks, right? What do they want him to say?
But today, I want to talk about something even more important: how to discern those attempting to speak truth from frauds and grifters. Because something is new. An informational environment rife with both opportunity and chaos. Opportunity because...
Okay, so there we go. He's announced his, anybody who's paying attention knows what he's going to talk about now, right? When he says grifters, he's going to talk about, for sure, Candace. And, it might seem like the smart thing to do to keep the drama under wraps would be to not call out Tucker, who is here, who is also speaking, but we'll see which way Shapiro takes it.
The legacy media gatekeepers are no longer in charge of what we see and what we hear. And chaos, because an anarchic informational environment means we actually have to be smart in how we assess the information and arguments that we hear. Why does that matter? Well, because today the conservative movement is in serious danger. It is in danger, not just from a left that all too frequently excuses everything up to and including murder. The conservative movement is also in danger from charlatans who claim to speak in the name of principle, but actually traffic in conspiracism and dishonesty, who offer nothing but bile and despair, who seek to undermine fundamental principles of conservatism by championing enervation and grievance. These people are frauds and they are grifters.
Bropel, since you are the auto mod's favorite person right now, let me tell you what it's got highlighted. When you said seems pretty gay, it thought you were using it as a pejorative, like the way that Candace used it. It thought you were being that's fake and gay.
And they do not deserve your time. And they are something worse than that. A danger to the only movement capable of stopping the left from wrecking the country wholesale. So today...
But I was told about your struggles from the mods, from the Twitch mods, so I'm going to try to let you know which, because it's never what you think, right? That's actually tripping Automod.
I want to discuss 5 obligations that people who speak to you on matters of importance have to you. I want to speak to you about our duties. Our first duty is truth. We owe you the truth. That means we should not mislead you. It means we shouldn't hide the ball. We shouldn't be deliberately obscure about what we're telling you. We have an obligation to clarity and to honesty. This means that we actually have to be clear in the language that we use. We should not traffic in generality. We should not say things like, they shot Charlie, without specifying whom we mean by they. The person who allegedly shot Charlie Kirk, and whom all the evidence points at, all of it, is a gay, trans-loving furry. If we are going to target ideological movements, we should talk about the fact that the radical trans movement treats all those who oppose it.
Yeah, you remember, y'all, we're against the trans people, we're against the gay people, we're against the furries, we're not against the Jews, right? Remember? Just But anyway, what I want to say is that, unfortunately, Ben, people know what Candace is saying when she says they. People in your party, right? Increasing number of people in the Republican Party know exactly who she means when she says they, and they're on board with that, right? Ben Shapiro's in almost a more precarious position than a lot of the gay Republicans, I think. In that he is part of a party that is really being activated towards anti-Semitism, towards looking at the immigrants, looking at gay people, looking at pornography, and blaming these things on them, on they. And I don't mean non-binary people when I say they them, right? This is this is an uncomfortable position, a very precarious position that Ben finds himself in today.
As existential threats. Or if we're going to talk about the Democratic Party making room for the radical trans movement and echoing its inflammatory rhetoric, well, we should talk about that. Those are specific problems, and they require specific responses. When people say they shot Charlie, however, they are instead trafficking in vagary that results in increased hatred without proposing any effective response.
So he's like F furries, F gay people, F trans people. We all hate them, but somehow thinking that he could look. For the longest time they've tried to do this, and Ben's been part of this, right? He's been riding a tiger that now threatens to eat him. He's been completely okay with politics which are against people's identities, as long as it's not his identity. But he should know better. All of this bigotry, all of these moral panics inevitably lead back to one of the oldest forms of bigotry in Western Europe, right? When you talk about Western civilization as being a virtue in and of itself, right? You're not talking about a Judeo-Christian tradition there. You are talking about a Christian nationalist, anti-Semitic tradition. And it was only a matter of time till they tie all of the stuff that they hate, the gays, the furries, the trans, the immigrants, the this and the that, tie all of these together neatly with a bow that says the Jews, right? And blames primarily through this idea of a secret Jewish cabal, ties all of these groups that are not American, that are not with the Volk together. He somehow thought that through stomping down on other people's faces, right, he could earn a place. He could earn his people a place amongst the Volk. But that's not how anything works, Ben. That's all of their hate towards all of us, Ben, comes through their hatred and is expressed as a hatred for you, for your identity.
Fostering despair and rage, and that makes things worse. We must also be honest about what people say and do, regardless of what that means coalitionally. It is the job of politicians to build coalitions. It's the job of those of us who try to shape public opinion to hold politicians to account and to hold them accountable to our values. We must not let fear of audience deter us from telling the truth. We must not let fear of other hosts deter us from telling the truth. So, for example, if Candace Owens decides to spend every day since the murder of Charlie Kirk...
He's getting booed. There's some cheering, there's some clapping. They're showing the clapping, right?
So,
Chat, I don't know. That's 50-50 is actually better. I don't know. There would, I'm surprised that there's that much positive response, but there's a lot of negative response there.
Candace Owens decides to spend every day since the murder of Charlie Kirk casting aspersions at TPUSA and the people who work here, who worked with Charlie every single day, his best friends, to cast aspersions at Mikey McCoy and Andrew Colvin and Blake Neff and Tyler Boyer, and yes, at Erika Kirk.
I'm sorry, Ben, but who? This is what he doesn't seem to realize, right? This would make sense if Candace Owens was actually a marginal figure. As it is, chat, Candace Owens maybe at this point outweighs the entirety of the Daily Wire, right? She is definitely, she's definitely got more views and probably also more momentum than any of them. Now, the only place she slipped, right, was when she tried to accept an olive branch from Erika Kirk, right? That's the only thing that reduced her audience, was when she was too nice to TPUSA. But yeah, this is wild. Look, this might have worked years ago, but at this point, it's a little bit late. Remember that, just to go back to the history of this, right? I talked about this earlier. The thing that set Candace Owens was accepted into TPUSA after going mask off with her anti-Semitism, after saying that she thought that Hitler was great for the German people, except for the whole invading other countries thing, not except for the whole Holocaust thing, right? She said nothing about that. Candace Owens was friends with Kanye West before she was accepted into TPUSA. They were okay with that. They were all right with Candace Owens signaling anti-Semitism, as long as she kept it to kind of a dog whistle, kept it in the realm of plausible deniability, and also as long as she, as long as she wasn't criticizing Israel, right? So when that changed was when Candace Owens said oh God, I opened the tweet earlier. Let me find it. Is this it? Nope. Must be on the other one. Here it is. From real Candace Owens. Yeah. All right. So here it is, right? November 3rd, a month after October 7th, right? Candace Owens tweets out, "No government anywhere has the right to commit genocide, ever. There's no justification for genocide. I can't believe this even needs to be said or is even considered at the least a bit controversial to state." Okay, that is what started, that's what triggered Ben Shapiro to start, to start going after Candace, right? And then after, it was during her pregnancy and stuff. She was shown statements from Ben Shapiro. She said we'll look at this. Goes over all of this on our show today, right? Her husband said, "Hey, listen, you need to do what Jesus would do, right? And show, the Sermon on the Mount, blessed are the peacemakers, right?" So Candace tweets out, "Blessed are the peacemakers." Or whatever that line is from the Sermon on the Mount. And then she follows it up with "Christ is King," which is a dog whistle. And it's a very strategic dog whistle, right? Whether it's Candace Owens using it or Nick Fuentes using it or whatever. Because the way that this works, chat, is that, it is a meme amongst far-right fascists. Who are also anti-Semitic, right? It's a meme amongst Christian nationalists, right? But if you criticize that meme, if you notice that it's a meme and you say, "Hey, this guy's a white nationalist, this guy's a Nazi," they turn around on you and they say, "Oh, you think that believing in Jesus makes you a Nazi? Look at this person," right? And it's usually the left. It's usually the left that's pointing it out. But when a right-wing person like Ben Shapiro reacts badly to "Christ is King," especially given, chat, that he's Jewish, that he's already part of an out-group. And as much as they want to make the right wing's traditionalism about a Judeo-Christian traditional, it is, primarily an evangelical Christian tradition, which does harbor a non-zero amount of anti-Semitism, right? So when Ben Shapiro reacts to this, he gets on the wrong side of the evangelical Christians. And chat, that is checkmate, Candace Owens, right? So yeah, he reacts to what she says because he knows what it means. He's right about it. But in calling it out, he calls attention to the fact that he's not Christian, and he actually is able to be portrayed by Candace as being anti-Christian. Right, so that's what started it, and he fired her. So in other words, what I'm trying to get across is that the thing that was unacceptable to Ben Shapiro, and we've seen this before, right? In the failure to criticize a lot of things, right? It's not the anti-Semitism that is that gets you the ire of the pro-Israel right. It's actually just being anti-Israel. right? So this is the line that she crossed by saying this about genocide, one of the only, unobjectionable things she's ever said. And then, when he comes back at her, she comes out back with what sounds like, hey, I just want to be a peacemaker, right? I'm not trying to fight anybody. I'm working for the Daily Wire. I'm not going to be immature and roll in the mud with Ben Shapiro, right? I'm going to say, blessed are the peacemakers, but then she follows it up with Christ is King, which is definitely going to trigger them. This results in the Daily Wire employees being pulled into a meeting and a secret meeting and being educated on right-wing dog whistles, which up until then they weren't really worried about. Because again, you're allowed to be anti-Semitic, you're allowed to be racist, right? They have very little criticism for that sort of thing, right? But they have all the criticism in the world for being anti-Israel. So they're trying to, point out that, this is Candace Owens signaling alignment with the far right, the anti-Semitic right. And, so this is why we're going to fire her. And it's an attempt of them to not have defection. Because again, a lot of the Daily Wire people are evangelical Christians. And if Candace is successfully able to say that Ben Shapiro is reacting against Jesus, then she wins even amongst some of the Daily Wire employees, right? And we're going to see a little bit of this because Steven Crowder somehow got somebody filmed it, right? Steven Crowder got a hold of it. He put it up on his mug club on his paywalled platform, and he shared it with Candace. So we got that to look forward to. Meow meow meow. Oh my god, what did I just do?
All right, guys. So Candace Owens has created what's basically like a
and to imply or outright claim complicity in a cover-up over Charlie's murder, to spew absolutely baseless trash implicating everyone from French intelligence to Mossad to members of TPUSA in Charlie's murder or a cover-up in that murder, then we, as people with a microphone, have a moral obligation to call that out by name. Erika Kirk and TPUSA never should have been put in the position to have to defend themselves against such specious and evil attacks, particularly in a time of mourning. And the people who refuse to condemn Candace's truly vicious attacks, and some of them are speaking here, are guilty of cowardice. Yes, cowardice. The fact that they have said nothing while Candace has been vomiting all sorts of hideous and conspiratorial nonsense into the public square for years is just as cowardly. Second, because we owe you the truth, we owe you the duty to speak out of principle, not personal feeling. It should not matter whether we despise someone or whether we love someone. The question is what they say and what they do, and whether those things are morally decent or not.
Oh yeah, I'm supposed to point out that we're up to 6 on the butterfly goal if we get to 10. So we got 4 more super chats to get to butterfly status, and we've got how long left on the goal? We've got 1 hour and 9 minutes to make it butterfly status.
On a political level, do they foster freedom, justice, and prosperity? On a personal level, do they treat others as they would wish to be treated? Personal feeling is not a substitute for moral judgment. To take again the Candace Owens situation as an example, friendship with public figures who say or do evil things is not an excuse for silence on the matter. Politics is not the sisterhood of the traveling pants.
Wait, what? I'm sorry.
Politics is
Anybody get like what fucking metaphor? What is this?
not an excuse for silence on the matter. To take again the Candace Owens situation as an example, friendship with public figures who say or do evil things is not an excuse for silence on the matter. Politics is not the sisterhood of the traveling pants.
This is him. Do you remember when Bosch said the left is not your social club? That's what he's saying. That's what he's saying. It's not about friendships or alliances or anything like that. It's about it's about politics, right? And if your friend says something that's I don't know, it's I gotta get something to eat.
Politics is about principle, and if you are willing to sacrifice basic truth and simple principle in favor of emotional solidarity, you have betrayed your fundamental duty to the American people. First off, I should break the omerta here and just be a little bit clear. The notion that people in our industry are close friends, like we all take holiday breaks with each other and go to each other's kids' graduations and stuff, is generally untrue. Some people do that, most of us don't. We see each other at conferences and we talk on the phone and all the rest. We're business colleagues. But even if it were true that other public figures were our best friends, our very best friends, that does not relieve us of our duty to speak out of principle and not to cover up evil or shy away from addressing it out of friendship. So no, Tucker Carlson, it is not an excuse to go silent on Candace's targeting of TPUSA. Or to mirror her bullshit lines of questioning because you love Candace personally. The same holds true of Megyn Kelly, a person I consider a friend, characterizing Candace as a young mother and thus shying away from condemning her actions or fibbing about them. That is a non-starter. Meghan Markle is a young mother. Ilhan Omar is a young mother. That doesn't matter. And when Megyn said this week, quote, "My goal and my job here is to try to understand, yes, where Candace is coming from on this," and says she sees no purpose in inserting herself, quote, into this on one side, that is a moral and logical absurdity. There is only one moral side here, Erika Kirk's side. You know, the side of the widow with 2 children, whose husband was shot live on camera in front of all of us. Friendship with the person accusing TPUSA of a cover-up of Charlie's murder is no excuse for cowardice. Third, and relatedly,
oh my God, chat! This is the important part of the of his speech, but I gotta pee so bad. Wonder what Meghan Markle has to do with this. Wait, did he mention Meghan Markle? Ben is the evil. I mean, he is, part of the. They're all evil here. Like, no, everyone at this event. Why is he talking about Gen X tween girl? About the sisterhood of the traveling pants. I mean, the stuff like that used to be like a virtue signal against, I guess, pop feminism. I think that's how it's grokked in. In the conservative movement of like 2016, this is the other thing about Ben Shapiro. I don't know if it's, I don't know if it's, I don't know if this still hits, right? It feels like Ben has been frozen in a time capsule. Or something, right? He's like Encino Man here. Anyway, let me I'm gonna play this. I gotta pee so bad, so I'm gonna have to, do that. As far as food, I got some sukiyaki, so that's gonna be good. But I gotta pee before anything because I am so hydrated.
We have a duty to take responsibility for what we say and do. If we hire awful people, we're responsible for that. I have some experience there, as you might suspect. That means that if we offer a guest for your viewing, we owe it to you to ask the kinds of questions that actually get at the truth. If we agree with the guest, that's fine, but we should own it. So, for example, if you host a Hitler apologist, Nazi-loving, anti-American piece of refuse like Nick Fuentes, You know, the Nick Fuentes who said that the Vice President of the United States is a, quote, fat gay race traitor married to a Jeet. The person who said that Charlie Kirk was a, quote, retarded idiot. The person who said, and pardon my language here, it's his quote, that he, quote, took Turning Point USA and fucked it, and that's why it's filled with groypers. If you have that person on your show and you proceed to glaze him, you ought to own it. There is a reason that Charlie Kirk despised Nick Fuentes, and indeed even chided Dinesh D'Souza for debating him. He knew that Nick Fuentes is an evil troll, and that building him up is an act of moral imbecility. And that is precisely what Tucker Carlson did. He built Nick Fuentes up. And he ought to take responsibility for that, just as he ought to take responsibility for glazing pornographer and alleged sex trafficker Andrew Tate, or for mainstreaming fake historian and pseudo-Nazi apologist Daryl Cooper as America's best and most honest popular historian. Hosts are indeed responsible for the guests they choose and the questions they ask those guests. Fourth, because we have a duty to truth, we also have a duty to provide you with evidence of the claims that we make. Emotive accusations, conspiracy theories, and just asking questions, that's lazy and stupid and misleading. None of them are a substitute for truth. None of them are a substitute for evidence. So, when Candace Owens says, I don't know, but I know, that is retarded, and we are all more retarded for having heard it. When Steve Bannon, for example, accuses his foreign policy opponents of loyalty to a foreign country, he's not actually making an argument based in evidence. He's simply maligning people that he disagrees with, which is indeed par for the course from a man who was once a PR flack for Jeffrey Epstein. Check the record. Our duty to provide you evidence means we actually have to do much more than just ask questions. Just asking questions is something my 5-year-old does, and it's really cute when it comes from my 5-year-old. But when grown men and women spend their days just asking questions without, seeking answers, they are lying to you. In fact, they're doing something even worse. They are seeding distrust in the world around you, and they are enervating you in the process. So, for example, if many speakers, including Tucker Carlson and others, get on stage here at TPUSA and claim, without proper evidence, that Jeffrey Epstein was running a Mossad rape ring being covered up by the Trump administration, they are not actually uncovering a conspiracy or effectuating a solution. They are claiming a special provenance to information they won't let you see, which builds their power and leaves you with none. They are also implicating in their speculation actual human beings, good human beings, like Kash Patel and Dan Bongino and Pam Bondi, and yes, the President of the United States, even if they're too cowardly to say President Trump's name. And that means you won't trust those good people in the future. You haven't gotten smarter, you've just been manipulated. When forced to demonstrate their evidence, these same people will often refuse to provide it. They'll claim ignorance. They'll pretend they're outside the system. And they don't have access to actual information. They're just asking questions. But many of these same people have direct pipelines to informational sources. So, for example, if Tucker wants answers to his questions about, say, Jeffrey Epstein, he could call the Vice President of the United States. He's quite close with him. But he won't, because that might undermine the empty speculation. None of this means there aren't actual real conspiracies in the world. Of course there are. But actual conspiracies require actual evidence. Yes, there was a Russiagate conspiracy, and we know the names of the people involved and what they did. We know Hillary Clinton and Fusion GPS and James Comey and Loretta Lynch and Adam Schiff. We know all of those people. Yes, there was a COVID-19 conspiracy. We know that Anthony Fauci worked to shut down alternative solutions from people like Jay Bhattacharya.
Wasn't he on board with the actual public health messaging in the beginning of COVID? I mean, look, he's moved himself, right? Further to the right. What did I miss, chat? Let me read through chat. I'm so sorry I have to disappear at the most important part of the finished quoting, enjoyed saying all that stuff. Wait. Oh my god, I feel like I missed really good shit. I mean, not really good shit, really. really bad shit. Okay, all the way back to Go Piss Girl, which is, I guess, where I left. Is he doing Epstein defense, saying believing anything about Epstein being a PDF makes you a toddler? Asking, oh, okay, I gotta rewind it, chat. Oh, I hate this. I feel so bad for this because, like, you know, I don't want to make you re-listen to it, but it sounds like I did miss some important stuff. God, I just have the worst. I have the best timing when it comes to pausing people and seeing them make weird faces, but I have the worst timing when it comes to when my bladder needs to needs to be emptied. All right, sorry, chat. I'm just gonna rewind it a little bit.
Even worse, they are seeding distrust in the world around you, and they are enervating you in the process. So, for example, if many speakers, including Tucker Carlson and others, get on stage here at TPUSA and claim, without proper evidence, that Jeffrey Epstein was running a Mossad rape ring being covered up by the Trump administration, they are not actually uncovering a conspiracy or effectuating a solution. They are claiming a special provenance to information they won't let you see, which builds their power and leaves you with none. They are also implicating in their speculation.
Now, what's funny is he is pointing out something that the right does, something that they've been doing. Chet, I would say at least as far back as when Donald Trump made the initial or boosted what was already a conspiracy theory about Obama somehow having a not having a American birth certificate, right? That's where it started, right? We don't have like all the information about like births in Hawaii. We do have what, like, the you know, we haven't seen his birth certificate yet. So, you know, like, right. So, you know, because you seen his birth certificate? Do you know? I mean, his name is Obama, Barack Obama, Barack, as Trump will say, Barack Hussein Obama, right? Like, you know, if you thought that it's weird that Hussein is his middle name, now's maybe time for an explanation, right? He's foreign. He's not, he, like, you know, I don't know. I don't know. That's how it all started, right? But the right wing's been playing this game since as long as Ben Shapiro has been a political pundit, chat. Am I right about that? Was this guy around to support Mitt Romney? I mean, if he goes back further than Trump, it's not, you know, we're going to be talking about a, you know, he's a minor at that point, right? I don't know, chat. This is something the Republican Party's been doing for a really long time. And he's, you know, as he's saying, you know, Anthony Fauci, blah, 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 COVID, it's the same shit. It's the same shit, right? You don't understand epidemiology, infectious disease. You don't understand public health. And so it's really easy for grifters to come in and say, like, you know, actually, I mean, you know, they told you that the disease probably came into contact with humans from a fresh market, but what if it was a bioweapon created by the Chinese government, right? And then maybe you don't feel so bad about being weirdly racist towards, like, you know, any Asian person that coughs, right? Um, but yeah, they just fill gaps. Like, it's a con, it's a grift, and it should be easy. I don't know. You would hope that the human species has the pattern recognition capabilities to kind of, you know, to identify how this shit works. Maybe not, though. Maybe not. But again, chat, like I said with the anti-Semitism, Ben has been riding that tiger of bigotry, but it's always been bigotry at other people. He's been riding that train of conspiracy theories and moral panics until the moral panic is inconvenient for him. This is it. Look, if it wasn't for the fact that the Republican Party is descending further down the rabbit hole of fascism than it was with Trump, this would be funny. If all of our well-being was not on the line here, right? Whether we live in the United States of America or not, then this would be funny. Right? It is almost poetic justice here to see Ben Shapiro hoisted, as it were, on his own petard. I wish I could laugh more. This is what I was saying, chat. I was really worried about the content today, right? I don't want to make you more anxious and make life harder for you. I get that, like, watching a bunch of right-wing assholes blither for for 4 hours, it might not leave you with the best feeling. It's just like, I wish we could feel good about something. And like, here it is, the destruction of Ben Shapiro. I mean, we've wanted this for a long time, but Chad, I got the feeling, like in the Matrix, of it was just like, not like this, not like this. I would love to see him get like destroyed by some, I don't know, by some Tim Miller, some kind of never Trumper or something, right? I would love to see, like, oh geez, look, it's like that's winning in the Republican Party, and we may have some bad Republican politicians, right? But we're not going to have anything like Trump again. I would love it if that was the case, right? Unfortunately, no, he's getting like, he's getting chewed up and spit out by the beast he helped to birth. Like, this is his Republican Party, and he is responsible for its radicalization. And it's now radicalized to a point where, yeah, he's got a legitimate existential fear about the direction of the Republican Party. Both in the sense that, his social media enterprise, his media company, is going down the toilet, right? So financially, but also, yeah, existentially in the grand sense, right? That this is ushering back, anti-Semitic fascism into the United States, and it's not just the United States either. There's, unfortunately, chat, a lot of countries backsliding into something that looks like, it belongs in the former half of the 20th century, not in the 21st century, not in 2025. If you look at Chile, right, they've just elected, what is chat? Somebody help me here. Is this the son of Davi? Is this the son of Pinochet or the grandson? Like, isn't the newly elected president in Chile a descendant of Pinochet? Oh yeah, Davy Cliff, right? I love this comment, actually. Why is medicine up to public discourse? I don't want to do homework. I don't have degrees. Me neither. Well, like, I mean, in epidemiology, certainly not. Degrees in the sciences. I mean, I love the sciences, but it's a bit much for me, right? As somebody, as a biochem nerd, right? It's I hate that they tried to assign me a grown AZ adult homework. Me, a grown adult homework about vaccines. My ultimate pet peeve is that stuff. Yeah, this is the kind of stuff that really should be, that shouldn't be politicized, right? I say this about sports, that like, who should decide the participation, who gets to participate in a different, like, league of sports, right? It makes more sense for the sporting bodies themselves, hopefully informed by science and all the relevant health sciences to really understand that. It's same thing with medicine, right? That's crazy to chat. Can you imagine if people, like, I mean, this I forget who gives this. I'm not this isn't original, right? I didn't make this up, but some I think it might be Sam Cedar, right? Has an example of like people that are disgusted by I don't know, like trans surgeries, right? You know, the imagine if people like looked at open heart surgery and they were like, that's gross, that's fucked up, that looks like the doctors are killing this guy. You shouldn't do that. It makes me feel icky, right? I mean, you would just leave that patient to die. You would leave all those patients to die, right? You don't want that shit politicized, and it's absurd to even think about it being politicized when it comes to I don't know, emergency medicine. I think we could all see that. We don't want the public deciding what doctors do when you come into the hospital barely alive. We want the doctors, you know, to not only, you know, use their expertise and their education and their experience, but also to be in consultation with each other in you know, in bodies to establish standards of care, so that you are not, like, you know, given treatment that should be known to be substandard just because you've got a doctor that's not, like, you know, that hasn't got the memo on, like, the best way to treat a patient in a certain condition, right? We do not want this shit to be wait, the president of Chile is socialist? Pinochet, wait. The current president, maybe. Do I need to open this up? Chat, we don't have time to do international politics. I should have at least one day a week, though, right? For international politics. Does that sound good? So that I'm not, because American politics, it just absorbs all of your attention, like, really quick. Okay, I think we're at 1:30. So yeah, we're at least some bonus content, kind of closing in on maybe double. I don't know, not closing in, but, like, you know, it's a possibility at this point. Taylor Lorenz, social media addiction, right? Her, you know, not like, I just want to make it clear, right? In the conversation yesterday with the Vanguard, or not yesterday, but a few days ago with the Vanguard, Taylor Lorenz, I don't think, is saying that social media addiction doesn't exist, right? I just think she's saying that most people, a lot of people hear about social media addiction and they will frame their habit in that way, right? Which makes it harder if it is indeed a habit for you to deal with if you are treating it like an addiction. Anyway, that's at number one with 35%. Noah Samsen dishes on Ethan on the No Politic Here podcast with who is it, Overzealots and Chris Kunzler, and then Olivia Nuzzi on Adam Friedland in third place. In fourth place, of course, former friend of the VOD, Pisco, you know, his last you know, real debate with Destiny after he is, like, surrendered to the forces of DGG, apparently. Anyway, let's get back into this. I just wanted to update you on the bonus content.
Actual human.
Vicliff super chatted $9.99. Pinochet was lowercase f fascist, which looks like socialism at certain angles, but that's the trap.
Not all socialists are the same. So wait, this dude, the current Chile guy, does consider him or call himself socialist? I need to look more into this. I just heard about this, right? The election apparently just happened. I don't feel like anybody was talking about this election either, right? Remember how much people talked about Milei before that happened? I don't know. Maybe it was just like the, you know, my algorithm, but I had not heard much about Chile's election until right after it happened.
human beings, good human beings, like Kash Patel and Dan Bongino.
But yeah, Davi, thank you for the super chat.
And Pam Bondi, and yes, the President of the United States, even if they're too cowardly to say President Trump's name. And that means you won't trust those good people in the future. You haven't gotten smarter, you've just been manipulated. When forced to demonstrate their evidence, these same people will often refuse to provide it. They'll claim ignorance. They'll pretend they're outside the system. And they don't have access to actual information. You know, they're just asking questions. But many of these same people have direct pipelines to informational sources. So, for example, if Tucker wants answers to his questions about, say, Jeffrey Epstein, he could call the Vice President of the United States. He's quite close with him. But he won't, because that might undermine the empty speculation. None of this means there aren't actual real conspiracies in the world. Of course there are. But actual conspiracies require actual evidence. Yes, there was a Russiagate conspiracy.
The Republican Party wouldn't work if that was true. Apparently, you don't need actual evidence for anything. Right? We've been in a fact-free environment for the past, I don't know how many years.
And we know the names of the people involved and what they did. We know Hillary Clinton and Fusion GPS and James Comey and Loretta Lynch and Adam Schiff. We know all of those people. Yes, there was a COVID-19 conspiracy. We know that Anthony Fauci worked to shut down alternative solutions from people like Jay Bhattacharya. But when people posit a conspiracy and then provide you no evidence, they are doing you a fundamental disservice, and they are making you stupider in the process.
Okay, so I'm reading he's the a staunch defender of Pinochet. This is Cast, Jose Antonio Cast, just elected president of Chile, the son of a German Nazi official. Right, like actual, you know, the whole meme of Nazis that escaped to South America or Chile. Like this is the, you know, this is the real deal. Also extremely pro-Israel and anti-Palestine. Now I'm just reading this. That's Ben Norton's tweet there.
Finally, because it is our job to make the lives of our audience better, right? That's really our job, is to give you more information to make your lives better. We have a duty to propose solutions. That's why we have to talk about our problems in order to find the solutions. That's what politics was supposed to be about, after all, finding solutions to our common problems. If we speak endlessly about the problems we face, without ever positing a solution other than wrecking the system or centralizing power in a cult-like figure, we are not finding solutions. We are merely making problems worse. Just asking questions, positing vague conspiracies, raving like Alex Jones about the secret confederacies that control your life, none of it makes your life better. None of it. In fact, it makes your life markedly worse. That's because if you truly come to believe that nothing in your life is in your control, you can't even take control of your own life. You despair of your ability to change your own circumstances, and then you fail. And you must not fail. Because here is the most fundamental truth of all in the United States. For all of its problems, many of which, a huge number of which, are real and serious, the United States is still the greatest bit of that begins with truth. We owe you that quest for truth. You owe yourselves that quest for truth. And true victory only the Constitution ever devised by man. Thanks so much. Happy to take a couple questions.
Okay, so as far as Cast's party, the Republican Party of Chile, CPCH.
My name is Jenna. I'm one of the co-presidents of the Turning Point chapter at JMU. I have a question. How do you balance telling the truth with delivery and speaking to people who disagree with you?
So I think obviously the truth comes first. We ought to be polite, but the truth comes first. And if you can tell the truth in a polite way, that's the best way to do it. But sometimes people perceive truth as impolite, and that's just the way of the world. You know, I rather famously have said that facts don't care about your feelings, and that happens to be true. You know, when you get...
He actually got a cheer for that. This is a surprisingly friendly to Ben audience, right? Especially with the Epstein stuff, right? That is really not what any part of the Republican Party is feeling. Like him saying that, like, listen, it's only a conspiracy when we say that it's conspiracy. When we fabricate evidence or show you something and say that it's evidence, but it's not really saying what we say, that's when you're supposed to believe it. Don't believe it when Candace comes up with her fake evidence, right? Her Egyptian planes are fake. Our Egyptian planes are real. Always pay attention to our conspiracies, right? It's just
engage in a conversation, I've said this to a lot of people, when you engage in a conversation, it's very important to sort of determine the end of the conversation. If it's going to be impossible to tell somebody the truth in a productive way, you probably shouldn't engage in that kind of conversation, and you should make that judgment ahead of time. But truth always has to take precedence over politeness if the two come into conflict, particularly if you're talking publicly, as we all do for a living. I'm not talking about you're talking to your kid and they bring you a macaroni painting and they're like, is it good or not? And you're like, no, this is terrible, and you stuff it in the trash. It is terrible, but say that it's good, and then later you kind of put that. I understand, but when we're talking about politics and policy, obviously the truth has to come first, because if we can't agree on fundamental facts, there's no possibility for solutions.
Thank you for being here, Ben. You cited during your speech truth as the most important tenet of American conservatism. Why, therefore, did you call irrelevant the Israeli attack in 1967 on the USS Liberty, which left dozens of American servicemen dead and hundreds wounded?
Okay, so objectively, there's a lot of cheers for that. Two, definitely not the point of view that Ben is bringing to this event. What do you think, chat? What do you think about this? Do you think that this is actual? Do you think there's actual stakes here? Do you think that this is live ammo that they're? Sorry, I probably have probably the worst metaphor I could have used there. What am I trying to say? Do you think that these are, that this is actual, like, because I could see TPUSA. It's more their style to, set something like this up, but give Ben the ability to have like a sort of canned response, right? To put him in this situation that looks like stakes. It looks like stakes, right? Can we agree on that? Even if we can't agree in chat about the yeah, I mean, are they plants? That's one question. The other question would be, could they have like pre-registered their questions and then them give Shapiro a chance to, like, okay, they're going to ask you about, the USS Liberty. So you know what I mean? There's probably some kind of rant that Ben could go on here that would be convincing to some portion of the people that, believe that the attack on the U.S. Liberty represents like a hostility of the Israeli government towards the United States, right? There's probably like a way of pushing back on that. I just don't think it's something that Ben would have like off the top of the dome, right?
So what I actually said is that if we're looking at modern Israeli-American relations, looking at an attack that happened mistakenly by multiple Navy reports, multiple Israeli reports, and all available evidence, and using that attack in order to undermine today's relations between Israel and America, that's irrelevant. As irrelevant as it would be to cite a piece of evidence from World War II or from 1776 to define America's relations with, for example, Great Britain or Germany today. That does not mean that the attack wasn't horrible for the Americans involved, that it wasn't bloody and terrible. The Israeli government paid reparations to the people who were killed. if you look at the actual military record.
What do you think, chat? Would he be able to do this off the top of his head? I don't think he's selling his point, by the way. I don't think he is selling to the audience, right? I don't think the audience is buying what he's selling here, because they've been conditioned to thirst for conspiracies, and like the idea that it was just an accident, and that, you know, that all the leaders of Israel and the United States at the time are probably dead, and that this, you know, bears no, you know, it's not, you know, what the kid in the audience is trying to portray as I don't know, like a you know, that Israel is just like kind of. I don't think the audience is buying it. I don't think they're primed to be. You can't get the. It's like a dog, right? If your dog gets a hold of like a delicious like treat, you know, it's really hard. Like right after the dog spit down, it's really hard to get it out of the dog's mouth, right? And that's what they're like. They see that conspiracy theory chat, and they're like, it's bacon, and you're just like, how are you going to take that away from the dog? And even if you do, even if you throw it away, how do you know the dog's not going to knock over the trash can, and you know, you're going to turn around and it's going to be in the dog's mouth again?
Of what happened on the USS Liberty, it was clearly a mistaken and tragic attack. The people who frequently cite the USS Liberty, however, are not talking about the specifics of the USS Liberty. I suspect that the vast majority of people who bring this up are doing so in order to suggest that Israel deliberately attacked an American ship because Israel deliberately wants to harm.
DeVicliff super chatted $9.99. Oh really, then why is everyone still mad at Iran because of Operation Eagle was a failure and they took out 30 Marines? How do you justify that, Ben?
Yeah, there is definitely a double standard.
Harm America is connected generally with a larger point. I wonder if that's your point.
So he's like, by the way, are you Nazi?
The truth matters, then the Israeli government must be held accountable for that attack. The American flag was flying on that ship. You do not mistake an American ship for a foreign one when our flag is flying.
So, we can spend the rest of the time talking about this.
I mean, then again, TPUSA is like, you know, debates kind of baked into the cake here.
Specifics of the U.S. Liberty attack, or you can actually go look at the naval investigations that were done, multiple naval investigations that were done. The reality is that people were flying Mirage planes for the Israeli military at the time. The USS Liberty was sailing in an area where it had essentially gone off-grid. The Israeli military mistook it for an Egyptian ship. They thought it was shelling Al Arish, which happened not to be true. In the initial attack, the American flag was knocked down, and then the attack went on for about 90 minutes. And then, as soon, you can hear this, by the way, on the tapes of the Israeli pilots talking to each other, as soon as they realize that it's an American ship, they call off the attack, they speed.
What do you think, chat? What do you think? The fact that he can call to mind. By the way, we're like, I think we're one super chat away from butterfly status. This is one the fact that he can call to mind the sequence of events on the recording of the incident. Do you think that, like, some people in chat were like, listen, he fields questions about Israel all the time, right? He's got, it's not that he is like, you know, got a super memory, but you know, he's committed this stuff to memory because he's talked about it so often. It's a, you know, obviously an issue he's willing to start a war on the TPUSA stage over. Then yeah, you know, it's like a important issue to him. Such a cherry pick story. Well, what do you think? Do you think it's prepared? Bad Lefty thinks it's prepared. Bad Lefty says prepared. Questioner does not have a bit of anti-Semitic vibe. TPUSA, oh, true. Yeah. They absolutely, that's the thing. Davi, I'm trying to resolve what you just said. TPUSA is infested by groypers. I'm trying to resolve that with the like applause. I mean, did they just make a point to like just bring in people that they like? I don't know. I'm trying to figure, because like, yeah, that's my understanding of the current TPUSA as well, right? The whole thing, the whole like power vacuum that was created when Charlie Kirk got shot actually was filled by his fucking mortal enemy. Nick Fuentes like gathered what was spilled that day, a lot of it. And what was that? I'm trying to remember. Vivek, right? Vivek had a TPUSA appearance where he tried to kiss the ass of the far right in as many ways as he possibly could. And yet the questions were like, why are you not white? Like it came down to that. It came down that why are you not Christian? Like, right? It was that kind of a vibe. So, yeah, I mean, it very much does smell like groyper in TPUSA as an organization. Now, this is a event, right? And like I said, there could be a conscious effort to try to, make sure that like Ben's views are represented in the audience. The applause are not that loud. You mean the applause from before, right? Not the applause for the guy that was talking about the USS Liberty, right?
A ship to try and help the USS Liberty. There have been multiple unfortunate friendly fire incidents between Allied forces, including, for example, in the Gulf War, where U.S. forces were responsible for killing about 9 British troops during the Gulf War. It's an unfortunate reality of war, but you're not answering my question, which is...
He's like, fog of war, my friend, fog of war.
What is your broader agenda in asking the question? Because I suspect that your question is not limited to your specific ire over an incident that happened in 1967.
I think we should question any foreign country's relationship with our government.
That's totally fine, but I'm just wondering why you
serve American interests.
Again, I'm perfectly fine with questioning any country's relationship with the United States. But again, I'm wondering what your motivation is in bringing up a 6-decade-old attack as though it is the #1 issue in assessing the relationship between Israel and the United States today.
Well, many problems persist to this day, but
this is so fucked up. It's not the argument, right? I mean, look, it's so sad, right? Like, how do you know that like Israel's like a... Look, it depends. Like, if you're practicing realpolitik, I mean, that's the justification for having allies like Israel. And even in a situation like this, you overlook it because of the ultimate utility that Israel adds to the United States's capacity in the grand game, right? In the grand game of world dominance, right? That's why the United States and Israel are allies, right? But if you're really going from is this a moral ally to have, right? It's like you don't need to look at the USS Liberty to know the answer to that. But unfortunately, that's not what you're seeing. It's not. Just understand, the far right isn't like, despite how Candace tries to represent it, it's not like a skepticism of Israel, a knowledge of the effect of the project of Israel on the Palestinian people, that you see like mixed with associating Israel's actions with the Jewish people writ large, right? It is a just very it just becomes a vessel for anti-Semitism for the right. All right, even though you'll hear Candace Owens talk about genocide. You can see that, like, he's missing like a very strong argument If you're, if you're naive enough to think that the United States is operating its diplomacy via moral, but anything that you would call morality, right? If you're naive enough to think that, then yeah, there's other reasons than the attack on the USS Liberty to not be on Israel's team.
Interesting that you say 6-decade-old incident when there are many people in this audience who were alive for that attack, as if this is something that's irrelevant.
Well,
that doesn't
no, it's just not particularly relevant to assessing
Ben, do you hate our veterans?
the relationship between the United States and Israel today, in the same way that in 1967 there are a wide variety of countries with which the United States had different relations. Okay, it's clear you're not going to actually answer the question, so I'm happy to move to this one.
Unfortunately, this will be the last question.
Hi, my name is Natasha, and I'm a TPUSA chapter member at Loyola Marymount University in Los Angeles.
At the Vicliff super chatted $9.99.
Just with the
Well, Israel has
divide-
lost their real politic justification. They media propaganda organizations were completely outflanked on both sides, and they actively endanger every Jewish person every day it exists.
Yes, and it's at the exact time as the United States has abandoned real Politic or any pragmatic outlook on politics. Under the Trump administration, it's politics by vibes, right? Does Trump like the vibes of the foreign leader? Does Trump see himself in the foreign leader? If you're Bolsonaro, well, if you're, Bolsonaro and Brazil, the answer is yes. Unfortunately, the Brazilian people are not quite as accepting of him as Donald Trump, right? Yeah, the timing is off with Bolsonaro, but you see what I'm saying? We're unfortunately not like as bad as the Kissinger approach to politics was. And there's also no. I think you pointed this out earlier, in another way, but there's no veneer of respectability or justice or a rules-based order, right? That's been thrown out. Trump has got no need for it. Like Venezuela, like he just says, that's our oil, and oh my God, a butterfly. Like he's super villain, right? He's just operating by supervillain logic. We want the oil.
In the conservative movement right now, what is your suggestion as to how young people can kind of come together and bridge that divide and just, bring unity right now?
Reality is that people were flying Mirage planes for the Israeli military at the time. The USS Liberty was sailing in an area where it had essentially gone off-grid. The Israeli military mistook it for an Egyptian ship. They thought it was shelling Al-Arish, which happened not to be true. In the initial attack, the American flag was knocked down, and then the attack went on for about 90 minutes. And then, you can hear this, by the way, on the tapes of the Israeli pilots talking to each other. As soon as they realize that it's an American ship, they call off the attack. They speed a ship to try and help the USS Liberty. There have been multiple unfortunate friendly fire incidents between Allied forces, including, for example, in the Gulf War, where U.S. forces were responsible for killing about 9 British troops during the Gulf War. It's an unfortunate reality of war, but you're not answering my question, which is, what is your broader agenda in asking the question? Because I suspect that your question is not limited to your specific ire over an incident that happened in 1967.
Oh, Ben actually wants the discussion about the grand project of Israel, right? Ben, that's what he's looking for. What do you think, Chad? Is this Groiper gonna be? I'm assuming. I could be wrong. I mean, he is at TPUSA, right? Strong correlation between being at TPUSA these days and being a Groiper. Is it because Ben's it's because of Ben's price? Wait, what is this, Coral fan? He's only doing twos make makes it less like the producer. Oh, like the producer was like, shut it down, looks bad. Yeah. Let's see. Well, ethno states are never a good thing, but to a Groiper, that's their bread and butter. They love ethno states, right? And some of them, low key like the idea of a they're being like they're so anti-Semitic, they would love to have some place to tell Jewish people to go, right? Their ultimate ambitions are that Israel is useful in that regard. But yeah, most of them will use Israel as a way to attack, as a way to mainstream anti-Semitism, right? Just link, what Israel's doing is wrong, and they, link that to it being a Jewish country, right? So again, what I always say, this is the secret handshake between anti-Semites and between ultra-Zionists, right? The agreement on the equivalent of the conflation between Israel and the Jewish people.
I think we should question any foreign country's relationship with our government.
That's totally fine, but I'm just wondering why you
serve American interests.
Again, I'm perfectly fine with questioning any country's relationship with the United States. But again, I'm wondering what your motivation is in bringing up a 6-decade-old attack as though it is the #1 issue in assessing the relationship between Israel and the United States today.
Well, many problems persist to this day, but it's interesting that you say 6-decade-old incident when there are many people in this audience who were alive for that attack, as if this is something that's irrelevant.
Well,
that doesn't
no, it's just not particularly relevant to assessing the relationship between the United States and Israel today, in the same way that in 1967, there are a wide variety of countries with which the United States had different relations.
Did I rewind this? I feel like we already watched this. I must have. Or else they'll say no fair. How come you get an ethno state? Yeah, I've heard a lot of that. I've heard if like what was the guy that was outside the New York Young Republicans gala event was saying something like does Israel deserve to have borders? Like implying that that the guy that the protester was was okay with with Israel having borders and against Palestinians, but not of the United States having.
Okay, it's clear you're not going to actually answer the question, so I'm happy to move to this one.
Unfortunately, this will be the last question.
Wait.
What?
My name is Natasha.
Oh, who called that? Coral fan. I think you're a Coral pal. I think you got that right. Yeah, it does look like they're cutting it short. Do you think? Yeah, I did a rewind. Thank you. I'm so hyper focused on it right now, chat. What are the percentages in the upper left? Oh, it's so when you support the stream, you have the ability to add to the poll. The poll is on YouTube as far as bonus content. So it's like the percentage that get added to each bonus topic. By the way, 61 of you have voted so far. Taylor Lorenz on social media addiction is in first place. Noah Samsen dishing on Ethan with Chris Kunzler and overzealots in second place. Olivia Nosey talking to Adam Friedland, that's in third place. And Pisco versus Destiny is in fourth place right now. Remember, if you have donated or if you do, you can let me know in the chat which of these topics you want to see. I'll turn your donation into a percentage and apply it to the topic of your choice, right? You can also opt to say Vox Populi, in which case you're saying, hey, whatever is getting voted up on the poll, I'll have what they're having, right? You're de-emphasizing the donos effect on the poll and re-emphasizing the votes, which you can cast right now on youtube.com. 61 of you already have. How many of you have liked the stream, though? I wonder if it's 61. Let's find out.
I'm a TPUSA chapter member at Loyola Marymount University in Los Angeles. So
Do you think they had one in reserve to just like, if shit goes bad, we'll throw it to her? I don't know. I'm just trying to imagine how these events get put together.
the question is, just with the divide in the conservative movement right now, what is your suggestion as to how young people can kind of come together and bridge that divide and just, bring unity right now?
So again, I think that unity has to be reliant on first principles. No one would ask conservatives to unite with radical trans activists, because that would be silly. And so we first have to decide what are the principles that we hold in common, and then actually determine who are our allies in that particular fight. Now, again, the coalition may shift depending on the issue. That's kind of a normal thing in politics. Sometimes you're going to have different allies than you have with regard to other issues. But when it comes to how young people ought to decide what they believe, that's the thing I most care about. Because if I'm talking about the long-term trends of America, not merely the coalitions of the moment, which break and reform and break constantly. Right? George W. Bush's coalition was obviously not Donald Trump's coalition, and Donald Trump's coalition is not going to be J.D. Vance's coalition, meaning every politician has their own coalition. That's the nature of electoral politics. What I'm more concerned about is the trajectory of how people think and what people think. And so before determining how to unify with others, you should first decide what are the things that are important to you. What are your fundamental...
At Devicliff super chatted $9.99. What would an American Groyper state even look like? Quarter of the Groypers are sadly Middle Eastern, and that really depresses me. I blame George Bush and the fallout radiation of that era.
I mean, yeah, unfortunately, Biden and Kamala probably play a bit of a role in that as well, but I see what you're saying. What would a Groyper state even look like? Ask Asmongold. He's been getting really excited about that lately. Asmongold is supporting this Floridian Republican primary governor candidate named Fishback. And this is a guy that did he did this whole thing, like the stunt where some America Firsters show up to one of his events, some people criticize him, and he goes on and he says, I would like to apologize in regards to the event that happened the other night and was attended by several young members of the America First movement. I would like to apologize for absolutely nothing. Right? And it sent Asmongold. Like, I've never seen Asmongold like so happy. And because he was, and when the chatters tried to be like, what are you, this guy gonna run for president, Asmongold? What's gonna happen? He's like, no, we're gonna get this guy elected governor of Florida, and then we're gonna have 49 more governors like him. And if anybody doesn't get on board with this message, if anybody's not, pro Groyper, if anybody's not like a fucking Nazi, then they're not gonna be able to play. Like, I don't know. He got excited. So Asmongold might have something in mind as far as the American Groyper state. I think a lot of what Nick does, though, I don't know. I don't want to say this because this can be like famous last words, but it feels like I don't know how it would work from a place of power. I don't want to find out either, of course, but yeah, the it's definitely a dynamic. I talked about it earlier. That if you are non-white in the Groyper movement, then all you got to do is go hard as fuck, apparently, by which they mean, be extra racist, be extra militant, be extra toxic, right? You just got to be a little extra. And they actually have a role for that, right? Which is contains a racial slur. But if you're a non-white person, as long as you uphold white supremacy, and as long as you are also upholding that racism, which they're kind of like, these people become the foot soldiers, is what I'm trying to say. Like, they got to earn their respect in a group which is defined partially by its racism towards people like them. It's a truly strange, and I think it happens with gay people too, right? I think there's pick-me's, I mean, is kind of what we're talking about.
values. And then you should find people who agree with those fundamental values, because the problem is if you don't, then when push comes to shove, things...
Although these days, like to satisfy the Republicans, right? It used to be you could be Dave Rubin. It used to be you could be, openly gay in the Republican Party, as long as you were against the LGBT agenda or something like that, right? That was okay. But now more and more, like it used to be that you could be not Christian, right? But more and more, they're asking Vivek Ramaswamy, like, why do you worship false gods and shit like that? And why are you not Christian? Rather than accepting those things, and you've got but I don't know. I mean, I guess if all you have to do is pretend to have prayed away the gay like Milo Yiannopoulos, I don't think anybody takes that seriously. Then maybe maybe that. But yeah, they're being forced back into the closet, right? The pick me gays that were appreciated by Republicans, because then they could say, hey, look, you say that we're anti-gay. We got a gay guy right here. Do you think we're anti-gay? No, he likes us. He doesn't think we're anti-gay. He doesn't have a problem with us. Maybe, right? Fucking gaslight, right? I mean, that's what they were, used for. And now they're being, asked to go back into the closet and hang their heads in shame. I mean, what's going to happen if Benny has to admit? Because it sounds like Milo's got the goods on Benny Johnson. We need to check in on what's going on with that. I never got to cover that.
Come apart pretty...
Yeah, exactly, Ghastly. The tent is shrinking. Absolutely.
I'll take one more.
Oh, he's going to do one more.
Hi, Ben. Big fan of yours and stuff. And I'm currently a college sophomore. And my university just started a chapter and it got approved. So just for your advice, how can we spread conservatism on campus and any hate or anything like that? Just combat that. And what would your be words of encouragement?
I mean, my words of encouragement are look at Charlie Kirk, right? That's the word of encouragement. Charlie was your age when he started doing this. Again, I referenced earlier that I met Charlie.
Chat, if you're a Candace viewer, if you're a Candace believer, this just got really dark, right? If you feel like Candace has reverted to that, there's something suspicious about Turning Point USA and Ben Shapiro buying his way into it, and that like maybe there's too many people benefiting from the death of Charlie. Like, think about how this hits. Like, there's going to be Candace Owens people that look at Ben Shapiro like he is the big bad, the most evil of all evils.
I mean, my words of encouragement are look at Charlie Kirk, right? That's the word.
So encouraging.
Charlie was your age when he started doing this. Again, I referenced earlier that I met Charlie when he was 18 years old. It was actually a David Horowitz Freedom Center conference, and Charlie was going around trying to meet donors. And I saw this really nerdy, tall, gangly kid walking around trying to meet people, and I started introducing Charlie to a few of his sort of original donors. And I, by the way, in the first conversation with Charlie, I've said this before, but it's true. Charlie walked away, and I turned to my friend Jeremy Boring. I said, that dude's going to be the head of the RNC one day. Because Charlie was just that much of a go-getter, and it turns out that he was a lot bigger than that. I think that everyone has the potential to do that. Not everybody has the same exact skill set, and you have to find the skill set that best suits you. Maybe you're great at debate. Charlie was great at debate. Actually, what's fascinating about Charlie is that Charlie made himself great at debate. I knew Charlie when he wasn't great at debate, and then I knew Charlie when he was great at debate. He actually cultivated a skill set, and it was really impressive and cool to watch him do that. That's something you can do, too. So, again, if Charlie can do that, a raw kid out of high school, no college degree, and build the most powerful conservative organization in America, then you can do it too, because that's what America is all about. You're an American, go do it. Thank you.
Look, I'm watching this with two sets of eyes, right? There's my eyes, right? What I think, what I believe, and I'm trying to watch it with like a, MAGA set of eyes too. Like, I'm trying to imagine how this hits, and I don't think it's good. He said a few things there that I feel like could easily be clipped and represented, maybe misrepresented, maybe not misrepresented, maybe that's, but maybe that's what he was actually saying. There's a few moments there, right, when he talks about like this gangly, nerdy kid and he couldn't debate at all. I introduced him to his donors. I made Charlie Kirk. That's what I get from that.
Columbia super chatted $5. Shapiro just let the cat out of the bag. He literally said that Charlie was out there looking for donors. That's an admission.
It's not only an admission, Columbia. It plays right into what Candace is talking about today, right? I mean, she's very much putting this in terms of quote unquote Jewish donors, right? And so when Ben Shapiro talks about introducing Charlie Kirk to donors, anyone in her audience is already primed to look at them through that lens. But yeah, I think there's and the other thing is just like he's coming off as, I don't know, maybe even a little bit jealous. Anybody else get that, or am I just making it up? Am I just a vibes monster today, chat? Maybe my vibes are maybe they need to be attenuated. I'm reading too much into it, in other words. I don't know. We got Shapiro, we got Erika Kirk, Tucker Carlson. Benny Johnston's covering this. He would love to talk to anything other than his own sexuality. He just wants to could just avoid any discussion of Milo Yiannopoulos. PBD's covering this. Charlie Kirk fought for a debate. Amfest breaks out as Shapiro slams Tucker, Candace, and Fuentes, one of whom was there that night. Erika Kirk's speech is it no? Oh, we don't care about you anymore. We don't care about Michael Knowles. I don't care about Rob Schneider either. I am surprised that typing in TPUSA. Okay, let's try TPUSA Amfest. How about that? Because the other one that I really want to make sure to watch is Tucker's, and then I guess we'll go from Candace is going to have something to say about all of this. Tucker Carlson, there he is. Speak of the devil, and he may appear.
I never.
With a frozen Swanson meal in hand.
Calls for like deplatforming and denouncing people at a Charlie. The first part of the. Thank you. Walking out is always such a trip at these things.
He always got sweaty.
I just got here and I feel like I missed the first part of the program. Hope I didn't miss anything meaningful. But I just want to say, I don't think I did. No, I'm just kidding. I watched it. I laughed. That kind of bitter, sardonic laugh that emerges from you when like Upside Down World arrives. When your dog starts doing your taxes and you're like, wait, it's not supposed to work this way. To hear calls for like deplatforming and denouncing people at a Charlie Kirk event, I'm like, what? This is hilarious. Yeah, this is hilarious.
I feel like he's a little over the top and trying to play it off like he doesn't care. Like usually this works for him. This is his demeanor, right? This is the demeanor that he always carries, right? This kind of aloof, I guess you would call it, demeanor, and it makes sense for a child of privilege, for a literal nepo baby like Tucker Carlson. Not just a nepo baby, but he's kind of also a nepo baby in law. Like he's wealth married into wealth. That's where Tucker Carlson comes from. And he's always aloof, but I don't know. What do you think, chat? Is he a little too aloof tonight? Anybody else feel that?
Yes. Actually, one of the clips I was listening to myself, thinking as I often do when I hear myself speak, which is never, because I never watch myself, but at these events I always play like the role of you. And I'm like, that guy is pompous. Woo! Sorry about that. We don't see ourselves clearly. But the prediction that, at some point when Republicans took power again, which I did everything I could, to help, and really felt that was important. I still think, I was right. But I really thought that the impulse to deplatform people, or even to use the word platform as a verb, which it's not, it's a noun, don't steal my nouns, deplatform and denounce. Why haven't you denounced somebody else? The whole like Red Guard Cultural Revolution thing that we so hated and feared on the left that we did everything we could to usher in a new time where you could have an actual debate. I mean, this kind of was the whole point of Charlie Kirk's public life. And
yeah, to normalize shit that people don't accept. That's true, right? And I mean, if anything, Tucker is more of the cutting edge of that attempt. That it was part of the same movement on the right to try to mainstream like overt bigotry, but yeah, they were kind of worked hand in glove.
I think that he died for it. I really believe that. And I know a lot about it because the last several months of Charlie's life were devoted in part to arguing about this event, in fact, this speech, in fact, my speech here, which he asked me to do earlier this year, this summer, and was immediately put under just immense pressure from people who give money to Turning Point, I would assume good people, but who wanted him to take me off the roster. And this has all become public, and the whole thing is so sad that I never talk about it, except to say Charlie stood firm in his often stated and deeply held belief that people should be able to debate, and that if you have something valid to say, if you're telling the truth, you ought to be able to explain it calmly and in detail to people who don't agree with you.
Okay. If people want to, if people should be able to debate, why don't I see you all doing like debates with the what's his fuck chat? What's the Never Trumper guy's name? The Lincoln Project guy? I mean, they've definitely pushed out like they've definitely pushed out and marginalized the center right people.
And that you shouldn't immediately resort to shut up racist. You shouldn't immediately go to motive. By the way, shut up racist is the #1 reason I voted for Donald Trump. And because I'm just sick of it. I mean, first of all, if I was a racist, if I was a bigot, I would just say so. Okay, it's America. You're allowed to be whatever kind of person you want. I'm not. I'm sincerely opposed, have always been, and will always be. But the style of debate where you prevent the other side from talking.
The great thing about marginalizing, trans people, for instance, is that you give your audience the feeling that they don't have any philosophical significance whatsoever. And so, therefore, to be against them, that's not to be hateful. That's not to be bigoted.
Being heard.
And then you just add one, immigrants. Right, just like you just marginalize more and more people, and then you say that we're not about. I don't know. It's funny that he'd even say that. I shouldn't even be entertaining that chat. I feel like I'm getting gaslit here. I'm responding to something that he obviously has no sincerity for.
Heard because you immediately go to motive. Well, I wonder why you're asking that question. I wonder why. Why are you asking that question? I detect in the question a certain evil in your soul. And everyone listening should know that listening to you implicates them.
Wait, where's the Tucker is gay stuff coming from? I hadn't heard this theory before. I've heard Milo talk about Benny Johnson and Lindsey Graham obviously gets talked about a lot. What is his name? There's a guy in the House of Representatives. And then Charlie Kirk was the other name that Milo said.
That they someday may be asked to denounce you, and that friendship is not.
He's big mad at Ben. See, but he's trying to be above it all, right? Coral Pal, damn, the bitches are fighting. Yeah, the bitches are. I mean, this is real. It's going down. Like, Tucker watched this backstage. He's like, all right, I'm going to come out and I'm going to, pretend to be aloof. But like I was saying, he's a little too aloof here. His energy is nervous. I think so too. Anybody else think so?
Not a reason to defend someone. Love is no defense. I kind of thought we'd reached the end of that. And as far as I'm concerned, we have. And I'm not going to play by those rules. I'm not going to engage in that.
Yeah, the sad thing he doesn't have to, right? It's Ben that's got to, I mean, like Ben, I don't know. Candace said he paid to be included in Turning Points. I don't know, I think they're probably just trying to, maintain, I guess, a big tent, as it were. But yeah, no, Ben is 100% losing, right? So no, Tucker does not have to, he doesn't really have to respond to Ben. It might be a little bit of a mistake for him to engage Ben like this. I mean, I don't know. Maybe he will be, this will be clipped up and spread all over TikTok, and it'll just like all the groypers will be like, oh, did you see fucking Tucker destroy Ben Shapiro? Yeah, this was the end of Ben Shapiro. I don't know. But I don't think there's any need for Tucker. Ben's destroyed, Ben's already destroyed. At this point, yeah, Ben picking a fight makes sense. Tucker ignoring it, I think, might actually make sense. And it would really show you that the right has moved on from Ben Shapiro. But here he is engaging with it. So I don't know. Maybe this is a accidental lifeline to Ben.
If someone doesn't like what I think, fine with me, as long as I get to express it. That's my view. But since we're on the topic, I think I should take the opportunity to explain why Charlie was under all this pressure, and I think Erika, who I just saw backstage, and whom I love, and who I can tell you is totally committed to continuing the core principle of Charlie's public life, which is the right of every person to express what he believes. That is rooted in Christian faith. We believe people should be able to say what they think because they have souls. They're human beings, created by God. They are not slaves. They are not animals. They are not objects. You cannot tell another human being.
So ironic for a fascist to be saying this shit. The ideology that seeks to treat people exactly as those things.
To shut up, even shut up racist, because you don't own him. He is an independent, autonomous person created by God as an individual. Okay, so that's where that belief comes from. That's where free speech comes from. And there's no accident. This is the only country in the world that protects it, because our founding documents were informed, as you just heard so nicely expressed by Michael Knowles, my friend, by people who self-consciously incorporated Christian precepts into their structure of government. So Charlie was committed to that. But the people around him were like, you can't, because it's not that Carlson's wrong. My only point was I don't want a land war with Iran. I got over my skis and said I didn't want another regime change war with Iran. Rather than explain why we should have a regime change war with Iran, which I'd be happy to listen to, he's an anti-Semite. He's an anti-Semite. To which I said, well, obviously that's not true. And Charlie said, I know. And then it just didn't stop. So I continued to say,
no, yeah, he's not an anti-Semite. He just wants to have conversations with like Holocaust, revisionists, right? That's all. He's just asking the questions, Chad. And if you're against him, if you tell him to shut up racist, then that's anti-American.
We don't care what.
Never mind that shut up is also like language, right? Shut up is also somebody expressing their opinion, unless they're RFK Jr. chat, and they come and like pinch your like mouth close. I don't know. He was pinching her nose close. Anyway, I don't want to remember that. I don't want to remember about RFK Jr.'s rotten harvest.
What you say, you're lying. You are. So let me just affirm one final time. Not only am I not an anti-Semite, and would say so if I was, I'm not an anti-Semite for a very specific reason. Not because it's unpopular or my donors don't like it. I don't have any donors. I'm not an anti-Semite because anti-Semitism is immoral.
I don't buy that one. I don't buy that at all. What a fucking thing to say. I don't have any donors. Obviously you do. right? Obviously, as a person that's not on a network, but rather, like he's monetized through Twitter and very likely through his own, like, I mean, we could look into it. Qatar's donating to Tucker. How about that? But no, he's definitely not operating like the only person that could say that is somebody that had a job in traditional media. Wait, he bought a home in Qatar?
In my religion, it is immoral to hate people for how they were born. Period. But that is not a limited principle. That is a universal principle. It applies to every human being on planet Earth. You are prohibited by my religion, which is Christianity, from hating people for how they were born, because God created them with his spark in his image.
Unless they're gay.
Because they have souls.
Or trans.
You can disagree with them. You can hate their ideas. You may even find yourself, and I do, I'll confess it, hating them for a moment. But you can't hate everyone who's like them. You can't punish people for crimes they didn't commit. That's the basis of our justice system. That's the basis of Christian ethics. That's why we have what are called human rights. They apply to every human, not just your group, not just my group, but every group, every human, because we don't consider people in terms of the groups to which they belong. We consider them as individuals the way that God created them. So anti-Semitism...
I mean, look, what he's saying is he's obviously just responding to Ben when he says don't have donors, right? He's responding to Ben talking about donors, kind of flexing, having made Charlie Kirk, right? Which is, a great way to try to give you, I mean, he's trying to give himself legitimacy in an organization, which, as Davy mentioned earlier, has already partially gone to the Groypers. I don't know how he got as many cheers as he did, right? But that seems like it would have to be a conscious effort, considering that most of the Turning Point USA, supporters, especially the younger supporters, are going to be, they're going to be, they're going to hate Ben Shapiro because of who he is, right? But also because he's in opposition to, the new guard, Nick Fuentes, Tucker Carlson, right? This is, this is what the this is what MAGA is gravitating towards, right? Or at least a chunk of MAGA, a sizable chunk of MAGA, is trying to become America first, trying to become, like, their MAGA's not, openly fascist enough, right? We gotta go one step further.
It's not just naughty, it's immoral. And it is precisely as immoral
is he
as
calling
hating any other group. And that would include other groups in the United States that are hated and have been under attack for decades.
Like Christians.
And that would include white men.
Yes!
Who did nothing to become white men. They were born that way. And just because you have a beef with a...
No, that's not true. I think of a baby man spreads in the womb, it becomes a white male, right? That's how babies work, right?
White man, let's just say Donald Trump, doesn't mean you get to punish all the rest of the white men in the country.
What?
And yet,
wait, sorry, sorry, is Donald Trump punishing all the rest of the white men in the country?
Not just of our Congress, the executive branch under Biden, but of every major U.S. corporation, of every college in the country, probably except Hillsdale and 2 others. Every single one, for more than 10 years, has engaged in a systematic effort to hurt white men because they are white men. That is racism that is precisely as bad as anti-Semitism, but it is much more widespread and has been so far much more damaging. And my point is, if you said nothing about that, or if you encouraged it by, say, cheering on BLM, which was an anti-white hate group, and said so, then you have no moral standing to lecture me about bias. Period. Because all bias is the same. You are not allowed to hate people based on their bloodline. We do not believe in blood guilt. We reject blood guilt. That's why our justice system is just. That's why our religion is just. Every person has the possibility of transformation. Paul is wandering around, Saul of Tarsus is wandering around murdering Christians. Then he decides, well, I'll walk to Syria, and he's met on the road by Jesus, who changes him, and in one day he becomes the most energetic church planter and apostle of Christianity. In one day.
The zealotry of the convert.
He went from enemy to leader in one day. And that possibility exists for every human being, every human being. That's what our Christian faith tells us. That's also what our eyes tell us. There are no permanent enemies. There cannot be. And I would extend this to even people who attack me from this stage. They'll say, if we agree on something, I'm happy to be friends with you. You may have been mean to me one day. Well, I was mean to you too. That's all right. There is always the possibility that we can recognize we have more in common than divides us and come back
Oh, wait, what did he say? Instead of Damascus?
Together. There are no permanent enemies. There is no such thing as blood guilt, and collective punishment in this country, in the Middle East, anywhere on the planet is totally immoral. And if you want to...
He's comparing the persecution, if I'm not mistaken, he's comparing the persecution of white men in the United States to the historical persecution of Jews. This is by blood guilt is, I think, the policy of the Catholic Church before Vatican II, when they said that there was a blood guilt on Jewish people for having been responsible for the death of Jesus, right? They changed that, and the tradcasts of today, like Tucker, here's the thing, he's full of shit. I'd be surprised if this guy didn't believe in blood guilt. I mean, it's hard to say he believes in much of anything, you know, when you look at his texts and see that he was talking shit about Trump while he was glazing him on TV. So maybe, I don't know, but you know, let's say for Tucker's character, you know, whether he is this is who he is, his character, right, or whether he's playing a character, I would say that, you know, there's been glimmers of anti-Semitism, more than glimmers of anti-Semitism, a abiding interest in anti-Semitism, I would call it, right? And whether that is him representative of his like audience capture or his attempt to you know, capture a certain audience, right? Or whether that's what he feels in his heart of hearts, assuming that he has one. Isn't he basically saying arguments that was published by Mein Kampf? I haven't read Mein Kampf because maybe I should. Maybe he can't come out and say he's not racist, then say something horrible like that. Yeah, I mean, it's hard to. Unfortunately, Columbia, it's hard to tell where the grift ends and the racism begins with somebody like Tucker Carlson. I honestly don't know. There's a lot of indication that, yeah, that he is, that you know, he's definitely, you know, he was definitely grifting to a certain degree when he was working at Fox News, right? Whether he has taken his freedom, right, or it's not exactly freedom. I mean, he is very dependent on Elon and being in Elon's good graces for his monetization strategy. Like, I mean, his continued popularity, his you know, the fact that he didn't disappear off the face of the earth after getting pushed out of Fox News is in a lot of ways due to Elon. So that is definitely one interest that he has to please. But yeah, I mean, like, it could be a mix too. But I don't think that he's like a non, like, I mean, you see, the stuff that was in his text, right? We can assume, maybe this is naive, but we could probably assume that what he had in his text, he never expected to see the light of day. They only did because of discovery, because of the Dominion case, right? We only ever saw what was in his text because of that, right? You know, it was phrases like "white men don't fight that." That's not how white men fight, right? The idea, you know, being that his disgust in the, I believe, like the Proud Boys is what he was talking about. I believe he was watching video of the Proud Boys beat people up in Washington, D.C. Before January 6th. Not a lot of people remember that this happened, but it did. He said that he didn't like seeing that because, you know, as much as he hated the Antifa leftists, right? That was quote unquote not how white men were supposed to fight. Tougher, yeah, he never explained how white men fight. I would love to know, chat. Is he a secret badass? Does he do some kind of, you know, is he some kind of secret martial artist? What dojo do I go to practice, Tucker? Do I have to only learn half of the moves? Please explain. This is important for half of my identity, Tucker. I need to know how white men fight. Yeah, there should be like a, you know, did the KKK have a martial art? Oh my God, now I'm imagining like a training video with a bunch of people in sheets.
Want to know what makes America exceptional? It's that idea. And it's our job to defend it. So I guess I would just say to the many organizations now, and particularly this applies to the Anti-Defamation League, which has cheered on anti-white hatred for decades, has attacked anyone who said anything about it, which has been one of the most aggressive cheerleaders for hate against white men in the United States, now trying to lecture the rest of us about hate. I would say it's enough to point out the irony of that. Come to our side.
Which they already have. They already have. They're okay with anti-Semitism as long as it is accompanied by a pro-Israel standpoint, right? That was the deal that Elon Musk made after having, you know, Sig Heil on stage. To be able to use their fig leaf to cover up his ugly balls anti-Semitism, right? All that was required was that he is supportive of Netanyahu's Israel.
Which is the side of humanity, and oppose all hate against all people. Say out loud, hate against whites is every bit as bad as hate against Jews. It's a universal principle, or it's not a principle. It's just a preference. If it's not a universal principle, it's not a principle, it's just a preference. It's just identity politics. And we've had enough of that. And that's the one thing that will destroy this country, certainly. The only thing that will save it is the understanding that principles upon which America was founded apply to every single human being always. So I just want to say that. By way of saying that I'm not just situationally opposed to anti-Semitism, I'm actually opposed to anti-Semitism. And I hope that the ADL will join me. I'll send them money, by the way, if they come out against hate aimed at anyone and everyone. I hope they will. But let me just say something more broadly about where the
What do you think, chat? Has Greenblatt, I don't remember, did Greenblatt criticize Tucker? I'm not sure exactly where this is coming from. What always happens is that they're you know, they did like challenge Elon on the anti-Semitism that he kind of I don't know, upregulated, would that be the word to use on Twitter when he took over? And then he I think there was like a hidden camera video or something of the one of the leaders of the ADL, like, right, saying something on, and that went super viral. Basically, the ADL surrendered to Elon is what happened, right? And then when he came out and, responded to somebody saying the Great Replacement theory, including blaming it on Jewish people, he said, what you have said here, sir, is the truth. And people were expecting, okay, that's where the ADL is going to draw the line, right? That's actually, and he's endorsing an anti-Semitic conspiracy theory. Nope. They defended him. They defended him when he did the, Sig Heil. It's only, there was something recently that was right-wing that the ADL came out against, but it was the first time in a long time. They've basically been focusing on, the anti-Semitism of the left, right? In other words, anyone who is pro-Palestine, right? At the exclusion of actual anti-Semitism.
Conservative movement, whatever that is, the people who voted for Trump, the Trump coalition, and the supposed civil war going on within that group.
He's tweaking. He's definitely sweating.
I don't think it's real. I think it's fake. I think it's totally fake. I don't think, and I've had cause to think a lot about this because I've been unwittingly involved in the proxy war. There are two things going on here, and I'm not guessing. One is jockeying for position post-Trump. So Trump created this amazing coalition, bringing in people who had never voted Republican before but were very enthusiastic about him. And that coalition took over the most powerful government in the history of the world. So there's a lot at stake here. And so the question becomes, who gets to run it after? Who gets the machinery when the president exits the scene? And
I mean, this is true. He's saying the quiet part out loud. This is literally what's happening here. This is the dynamic that we're examining. This is what I've been covering. Yeah.
A lot of people in Washington, maybe even in this room, who aren't quite sure what they want, but they know they don't want J.D. Vance. Okay? And so the attack, and you heard it from the stage tonight. There's someone here who's a very bad man, and he's friends with J.D. Vance. Could be me.
Sorry, what? Wait, they don't want J.D. Vance. There's someone here that's who said that? Like, I know Erika Kirk wasn't, like, talking shit about him. Erika Kirk was, I think she endorsed J.D. Vance. It's one of the things that happened at this AmFest, right? I'm trying to figure out, anybody in chat know what he's talking about?
I'm sad about being used in a proxy war over politics in which I'm not involved in any level. I'm not an advisor to anybody. But I just think I should say that out loud, okay? There are people who are mad at J.D. Vance, and they're stirring up a lot of this in order to make sure he doesn't get the nomination. So this is true. So this raises the obvious question, which is, why are they mad at J.D. Vance? Such a nice guy, which he is.
Wait, I'm so trying to understand this. I don't, was he saying that, he represents okay, let's just rewind it. Fuck, I'm sorry.
Attack, and you heard it from the stage tonight. There's someone here who's a very room who aren't quite sure. The question becomes, who gets to run it after? Who gets the machinery?
Okay, so yeah, the question is, who inherits MAGA? Got it. Who takes over MAGA?
When the president exits the scene. And there are a lot of people in Washington, maybe even in this room, who aren't quite sure what they want, but they know they don't want J.D. Vance. Okay?
Okay, so yeah, a lot of people, they don't know what they want. They know it's not J.D. Vance.
And so the attack, and you heard it from the stage tonight. There's someone here who's a very bad man, and he's friends with J.D. Vance.
Is he saying Ben Shapiro doesn't want J.D. Vance? I'm so confused.
Could be me. There's someone here who's a very bad man, and he's friends with J.D. Vance.
So he's the bad man that's friends with J.D. Vance? I don't even know what his relationship with Vance is like. I really don't know.
Could be me. I'm sad about being used in a proxy war over politics in which I'm not involved in any level. I'm not an advisor to anybody. But I just think I should say that out loud, okay? There are people who are mad at J.D. Vance, and they're stirring up a lot of this in order to make sure he doesn't get the nomination.
So the people that aren't, that don't like J.D. Vance, is it because of Usha? Is it because he's like perceived as, you know, being married to like a non-white, non-Christian woman? Is it the, you know, the more racist cohort that he's saying is you know, anti-J.D. Vance? Oh, I'm so confused.
So this is true. So this raises the obvious question, which is, why are they mad at J.D. Vance? Such a nice guy, which he is. They're mad at J.D. Vance because he is the one person, and things could change, of course, but right now, who really kind of buys the core idea of the Trump coalition. Now, what is that idea? Ladies and gentlemen, anyone know? Anyone know? America first. It's America first. It's really simple. Which I notice some people are pretty anxious to retire that phrase. Remember when they told us?
I don't know if he's implying that Ben Shapiro is against J.D. Vance. But then in that case, it would be because he perceives J.D. Vance as being, I mean, one thing that J.D. Vance doesn't do is criticize racism at all, even when it's directed to his wife, right? That's the one line that he's drawn, is that he never puts himself in a position where he's going to say what that person has said, you know, what that person to his right has said is unacceptable, like, because, you know, that's racist, right? He never, he, you know, will go to the ends of the earth to deny the racism of people who are being literally racist about his wife and you know, hostile to him, right?
That's a bigoted phrase. Really? It is. And then they just decided to ignore it in favor of MAGA, Make America Great Again, which I'm obviously for. But how do you make America great again? By putting
America first, of course.
America first. Now, what does that mean? I'll be more precise. It's not a complicated concept. It's a really simple concept. The U.S. government, the largest organization in human history with the most well-funded military in history, ought to, in all the decisions it makes, put the interests of American citizens first. That's it. Oh! That's creepy. Sounds kind of fascist. You're going to invade Poland now? No, just the opposite. In fact, the original America Firsters were kind of against wars, and the current ones are too. Actually, it just means what it sounds like. The government ought to serve the people who pay for it, who elected them, in whose name the business of government is conducted. That's all it means.
Yeah, I think he is supposed to be the bad man who's friends with J.D. Vance. TPUSA would view him as bad, but I don't know. Well, yeah, I mean, it's like the first, well, no, it's second year he's been invited, right? The first year was last year by Charlie Kirk. And it's just because Tucker is becoming a more prominent part of the, you know, the right, right? It's more about his influence than it is about his ideology, which, you know, Charlie might, you know, it's hard to know what Charlie really thought, but he hadn't officially endorsed anything like that. But yeah, him, you know, bringing Tucker into the fold, as it were, giving Tucker this platform was a, you know, a sign of him, I guess, you know, being open at least to this part of the right. And like I said, he has to, right? He's got no choice. Nick Fuentes is nipping at his heels and brags about having successfully pushed Charlie Kirk further to the right than he ever wanted to go.
Now, there are two things to know about this idea. The first is almost everyone's for that. Like, what percentage, if you polled that idea in the supposedly fractious Trump coalition that's in the middle of a civil war, what percentage of people would disagree with that? Well, a few.
He does seem...
whose names you know.
He does seem like he might be a little high.
Well, that sounds like America only. No, it's not. Just America first, simple. But like probably 95% of Trump voters would be for that. And I bet you like probably 70% of people who didn't vote for Trump would be for that. And if you calmed down and explained it to them, probably like 90%. Why? Because it's self-evident, like most true things. And moreover, and think this through for a second, there is no other legitimate rationale for running our government. We have self-government. This is a democratic republic. It exists for our benefit. The documents are written that way. The point of the American Revolution was...
I mean, to be fair, every time I've ever watched him on Turning Point USA, AmFest, he's been sweaty. I don't know, is he on something? I can't really tell you, but, if you're reacting to him, kind of glistening a little bit, right? It's, I don't, unless he's always been on whatever.
Make that point. And so if you're not operating...
Wait, what the fuck did I see him on, though? Maybe it wasn't Turning Point. I think I saw him, I'm thinking of CPS USA. Yeah, because that's right. He wasn't, I don't think he was invited on here until recently. Feel strange kindredness of Vance, even though we're very different, because we both went through the stew of corporate law, and I assume he wants to be liked by too many people, which works in networking, but not in politics. Yeah, okay, and that's what you were pointing out earlier about J.D. Vance, is that he is kind of on too many sides at the same time to be able to effectively hold together a coalition.
The federal government on behalf of U.S. citizens, you're illegitimate. You actually have no right to rule. Period. And if you disagree, tell me what the other legitimate justification is. Oh, because my friends or people I agree with or in my, interest group no. The government must, this is non-negotiable, operate on behalf of American citizens.
Well, look, chat, the Coke vibes are going to work for the Groypers. If that's who he's trying to...
Once you realize that that's the statement at the center of the debate, it all becomes pretty clear. Really clear, actually. It's not an ideological debate. There's nothing ideological about that. I've got all kinds of kooky ideological views. I love Knowles' list of all the views. I probably had most of them in my long and varied life. I have fewer now. I just kind of want to see a good faith effort to improve the country. That's it. And I'm ever aware...
chat, we cannot let this man become president.
I'm not exactly sure the right way a lot of times. Are tariffs the best way to help the country? I don't know. I hope so. Not an expert. All I really care about is that the people in charge care. That they love the people they lead. That is the first and most important requirement of leadership. A father who loves his children may make mistakes, probably will, inevitably will. I did. But if he loves his kids, he'll do a pretty good job, and they'll be fine. An officer who loves his men, he can't control the battle, but they'll do better than the officer who doesn't. The president who truly loves his people will, over time, tend to make wiser decisions on their behalf. But the leaders who don't care at all, they'll destroy your country. And that is absolutely what we've had. That's, by the way, not noted as an effort to blackpill you, or an effort to discourage you or convince you you have no agency or control. You have a lot of control. You just changed the government. Good. But if you want to know what the debate is going forward and what your job is going forward, it's holding your leaders to that very simple standard. Not on tariffs or any of these specific policy questions necessarily, but on their motive. Can you look me in the face and explain to me why the thing that you are doing, the money you're appropriating, can you tell me why that helps our country and our people? Tell me how. And if you're doing the whole shut up racist thing, then I have a right to question your motives, actually. Why can't you answer the question? Why can't you answer that question? Why do you have to imply...
Yeah, what other agenda do you have besides the interests of the American people? Ben Shapiro, I mean, this is what he's bringing it back. He's bringing it I was wondering if he was just going to move on. Like I said, I don't think he really actually needs to respond to Ben Shapiro. I think that like he would have kind of left Ben in the dust just by ignoring it and being like, he's trying to run for president, right? He's going to want like the Republican Party to coalesce around him, like including Daily Wire viewers, right? So, it's not in his interest to keep this fight going. It's only in Ben's. Ben needs this fight for relevancy. And yes, because so many of the people that are coming into power, that are becoming more influential, are the people that Ben has strived to keep out of power. The people that Ben has tried to gatekeep, right? So yeah, it is it's a bigger deal for Ben than it is for Tucker. He can't quite resist the bait though.
That some college kid is like some kind of Hitlerite or something because he's asking about an event. Like what? By the way,
directly, referring to the kid that asked about the USS Liberty.
It is okay to ask questions, and I thought that was like the whole reason we were against the left. They're not going to force you to get up there and make ritual denunciations because this isn't my religion, it's politics. By the way, your politics do not trump my love for other people. I remember my brother once said, I have one brother who's my best friend, and he once said something lunatic, as brothers do. And I remember all these reporters, one from the Washington Post, which used to be a newspaper in Washington, calling me and being like, will you denounce your brother? I said, son, if my brother went on a drug-related murder spree, I would not denounce him. What? Are you for drug-related murder sprees? No, I'm for my brother. And nothing will ever make me not for my brother. Not
Carl Schmidt. Everybody, mark off that point on your bingo card if you're waiting for the friend-enemy distinction to be invoked, right? Call President Sunday, because it just got invoked.
I'd probably tell him no more drug-related murder sprees for you. I'm not for that. I'm not for a lot of things, actually. But I will never, ever denounce people I love to satisfy.
For those who don't know, I'm talking about a Nazi jurist.
The mob, right? I mean, it's crazy. So as you think through, like, what should this movement be, and what side should you take on the conservative civil war? You already know the answer. You're on the side of America first. And if they can't tell you why it's America first, you just won the argument, because they don't have one. Shut up, Nazi is no different from shut up, racist. It's a little more annoying, actually. And I would just say this, too.
The goalposts have moved.
Because the passion is real, the anger is real. I feel it sometimes. I try not to get involved, but somehow I keep involving myself. And I try not to read the internet because I don't feel like it's good for my soul. But, more addictive than cigarettes. I quit cigarettes, not Twitter. I think I'm going back to cigarettes and giving up Twitter. Whatever, I don't want to burden you. Not kidding, actually. But anyway, the point is, you need to remember, if you're a Christian, and I think there are a lot of them in this room, that Jesus makes demands on you and holds standards for you that are very different from those, as my friend, close friend, Russell Brand so beautifully explained, they're very different from those of the world, which really is controlled by Satan. It's hard even to say that because it's so dark, but it's also so true. So don't be surprised. When Jesus sends out the disciples, one of my favorite passages in the whole New Testament, when Jesus in Matthew 10 sends the disciples out, he's just picked them like 10 minutes before. He's like, all right, I want you guys road trip, no money, no clothes, no staff. And by the way, you're going to get flogged. You're going to get beaten with whips and arrested. I'm sure they're all thinking like, what? I thought we were the winners here. And
wait, when he says no staff, does he mean like a walking staff, or does he think that Jesus' disciples had like a social media team?
And when that happens, like, don't worry about what you're going to say. The Holy Spirit will speak for you. And I'm like, I just can't get over the blasé way in which he just tells them the world is going to try and kill you, which, by the way, it did. I think all of them end up getting killed. And that's just the baseline. We're promised that. It's a fact. You get up and give a speech about Jesus. You talk about Jesus. You try to live out his commands. You're going to get attacked. Okay, we know that. Don't whine. Here's the pitfall. Here's the trap, is becoming hateful yourself. And I sincerely believe that this is a spiritual battle. And I'm not saying everyone who disagrees with me is on the side of evil. I don't think that. I think I'm often wrong. I know that I am. But I do think that fundamentally, this is light versus darkness. I do. And darkness is characterized by rage and division and chaos and confusion. And light is God is characterized by the opposite of those things. And I've noticed this. There are attempts to make people hateful. One of the reasons people scream insults in your face is to provoke a reaction from you and make you hate them. They want you to hate them. They want you to become what they call you. Why? Because evil feeds on hate. That's why. So don't participate in that. And the way that I try to keep myself from becoming what they say I am is by remembering that I am, on the most basic level, no better than my persecutors. I am no better than my persecutors. And that's why I'm commanded to pray for them. Because we have all fallen short of Jesus, period. And I'm reminded of that every day in the structure of the Lord's Prayer, where we first are told by Jesus to ask for forgiveness for our sins before we start diagnosing the plank in our neighbor's, or in the speck in our neighbor's eye. The whole thing begins with, I'm a pompous douchebag, I'll admit it. That's essential. It's essential. We are called to be righteous.
Okay, so we got a little Sunday school lesson mixed in here. Is there going to be any more spite for Shapiro?
No. I don't get into the whole debate, I didn't even know the terms, dispensationalist, or whatever, replacement. I'm an Episcopalian, okay? I don't enter these debates, or was.
Wait, is he a Catholic now? Did he go trad? He went trad-cath, right?
Sir. Yes. Shout it, baby. I'll hear it.
Okay.
We've got questions.
Well, hold on one sec. I just called this lady up front.
Wait, is that I can't tell. It almost sounds like it's a actual, challenging. How do you be a Christian while being a Republican?
So the question was, what do you do if you're a conservative Republican and I assume other Republicans don't want you because you're an avowed Christian? Well, first you sit back and you think, how rotten has this whole thing become? If you can't say you're a Christian in a conservative group, if you can't say I'm uncomfortable with dudes marrying each other, or whatever, abortion, or the things that are prohibited by our religion, if you can't say that in a conservative group, it's not a conservative group. It's something else.
Yeah. My name is Madison, and I'm 12 years old. When I'm older, I want to be a politician. I'm a Christian, and I was just wondering, what are the steps I should take to...
I'm so sorry. I can't hear a word you're saying. I hear two of you, at least.
Oh, it's so funny. We didn't hear the last person that... they got some sound issues here. TPUSA. What is that mullet doing? Anyway, they've really found, I don't know, it feels like they're... all of Tucker's questioners so far have been younger. It's been on the younger side here. For the most part, chat, TPUSA is kind of comprised of people that are not college age, but feel like they want to, they wish that young people would be more conservative, right? That's the that's what TPUSA is selling, right? Charlie Kirk, look at him. He's a young, respectful man, and we're going to send him out to colleges and universities to convince other people to convince the students to become Republicans and talk them out of their liberal brainwashing, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, like that's what the mission is of TPUSA. But yeah, he's gotten so far. It seems like he's getting questions from high school and or middle school age kids.
Okay. My name is Madison, and I'm 12 years old. I want to be a politician, and I was wondering what are the steps I should take to pursue that career.
Thank you so much. I heard that you're 12 years old. And so thank you for asking that question. I think you said, I want to be a politician. What steps should I take?
Yeah.
Perfect. Well, prayer would be the first one. Does God really want that for you? You seem so nice. Sorry, just kidding. I do think that we are entering into obviously a volatile period. Like there's a lot going on. I can't even keep track of it, and that's my job. But I also feel like people who are telling the truth or trying, it's kind of the best you can do is try. I said something yesterday in public that was totally wrong, completely wrong. And I hate doing that, but it was sincere. I thought it was right. I said, whatever, I'm sorry. I feel like people who try to tell the truth are rewarded for it because there have been too many lies. So my bottom line advice, I could give you other dumb advice, but my only real advice is just tell the truth always. And if you lose, that's okay.
Yeah, okay, actually, just don't touch me.
Am I good?
Wait, that mouth movement he made, chat. Anybody recognize that? Just like watch his mouth.
That's okay.
Yeah, okay, actually, just don't touch me.
What was that? Is that something that you do on a certain substance? I don't know.
Am I good? Okay.
Or no, maybe he is just chewing a Zen. Somebody said Zen. Somebody said he was on nicotine.
Hi, Mr. Carlson. I am Bo.
And my name is Annabelle.
Okay, so I'm just curious if anybody's going to engage with what's been going on tonight.
Money from AIPAC.
Oh, here we go.
Is it first for with fair Israel? Is the American Israel Public Affairs Committee, commonly known as AIPAC, is them being in America and not registered with FARA like all other lobbying groups in America? Is that America first? Is it America first for senators, Congress, and even our president to take money from AIPAC?
Is it America first to take money from a foreign lobby so you'll send taxpayer dollars to that country? Even the question kind of answers itself. Obviously it isn't. And that's not an attack on Israel. It's certainly not anti-Semitism, despite the efforts of many to claim that it is. It's just an obvious statement. And the fact that people are attacked for asking the question. This is something that I talked to Charlie a lot about in his final months, because he was being attacked as an anti-Semite for asking that question. We've memory hold that, but I was there, so I saw it. That's not the right way. Don't attack people's motives. And I have a lot to attack people's motives. I'm trying to remind myself, don't do that. Respond to what they're saying. Right? And so, no, of course it's not. And it's totally fine to ask about why a foreign government tried to sink one of our ships in 1967. That doesn't make you an anti-Semite, sorry. Those are Americans who died. And by the way, yeah, whatever. Anyway, but
he's definitely engaging with Shapiro, and but despite what I said earlier about that he doesn't need this fight, he's trying to run for president in 2028. Ben Shapiro is a problem that will take care of itself, and by which I mean, chat, he's losing his audience, right? So he doesn't have to respond to Ben Shapiro, and his aloofness, I'm thinking, is his attempt to present himself as above it all. Obviously, he's not. Hence, he's responding, but yeah, like the optics of this are just not good for Ben, right? This is going to actually convince people that might have been like on the, like, I don't know what this fight is about, right? You know, when you've got one, you know, person implying somebody's anti-Semitic, which he may have been. Again, it's a Turning Point USA event. There's every chance that was these are, you know, gripers in the audience. But for Ben to, you know, make that assumption makes it look like he's not allowed to ask that question. And yeah, the optics are terrible for Ben. You know, perfect for Tucker, which is bad because this guy's, again, like I said, running for president, probably.
I don't hate you or anyone else. I love this country. I'm going to be here till I die. I have an absolute God-given right to ask these questions, and I'm going to keep doing that. Period. And you can shoot me or put me in jail, but the questions won't go away. So no, of course it's not. And that's why they respond with like rage and shame, because you caught them doing something they can't defend. Duh.
Hey Tucker, how you doing? Thanks for taking questions. My name is Michael Lasher, and I've come here from Munich, Germany, to introduce you and others to my book, The Same Boat, A Guide to Heal the Divide. And it addresses the cold civil war that's got us so split, and the goal of it is actually to shift the the symmetry of the bell curve distribution of the political spectrum from what we had at the end of the 2024 election, 52% Trump, 48% Kamala Harris, when everybody in this room thinks it should have been at least 75-25. So we have a cold civil war going on, and I want to ask you what you think we should be doing to try to solve it.
I'll tell you.
I created this communications tool to help bridge the divide, to argue our case for those with whom we can no longer have rational political discussion.
Okay, that guy's just advertising. Wow, they should have screened that.
They free their minds from the traps set for them by others and realize, wait a second, we all want to make this country better.
It's important.
Tucker, my name's Harrison Tinsley. I'm a single dad in California. Didn't get to meet him till he was 15 months old just because I'm conservative. 1/2 custody. His mom tried to trans him. Long story short, I have full custody now, and it's a dream come true. Thank you. But it's a miracle, and praise God, because I know so many dads that all have zero custody because of this. So Marjorie Taylor Greene's bill protects children in his...
So this is a child abuser. Cool, right? You'll be the gender we assigned you at birth, God damn it. Yeah, this is I don't know. This one's not really playing into the Republican Civil War very much. I mean,
pull your face back from the microphone so I can hear you.
And will you interview me?
And will you interview me? God damn it. Look at these clout chasers. All right, chat. I'm done with these clout chasers, and it's a good thing because we got more shit to cover. Look at this, chat. We're like 4 or 5 hours here. We got to get to Candace. What does Candace have to say? And then we got to get to Trump. And then we got to get to Epstein. I got so many people on the thumbnail today.
I'm terrible with faces. So if I...
Again, chat, apologies if I don't watch all of Candace. I watched all of Tucker and all of Ben Shapiro, but she's going to go on for an hour. We're just going to try to get the gist of her first segment is called, let's just roll it all the way back, because sometimes she has some special shade that she saves for the intro. But yeah, her first segment is called Little Benny's Breakdown, so you can guess what we're starting off talking about.
All right, you guys, happy Friday. Well, I just want to start by saying that it's pretty obvious that Ben Shapiro is terrified. We can all see that now that Charlie
we're almost
Kirk
at 5 hours.
Is dead. he seems to be taking multiple stages and demanding an allegiance to Erika Kirk. In fact, it almost seems like he's demanding that nobody inquire further about.
Good question, Davy. What else do you do as a TPUSA event besides sell a book? I mean, yeah, those are the smart people trying to make money there, rather than the people that are actually buying this bullshit.
Erika Kirk. It's odd because Ben had no allegiance to Charlie Kirk when he was alive. So what is it about Charlie's widow in particular that is inspiring his very public nervous breakdown?
I gotta say that if she doesn't go after Ben for, sounding like he was trying to say that he made Charlie Kirk, and for, sounding like he's either jealous or like looking down at him, then she's really missing an opportunity. Because I think that was, I think that the subtext was clear to me, right?
I think he knows something about her. That is what I am sensing, that he knows something about Erika Kirk. And every time he speaks, I grow more certain that Israel might be involved with 9/10. So let's keep investigating. Welcome back to Candace.
Oh, yeah. I don't know if I've ever shown you this before, but this is the intro, right? You see Candace as a child. You see Candace as, I guess, a young adult, right? Now they're not going through, that she started off as a left-wing. I believe she was an intersectional feminist at some point, right? Or called herself one. But did she work at BuzzFeed? I'm trying to remember who. There's a strange number of right-wingers that started off at BuzzFeed. But anyway, yeah, shows her here, shows her pregnant. Marriage, pregnancy, and now Candace today. So yeah, this is trying to, this is humanizing the host as much as a intro can.
For me, and I'd like to show up for him today. Okay, last night he hit the stage at Turning Point USA's AmFest the other night. And I'd like, first and foremost, just to let you all know, some people noticed that he wasn't on the AmFest list for years, and all of a sudden he's back on the speaker list beginning in 2024. I want to let you know how that actually happened. So the story goes, obviously, that in 2024, Ben fired me in March. Well, he would say management fired me. But firing me wasn't enough. He wanted to...
She sued her school for discrimination.
Make sure my reputation and livelihood was also destroyed. Of course, what happened thereafter is Charlie Kirk instantly came out and supported me because we were like...
Oh my God, Davy. Honestly, she's kind of a queen. I do stan Candace like I do Tulsi. Respect an unstable woman. Thanks. No, just kidding. I'm not going to draw any implication from that whatsoever.
Brother and sister, always supporting each other publicly. And then I showed you guys a few episodes ago that we found out as I was going to speak in Dallas at their YWLS convention that Ben had sent an intern who was going to ask me a question while I was on stage, but we sort of rumbled this plan. And I called Ben out on stage. Ben did not like that I called him out on stage, so he began working behind the scenes to have Jewish donors start threatening Charlie to make sure that I wasn't invited to speak at year-end because I was an anti-Semite. This is what Charlie told me. And instead...
Wait, when she says I called him out on stage, does she mean she called him out like, hey, Ben Shapiro, come out here. Hey, everybody's Ben Shapiro. Yeah, like call out like that, or like actual call out like, like I didn't appreciate what Ben Shapiro said kind of call out? What does she mean?
Wanted to be invited. So he's just going to purchase a friendship, right? So he comes at Turning Point USA, and this is what was divulged to me from Andrew Colvett at the time, willing to spend an offensive amount of money to be a part of AmFest. Like I said, that was told to me by Andrew Colvett directly because he wanted to say, look, like, obviously, we are totally, Charlie's 100% on your side. This is like an offensive ad spend. I was like, take his money. I could care less, obviously. And I knew that he was working with Barry Weiss to call and put an article out saying that the donors, the people on the board of TPUSA want Candace gone. All of this petty behind the scenes behavior because I called him out on stage. Okay. So quite literally, this is the definition of buying friends and influence and fame. Now,
does anybody, yeah, she's saying she called him out, I think, right? Does anybody remember what the fuck she's talking about? Like, I thought I had covered the origins of the Ben Shapiro, Candace Owens beef, but I'm not sure what she's referring to. Anybody know a moment that Candace called him out? Yeah, it was my understanding. Yeah, he hired her despite her having gone mask off, Hitlerite previously, and it was only when she said something about genocide that he, referring to the genocide in Palestine, that he the negativity, as far as I had traced it, started with him. But she sounds like she's referring, I don't know what she would have called him out about. Is she just incomprehensible? And I've been treating her like she is like I should understand what she's saying because she sounds like a different, she sounds like a good speaker. Did you cover the oranges of the issue? The origins. Oh my God. A little bit. We've talked about that earlier. But I don't know what it's making me think that there is a it's making me think that there is a it makes me think that there's another, like there's another step that I'm missing, right? There's another origin, a deeper origin, it makes me think it goes back further. All right. Right, like a chatter that is still arguing about something from 3 hours ago.
In case you're listening and thinking, is Ben Shapiro actually capable of that level of pettiness? I'm going to tell you a story about Thomas Sowell. Yes, Dr. Thomas Sowell of Stanford. The story begins in 2023, shortly after October 7th. Ben was sort of having another one of his open nervous breakdowns, and his audience just went kaput. People just stopped watching his podcast because he was screaming at Americans that we needed to prioritize Israel, and people just didn't feel that way. Okay, it's not our country. I'm sorry that happened to you, but why do Americans need to be screamed at about what's happening in the Middle East? Anyways, throughout this time, Brian Mast was wearing an IDF uniform in Congress, and he basically said that there's no such thing as an innocent Palestinian life. And when I saw this, as shared by Yashar Ali on X, I responded and I said that genocidal language, no matter who shares it, is always wrong. Genocide is always wrong is what I tweeted, and this caused an emotional breakdown.
Oh yeah. Soul is her, her hero.
People who support Israel. I didn't think that was a controversial statement. I thought that was sort of what we all believed in. Genocide is always wrong. Anyways, for Ben.
But hey, unless I can name 10 facts about Thomas Sowell's life off the top of my head, maybe I shouldn't be talking about him.
He then had some private event, probably at another Jewish donor's house. And
I definitely shouldn't read a super chat and try to understand how the chatter's relating that to what I said, because I might be accused of lying.
Somebody caught him
in that situation by an incredibly bad faith person. I'm not sure.
Insulting me over my genocide is always wrong tweet. Take a listen to.
But one thing I do know.
And then the question was about Candace Owens. I think her behavior during this has been disgraceful. Without a doubt. I think it's Yeah, I mean, she still works for my company. I think she's been absolutely disgraceful. I think that her faux sophistication on these particular issues has been ridiculous. It's not faux sophistication, it's ridiculous. Everybody can see the moves that she's making and the things that she's saying, and I find them disreputable.
Disreputable, disgraceful. She works at my company. You can imagine that the internet went crazy because they wanted me to respond to him. I can't believe this. They work together, they're colleagues. Somehow this gets leaked. And I want to mention, because it's very relevant, that was on the morning of November 14th. I was 6 days away from giving birth. I was very heavily pregnant. Anyways, I wake up to this, and shockingly, nobody from the Daily Wire steps in to manage the situation. And as you can imagine, virtually every journalist, every person with a media platform was contacting me to comment, to respond to me being insulted by someone. I'm about to give birth, I'm being insulted, and they're not getting anything from a Daily Wire. So I am obviously frustrated. You should also tell you, I had no PR at this time. My PR was the internal PR at the Daily Wire. And it was very clear that their focus was on protecting Ben, even though he was the one who insulted me publicly, because I said that genocide is always wrong. That is the genesis of that statement.
I don't know, chat. Maybe I should only chime in with a yeah based when I agree with something. I could learn a lot from Asmongold and you know, could learn a lot from Asmongold and XQC, honestly. I think some chatters would prefer me that way.
Said, obviously, I wanted to respond angrily to the press. I wanted to hit back at Ben. And I guess you could sort of say my perspective was an eye for an eye. But my husband, who is a better person than me, instructed me that morning to instead take a deep breath, relax, okay? Don't think about what you're feeling in the moment. Think about how you're going to feel in the future. And he instructed me to instead read the Bible, the Sermon on the Mount. And I read through it, and he reminds me that everybody who wants to comment, they don't care about me either, right? They're selling headlines. They want the clicks. They want the drama. And I'm going to feed into that for what reason? For what reason, actually, am I going to give a comment and say something about Ben Shapiro? Blessed are the peacemakers, right? Don't buy into this click culture.
So again, they're successfully, Candace and Tucker are successfully presenting themselves as above the fray. I mean, I don't know. Do I want to compare Shapiro? Like, is this like a, it's not a good development. I mean, it is like we all hate Ben Shapiro. He's annoying. He's overrated. He speaks pseudo-intellectual gibberish in a voice that makes you think that he knows what he's talking about. Maybe I could learn something from that too, right? But yeah, his time is done, right? But like, I mean, look who's coming along to replace him: Candace and Tucker. No, I can't be excited about this. Like, even though it's the end of Ben Shapiro, the end of Shapiro that we all, wished would have happened sooner. It's not a good thing. Candace can't be a chill hang.
And so I tweeted that actually my husband was right. I called for peace. I tweeted, "Blessed are the peacemakers." And I made the mistake, I guess it was a mistake, that after I tweeted, "Blessed are the peacemakers," and I'm thinking that I'm going to be commended when I get back to work. Like, wow, you really took the high road. I ended this biblical passage with Christ is king. Christ is the king. He's the only thing that matters. Obviously, Christ is king. Now, it was just Tucker Carlson's luck that I had been slated to come on his news show the very next day. He had booked me 6 weeks earlier. I got approval from Daily Wire. He booked me for November 15th. So suddenly Ben gets on this table. He insults me. It's trending all over Twitter. And Tucker Carlson is going to be the first person to capture my reaction to it. And when it came time, I kept up with the peacemaker. I made the decision to just take the high road. I said, I don't want that to negatively impact how people perceive the Daily Wire. There are great people there. I mean, I wouldn't be proud on that, but I'm not taking the bait here. I didn't say anything snipey back at Ben because I didn't want to feed the mob. That was my honest perspective. My husband was just right. And also, we're talking about a work colleague, right? Somehow, me taking the high road made him angrier. So here's what he did. Elsewhere in my interview with Tucker, he asks me who I look up to, who I like. And I told Tucker the truth that it was my dream to meet Thomas Sowell. That when I first got into politics, I read a ton of Thomas Sowell books, and I had tried many times to meet him. And obviously he's aging, but I really looked up to Dr. Thomas Sowell. And here's that clip with me and Tucker.
Who do you listen to when you're trying to figure out, I mean, some of the stuff comes at you so fast and you're talking almost every day or writing almost every day. Who do you read or listen to try to make sense or bounce ideas off of?
I have been obsessed with Thomas Sowell
And everybody knows that I am pretty much a Thomas Sowell groupie. Everything he writes, I read. And it is because he was a part of my awakening story into politics and made me focus on the economics, which is to say, block out the noise and pay attention to the economics, go backwards in history to understand where we are. When has this worked? Oh, it's never worked. So they're telling you that it's going to work into the future. And there's no evidence to support that. So when Ben saw that, he decided, Thomas Sowell, hey, that's your dream. You love Thomas Sowell. He thought that was an opportunity to get even with me for taking the high road after he insulted me on stage because he's deeply jealous of Tucker Carlson for reasons that I cannot quite understand. Ben had his team reach out and schedule an interview with Thomas Sowell, which they paid for an offensive amount of money, I presume, to effectively purchase a black man who has no idea what's going on. He's very old, he's in his 90s, to hurt my feelings, okay? Interview with Tucker is on the 15th. I think it premieres on the 16th. And Ben gets Thomas Sowell, who he doesn't care about. I'm working at the Daily Wire at this moment, and I'm about to give birth in 3 days. But this was supposed to be like an F.U. Candace for taking the high road and saying that genocide is always wrong. That is what I mean when I say he is an incredibly petty man, okay? Now, we know how this ends. I then am fired not for what I said, but for what they assumed that I meant, and for trolls that I didn't respond to. And I want to be clear, you can fire whoever you want. You really can if you're a business owner. It's just that this was atypical in the fashion that it was done, right? It wasn't done in the way where you just say, okay, get out of here, it's not working. Instead, what they decided to do was humiliate me in front of all of the other employees by, rather than having a conversation, sort of dramatically having me exit after doing my show, not knowing that I was going to be fired. And then they had put together a stage in my studio and put up clips put together basically a whole package, like almost like a high school play, and conducted what I honestly, when I look back, because it recently leaked what happened at this quote unquote town hall, this is a slave hanging. This is a slave hanging, right? Gather around, everybody else is a slave.
It's so wild. This is something that the right would ridicule if it was coming from the left, right? I mean, I don't want to do the whole, the woke right thing, right? Because when I hear Hassan say it, it's almost like, I don't know, it has a weird way of like reinforcing the right's redefinition of words like that. This is
and let me tell you how.
I mean, yeah, this is it is true what Hassan says when he says the right wing laps this stuff up when it's coming from their own, when it's directed at, I don't know, is Ben Shapiro considered the left now? Is he the left?
How this one messed up. Gather around and watch us whip this person. This is literally how I feel when I watch this, okay? And you'll know what not to do next. And here is a video of the then CEO, Jeremy Boring, which somehow Steven Crowder got a hold of this week or last week or whatever. This is just a portion of it. You should watch the entire thing because it really is something. And ask yourself in your memory, do you ever recall anybody ever being fired where 300 employees, which Ben joined electronically, he was up on the screen too, and just enjoyed watching me be humiliated, where 300 employees are invited down and shown a production of what this person did wrong? Okay, well, let's watch a little bit of this video.
Candace made no statement at all in the days after Hamas terrorists raped, murdered, and tortured.
Okay, so this is what I was talking about, chat. If you remember when Candace Owens was fired, yeah, it was after Shapiro called her out. She responded, blessed are the peacemakers, Christ is king, right? And they fired her at that point. But they're firing her, understand, for a dog whistle. The Christ is king thing is like I said, a very ingenious dog whistle, because anybody who notices it and points it out and, correctly, points out where it's coming from, like what she's signaling there, right, is going to look ridiculous, right? I mean, King of Kings, Lord of Lords is literally in the Bible. I mean, don't quote me on that. You can check. Any of you Bible nerds out there can check me. Maybe I'm lying about this one. But so in order to try to maintain the loyalty of the Daily Wire staff, this is like 300 people in an employees only meeting. Again, you see the Mug Club insignia up in the corner. A Mug Club undercover. What this means is that somebody that was working for the Daily Wire on the 19th of March 2024 has betrayed them. This was never supposed to see the light of day. This was a Daily Wire meeting, and he's going to be telling them that that he's going to be showing like clips of Nick Fuentes saying Christ is king, and to try to make the argument to them that, like, look, this isn't an innocuous like quoting a verse in scripture, whether or not that is verse or scripture, or whether I'm just assuming that it's verse or scripture because it's from some Christian hymn that I have in my early church going memory. Right, I can't tell you for sure, but I know that's a Christian thing, right? They do like to say King of Kings and Lord of Lords, right? But yeah, Nick saying it is a dog whistle to white nationalism, right? It's saying more than just Christ is king. It's using it as a in-group signaling device to identify essentially tradcaths that don't accept Vatican II. In other words, that think that the Catholic Church was better when anti-Semitism was part of the Doctrines and Covenants, right? They want to go back to that's the old-time religion that they want to go back to. That's the old-time religion they're calling back to, right? So yeah, he's trying to explain, hey, listen, she's not okay. She's anti-Semitic. The problem is, chat, that it has been known that Candace Owens was an admirer of Hitler, and that wasn't a deal breaker. She said that Hitler was all good up until the point that he started invading other countries. Are they talking about Cyrus the Great? Possibly. But anyway, yeah, they're trying to have this meeting in private because they know how this would go in public. And it's not going to go well. And again, the dog whistle is designed so that if you question it, if you attack it, if you say, hey, this is a secret Nazi calling code, which it low-key is. Does it mean everybody that's ever said it is a Nazi? No. There's every chance that somebody could like hear people saying it and be like, oh, that's a nice way to say go Christianity. And they could say it too. Maybe they're not a Nazi. That's a possibility. All right. It doesn't mean everybody that says it is a Nazi. What I am saying to you, though, is that Nick Fuentes and his Groypers have used it as a like in-group signal. Right. And I'm pretty sure that's what Candace is doing too. And so they've got to have this behind doors meeting to be like, hey, listen, I know you're not going to believe this, but Candace Owens, yeah, the chick that said that she thought that Hitler was going really good up until the point that he invaded Poland and France, right? She's actually a Nazi. After probably having to say like to people that might have been concerned, right? No, she's not a Nazi. No, she's with us. She's safe. She's fine, right? Yeah, it's a reversal. It's not going to be even in a private meeting, right? Where they're trying to, I don't know, what would you call this? Like stem the infection of Candace Owens, her ability, because it's really easy if you're on the other side to just be like, yo, these people are crazy woke, I don't know, identity politics people, right? They think that they're like leftists or something, right? They're saying, ooh, you say the word, that's the, even talking about dog whistles, right, is not something that the right is supposed to be doing. This is something that they bitch about with the left. So yeah, this is the, Mug Club conversation. So maybe our first look at it, at least the first look I've gotten at it. I don't know how long Crowder's had this up, but she's gonna call on this footage. I'm guessing there's maybe more. The fact that it says Mug Club, it kind of indicates that it's paywalled though. So I did look, chat, to see if I could find the rest of this conversation. I don't think I can without buying one of Steven Crowder's crappy mugs. But yeah, we're going to at least see this part of it. This is what was said behind the scenes as they're firing Candace.
Over 1,000 Israeli civilians, mostly Jews, some Americans. And then they took hundreds more hostage. But then on October 28th of 2023, while anti-Israel protests were raging in London, where Candace, I believe, was at the time, she reposted a video of the protests on X, commenting, quote, "Interesting thing happening here. People are not accepting the media narrative about what's happening in the Middle East, despite the insistent rhetoric from government officials." On November 3rd, she posted, quote, "No government anywhere has a right to commit a genocide, ever. There is no justification for a genocide. I can't believe this even needs to be said or is even considered the least bit controversial to state." There was only one country on earth being accused of genocide at the time. Anti-Semites on X took to it immediately. They cheered at what they rightly or wrongly interpreted as Candace smearing Israel. And Candace didn't rebuff their interpretation. But when Dave Rubin came to the exact same conclusion as the anti-Semites, only instead of cheering for Candace, found it vile and rebuked her, Candace quickly attacked, saying, quote, "What's amazing about this is that I didn't name any country in this tweet. I simply stated that genocide is wrong always. This is not a controversial stance. Interesting how you interpreted it." And then followed up with, quote, "In short, if the blanket statement that genocide is wrong upsets you in any way, then you need to check yourself. I said exactly what I meant, and I won't be backing down or apologizing or further clarifying this statement." Within 24 hours, Candace liked a post calling Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu a war criminal. Now let's be clear. You're free to disagree with Israel's conduct, and you're free to oppose the Netanyahu government. But the idea that Israel is committing genocide or that Netanyahu is a war criminal is just factually baseless. Unfortunately, Candace routinely makes insinuations about Jews that both lovers of anti-Semitism and haters of anti-Semitism both agree is anti-Semitic. And in almost every one of these instances, Candace says nothing to the anti-Semites who cheer her and only pushes back against those who disapprove of her comments. On February 28th of this year, Candace, just asking questions, posted, quote, "Time to look into the history and profiteering of pornography." Her replies were immediately flooded with anti-Semites cheering her for the question and providing the answer that they interpret her.
So you see what she's saying? You see where she's going with this, right? She's going to say that being against pornography, that he's saying that being against pornography is anti-Semitic. This serves a dual purpose, right? For anti-Semites. And I hate how he has just fallen into her trap. But again, he never intended for this conversation to get out. Like, so those in the know that it is an there is an anti-Semitic trope that blames Jewish people. And look, this goes like they had this in Nazi Germany, I think, too. I don't know if anybody wants to check my history on that one. But I'm pretty sure that this is a trope that goes back at least as far as there. You heard it, kind of used against Rabbi Shmuley, which is, easy mode, since he and his daughter own some kind of a I don't know what the fuck it is, Chad. It's an adult toys site or an adult site that is that markets itself to married couples. And specifically to Jewish married couples, right? So they used it against, but the idea is that like somehow like, where did all this porn come from? Oh, geez, it's really not good for us. Who put it here? Oh, gee, it must have been the Jews, right? It's a thing. It is a thing, right? Is it possible for somebody to be anti-porn and to not be anti-Semitic? Absolutely, absolutely, right? I'm sure there's many cases of that on the right, but is there a chance that Candace was like, what he's saying is her comments filled up with people making the connection. Like, she didn't straight up say, all this porn must be the Jews' work, right? But the replies on Twitter did it for her. Filled out that part of that form. Rabbi Dildo and his daughter. Yes. Yeah. He's truly, I mean, Shmuley's, in some ways, a walking, so in fact, I think he's leaned into that when he dressed up as an anti-Semitic stereotype for Purim a few years ago. But here it is.
Interpreted her to me, the Jews. Once again, Candace did nothing to disabuse the anti-Semites of their assumption. But when Anthony Coach came to the exact same...
Okay, so he's saying that, like, she should have been like, hey, anti-Semites, it's not the Jews that are putting this porn here, it's the degenerates. Or it's, some other group that is it. Remember, this is the whole thing about Ben Shapiro and the Daily Wire, right? This is the whole thing about that they, for the longest time, have supported bigotry against all kinds of different groups, but you draw the line when it comes to anti-Semitism. All kinds of other bigotries they have endorsed, they have rationalized, they have fed into, right? But this is a step too far for them. But it's kind of like after you've primed your audience to be like, who are we? We're the people that, that give you the red meat, that give you the hatred, that approve and justify and rationalize and intellectualize all of your bigotries, right? But then they're like, but why not this one? But why not this one? And then Candace Owens just points to Ben Shapiro and says, that's why, right? This is it's kind of a horrible thing to see, even though it is like the comeuppance of some very deserving people, right? The people that are benefiting from the downfall of the Daily Wire are even worse than the Daily Wire. But again, it's a leopards, I never thought the leopards would eat my face kind of situation.
Candace pushed back saying, quote, "This is utterly insane. I tweeted that porn is harming men in our society, and this person has interpreted that as an attack on Jews. This is an example of clinical insanity. There is no other explanation."
So I'm clinically insane for not wanting porn. Okay. What's his name again? Oh my God, how did I forget it? It's the Benke guy, chat. This is how irrelevant the Daily Wire is. I can't remember his name. This is wild. Who is the Benke guy? Jeremy Boring. That's why I can't remember his name, because it's literally boring. He's so boring, I've forgotten his name. Oh my God, chat.
I stand by all of those tweets. Pornography is hard.
Pornography is bad, and if Jeremy Boring doesn't think so, I question his values. If Jeremy Boring wants to defend porn,
harming men, we should look into.
I'm not the one who's associating it with Jewish people. He is.
Who profits off of porn.
But, I mean, to be fair, all he said there was that, she should have, jumped into the comments and argued the anti-Semites out of anti-Semitism.
Pornography. Genocide is always wrong, no matter which country calls for it, whatever. What was controversial about anything that I say? Now, I'm again wanting you to, these are my crimes. Just imagine 300 people being brought and said, like, she said this, and this is what we know. And then he goes into a diatribe about the real meaning of Christ is King, and he shows videos of Nick Fuentes, which had nothing to do with me. I had never even spoken. I think only one time I'd spoken ever to Nick Fuentes, and it was pertaining to Kanye. Yeah, that was it. But I'm showing you this because it's important for you to understand that this has never stopped. I want you to imagine if you view yourself to be a slave owner, and that slave not only survives like this public whipping, but that escapes and becomes successful. That's pretty much my relationship with Ben Shapiro since he's fired me, because they have not stopped. They have not stopped. I am talking about people working behind the scenes to call advertisers, attempting to bankrupt me in courts, sending undercover interns to stalk me. He has issued thus far 3 court proceedings, okay, for every solitary petty infraction against things that I say. He's worked with Barry Weiss behind the scenes to have articles written about me. It is nonstop. I refer to this, just to be clear, as legal abuse. It's legal abuse. And I have put up with a lot of it. I have put up with the pettiness of even suing me because I interviewed A USS Liberty survivor who mentioned your name as you pretend that you care about free speech and debate. I've put up with a lot of it, but today I draw the line. I draw the line with this miserable imp when it comes to Charlie Kirk, okay? Don't try me on this, but you keep trying me on this. You are an imposter, Ben. You're an imposter. You pay to pretend that you're friends, that you have a right to be on that stage because you get donors to pressure people, because you know Jewish people who can threaten to take money.
So again, huge mistake of Ben Shapiro to mention introducing Charlie Kirk to donors. Candace Owens has got a narrative for that yeah, is like makes sure to make note of the the background of said donors, right? And I don't know, chat, like it really does feel like anti-Semitism is being normalized in the right wing because of there's so much, like, I mean, they brought it on themselves, right? Like Ben Shapiro, like, wrapped it all up in a bow. Bringing her on to Daily Wire was something he never needed to do, but he wanted to do it because she had motion. And even though she had already come out as being like pro-Germany minus the invasions of France and Poland, right? He was like, no, we're gonna get her on board. We're gonna make this money. We can ride this tiger. The leopards will never eat our face. And here it is, right? This is the sad end of Ben Shapiro and Jeremy Boring and their utter inability now to signal what's wrong with what Candace is doing, given that they've already done this to every other group. They've already dehumanized. Listen to how Tucker Carlson talked about, like, well, I believe in human value and the human soul, and, everyone's, important except who? Except gay people. Dudes shouldn't be able to marry each other. Trans people, right? This is, they've already done it to so many other identities. And now they can't name a consistent rule which doesn't negate those prejudices, which does negate the anti-Semitic prejudice. And yeah, the fucking, anti-Semitic right is ascendant. I don't know what to say. It breached containment. Yeah, absolutely. Basically shooting themselves in the foot. And all the association of the Jewish people with Israel, has free Bill Clinton. We're trying to Toaster Poodle. I'm supposed to talk about Epstein today, but we're 5 hours into the stream. I'm barely through with Candace, and I don't know.
Where you say, I'm going to do an advertising spend. Here's $1 million. I'm sorry, you're dead. The entire world knows that you are an imposter. I mean, you're so much of a fraud that essentially what you do is you have people send around clips to grown men to cheer you on, to pretend like the audiences love you. You staff audiences with people that work for YAF who are told to explode
Young America Foundation
into cheers when you hit the stage because you don't have the confidence anymore to go out into the world because people see you for what you are. And so it exactly what he did yesterday. We can now listen to what this imposter said as he hit the stage. Charlie Kirk's organization, the one that he built for debate, if you have a disagreement, and he instructs people here in this speech to go after me and Tucker Carlson, right? That's what he's going to do. He wants us deplatformed. So he's going to attack me, he's going to attack Tucker Carlson, and he's going to attack Megyn Kelly because she's at the beginning of what these people have put me and Tucker and Charlie Kirk through. Take a listen to a portion of what Ben had to say.
So, if Candace Owens decides to spend every day since the murder of Charlie Kirk casting aspersions at TPUSA and the people who work here, who worked with Charlie every single day, his best friends, to cast aspersions at Mikey McCoy and Andrew Colvin and Blake Neff and Tyler Boyer, and yes, at Erika Kirk, and to imply or outright claim complicity in a cover-up over Charlie's murder, to spew absolutely baseless trash implicating everyone from French intelligence to Mossad to members of TPUSA in Charlie's murder or a cover-up in that murder, then we, as people with a microphone, have a moral obligation to call that out by name. So no, Tucker Carlson, it is not an excuse to go silent on Candace's targeting of TPUSA. Or to mirror her bullshit lines of questioning because you love Candace personally. The same holds true of Megyn Kelly, a person I consider a friend, characterizing Candace as a young mother and thus shying away from condemning her actions or fibbing about them. That is a non-starter. When Candace Owens says, I don't know, but I know, that is retarded. And we are all more retarded for having heard it.
Well, Ben, when it comes to you and having worked with you, I just know the tactics that you use to feign popularity in the public. I just know the amount of money that you are willing to spend on advertising to inflate your numbers to make people think that you're popular. So, yeah, I don't have to say we don't know when it comes to you. You are such a joke of a little man. Your jealousy against Tucker.
I mean, he was almost cooking there. I mean, for the right wing, I'm sorry. I don't mean to imply that I thought that him calling her the R-slur, like I'm not trying to, high five Shapiro for that. I just know that implying women are dumb because they use like a colloquial, like, I don't know, but I know, right? Everybody knows what that means, but you can act like, well, that's, she's a bimbo, right? And I guess that kind of cooks with them. Yeah, how big? Well, they're bad lefty. They're recycling like middle school taunts. Not even middle school. I feel like I heard that shit before, like middle school, right? This is they're recycling like playground, fucking, bully language, right? And acting like they're so cool for that. What an edgy thing to do. We do know, to be fair. But anyway, yeah, no, it's not going to save him. It's not going to work. I mean, there was that little moment where he kind of, put together a little bit of a zinger, but it's not going to be enough to save him. And she is reading him as far as his, popularity versus the attempt to inflate that popularity. That's absolutely true. More now than ever, right? There might have been a time where a certain kind of right winger thought Ben Shapiro was cool. Do you remember when he had the rap song chat? I think, did he do it like with with Tim Pool or something? Do you remember that? I think they like remixed his voice to make it sound like he was rapping on the beat. 9-year-old feeling like a big boy. Yeah, saying naughty words, exactly. You can't say criticizing a woman is to slander all women. I mean, how the hell do you know? Wait, sorry. You are outstanding if there is nothing instanding and contrast from what? Yeah, no, this is I'm saying that the reason this works is that the right wing is primed to do this, right? They're primed to look at women as mentally inferior. And unfortunately for Ben Shapiro here, and this is not to fucking give him his flowers, all right? We're going to give some flowers later for President Trump, right? But that's a different matter altogether, okay? That's totally unrelated. That's totally unrelated from this Rabba Baba. Ben Lil Pimp Shapiro, is that what he's called himself on that terrible track? Was it with Mike McDonald, like Tom McDonald, you mean? I don't know. Was it with Tom McDonald? I can't remember. Tucker wins the slur game. Yeah. He's punching above. Yeah, this is what I'm saying. Here's the irony. Here's the unfortunate thing for Ben Shapiro, right? Candace Owens might not be the smartest person in the world, but she has outplayed Ben Shapiro at every single step, right? He invited her in, and he is going to, and she is going to usher him out, right? He really, obviously she had, she had a career. She was a known figure. She was good at kind of rage betting and using the outrage to make herself more prominent, right? But in terms of her blowing up into a national podcast figure, I think that started on the Daily Wire. And really what happened is they brought her on and she overtook these guys. Like she and Brett Cooper, right, started to do numbers right when Ben Shapiro, Jordan Peterson, Matt Walsh, Michael Knowles et al. Started to fall off. So yeah, he's been outplayed at this point. It doesn't matter if he's got a zinger. It doesn't matter if the audience is primarily, misogynistic and loves to go for that bait. They're not going to buy it here. He's not going to get him back, right? It's sad. I'm almost doing it like a Trump voice here. Sad. Although Trump's not really, when he says sad, he's not really sad.
Your ability to believe that you can keep manipulating the markets. Those kids booed you on that stage. The amount of messages I got from Turning Point USA people saying, what is happening? Why is he on this stage standing?
I heard boos, but I was surprised at actually how much clapping there was.
Against everything that Charlie believed in. That's what you're doing. You're standing against everything that Charlie believed in because you weren't his friend. He didn't like you for that very reason. I look at you and I just think you are such a little worm. I could see you right now, probably. What can we get out to her? We're going to sue her into bankruptcy again, right? Sue her for every infraction, every word that I don't like, and every time my feelings are hurt. Because what you really believe in is Baal Barith. That's what your people believe in. You believe that you are contract.
Your people? Oh no, is she using like Baal Barith? I gotta look this up, chat. This is some like high level. Oh no, she does mention the Talmud later. She is going in a very spoiler. She is going in a very anti-Semitic direction with this.
Lords, and that people are not allowed to violate contracts or you will ruin them for years. You fire someone.
People aren't allowed to violate contracts.
And you effectively stalk and harass them for years after. I'm here to let you know that I'm done with it. I am done with it. This one is so fully off of the mother effing plantation. Truly, Ben Shapiro, fuck you and the midget horse that you rode in on.
Okay.
And I say that on behalf of the world. I know of the stalk and harass that you are contract I don't like, and every time my feelings are hurt. Because what you really believe in is Baal Barith. That's what your people believe in. You believe that you are contract lords and that people are not allowed to violate contracts or you will ruin them for years. You fire someone and you effectively stalk and harass them for years after. I'm here to let you know that I'm done with it. I am done with it. This one is so fully off of the mother effing plantation. Truly, Ben Shapiro, fuck you.
Wait, is Baal Barith the full name of like Baal, the rival god to Yahweh in the Bible? Is that what she's talking about? Like the what was it, like Elijah or somebody like had a contest with the priests of Baal for like whose god could call down rain, and they like, did like they like cut themselves and stuff, and they were trying to like, get the I was assuming rabbinic literature tradition equates Baal Barith with Beelzebub. Okay, so she's yeah, I mean, she does say something about Satan later. Okay, I don't think, I thought this was going to be like a Hebrew or a Yiddish word that she was using to imply, I don't know. She'll get to the anti-Semitism, chat. I'm just like,
and the midget horse that you rode in on. And I say that on behalf of the world. So fully off of the mother effing plantation, harass them for years after. I'm here to let you know that I'm done with it. For years. You fire someone and you effectively stalk and harass them for years after. I'm here to let you know that I'm done with it. I am done with it. This one is so fully off of the mother effing plantation. Truly, Ben Shapiro, fuck you and the midget horse that I'm done with. So you will ruin them for years. Baal Barith. That's what your people believe in. You believe that you are.
That's what your people believe in. I mean, the people are saying like I guess it's like, equated in some senses because it's it's regarded as a false god. Like Christians, like, yeah, no, this is rabbinic tradition that equates it with Beelzebub, which is going to be different than the god of the Philistine, the god of Philistine. And I think she's calling Jewish people satanic, chat. I don't know, but I know. I think that's where she's going with this. It's confusing.
Contract lords, and that people are not allowed to violate contracts or you will ruin them for years. You fire someone and you effectively stalk and harass them for years after. I'm here to let you know that I'm done with it. I am done with it. This one is so fully off of the mother effing plantation. Truly, Ben Shapiro, fuck you and the midget horse that you rode in on. And I say that on behalf of the world. I know you're going to get applauded by Konstantin Kisin and Andrew Christ is King Clavin and all of the people, the men who have to keep applauding what you do like you're a 4-year-old to make you feel good. But the rest of the world can't stand you. You're obnoxious. You have absolutely no values that exist outside of the Talmud. You describe yourself as a Talmudic Jew, and I've learned what's in that Talmud, and I encourage other people at home to learn.
A lot of anti-Semites think that the Talmud is some kind of smoking gun. It's a commentary on the Torah, and the rest of the Bible, right? Not the New Testament, but the other part, right? It's got many rabbis giving their interpretation for sections of the Bible, right? That's what it is. And I feel like I've seen more and more anti-Semites trying to use the Talmud, like implying that it is a book that reveals the, I don't know, a hostility towards Christians or something like that.
What is in that Talmud so that you know what Ben thinks of you? Because he doesn't just hate me, he hates you too, white men. He hates all black people, okay? If he's following the rules of the Talmud, I mean, when I say hates, they think that we're animals.
Oh, I didn't catch this earlier. I thought she was talking about because the other thing they'll do is they'll use like a phrase like goy, which, is the, it just means Gentile, and imply that it's like a slur and it's like, implies like less intelligence. No, she's talking about specifically like she's saying that Jewish people are like satanic and low-key racist, I guess. Is that what I'm getting?
Right to own us, that they have a right to make us worship them, that they have a right to lie to us, that they have a right to sue us and take everything that we have, that they have a right to deceive us, that they have a right to treat Charlie the way that he treated Charlie while he was alive, only to then try to defraud the population into thinking that he is somehow a part of his legacy, that he somehow cared about Charlie Kirk and cares to protect the people that are working at Turning Point USA. Goodbye, Ben. Goodbye. The question is, how much more money is Ben Shapiro going to spend to make people think that he's popular? How many more articles is his father going to write under a pen name, Hank Berrien of the Daily Wire, under the pen name Hank Berrien, as he wrote while Ben was at Breitbart, before he turned his back and betrayed them too, because that is his nature. He's one of these belly creatures, sliver on. The question is, how many more weeks and years do we have to keep pretending like Ben Shapiro is relevant? It's an open-ended question. Of course, what followed Ben Shapiro on stage is somebody who Charlie Kirk loved very much and who he fought for to the very end against the Jewish donors who were pressuring him, some of them because Ben Shapiro insisted that they do. Take a listen to what Tucker Carlson had to say when he hit the stage.
The prediction that, at some point when Republicans took power again, which I did everything I could, to help, and really felt that was important. I still think, I was right. But I really thought that the impulse to deplatform people, or even to use the word platform as a verb, which it's not, it's a noun, don't steal my nouns, deplatform and denounce. Why haven't you denounced somebody else? The whole like Red Guard cultural revolution thing that we so hated and feared on the left, that we did everything we could to usher in a new time where you could have an actual debate. I mean, this kind of was the whole point of Charlie Kirk's.
We're almost done with Candace chat.
And I think that he died for it. I really believe that. And I know a lot about it because the last several months of Charlie's life were devoted in part to arguing about this event, in fact, this speech, in fact, my speech here, which he asked me to do earlier this year, this summer, and was immediately put under just immense pressure from people who give money to Turning Point, I would assume good people, but who wanted him to take me off the roster. And this has all become public, and the whole thing is so sad that I never talk about it, except to say Charlie stood firm in his often stated and deeply held belief that people should be able to debate, and that if you have something valid to say, if you're telling the truth, you ought to be able to explain it calmly and in detail to people who don't agree with you, and that you shouldn't immediately resort to shut up racist.
That is Charlie Kirk's true legacy, and that is Charlie Kirk's true friend, just as I was and am and will continue to fight and ask questions about who killed Charlie Kirk. And to people that are at home, I implore you to wake up to these people who believe that they are contract lords. I challenge Black Americans to wake up to your true history, because your quarrel is not with white men, okay?
She's going to argue that it's with Jewish people.
Up to who publishes these books and keeps us warring with one another. Christians versus Christians, right? Christians versus Muslims. Wake up and learn the true history of slavery, because that wasn't exactly a white men sport, okay? Jewish people were the ones that were trading us. Jewish people were in control of the slave trade. They've buried a lot of it, but it's there.
Oh no, chat. Is that what I think it is? Is that like I don't know enough. I don't want to speculate, all right? I've already gotten in trouble once for that already, okay? Trying to divine what a chatter was trying to say in chat. Let's on a super chat. Let's try to all right. So like I said, we got so much to cover. Trump Hunger Games is next. We got to play the Hunger Games. Are you ready? Are you hungry enough for the Hunger Games, the Patriot Games? Trump Hunger Games are next. Dirt. What is it about right-wingers and like taking dystopian movies, like being like this, but unironically? What is it about Republicans and that shit? Anyway, Trump Hunger Games, and then we're gonna be going to Epstein Island leaks. We got a bunch of new Epstein leaks. I'll probably cover this tomorrow or sometime soon. Oh, chat, for the future. All right, here's what I'm thinking. Okay, so if I'm gonna take days off, they're gonna be, if you're in the US, they're gonna be Thursday and Sunday, right? That corresponds to Friday and Monday in Thailand, right? It's when it's Monday for me, it's Sunday for you. And obviously, I mean, like if you're on the East Coast, sometimes I start when it's already flipped over into Tuesday, but you know what I mean? It's Monday night. It's like Monday after midnight, right? Even though it's technically the next day. Does that make sense? Right? So if I'm going to miss days, it's going to be those days because I have Thai class that day. I've got a hard out on that day, but mostly I'll actually try to make those, right? I might, take I might decide like to take one day off or something like that. But if I'm going to do video gaming, then it would be likely, right? It makes most sense to do that on Monday, or sorry, for you, Sunday and Thursday, right? Because I have the least amount of time on that day. So I'm going to try to update my schedule into something that makes sense. but yeah, either that or maybe that yeah, we could do like kind of like, members only streams, video gaming streams, or special streams like that, like on those days, because again, that's going to be the time I have being in the US. I know I have a lot of, especially streaming when I have a lot of audience that's not from the US, and I'll try to still be here. I'll be streaming, late night, just maybe not as late into the night. I'll be trying to move my streaming time like earlier and earlier. That's, the plan at least. It's a little bit of a difficult thing, right? Because, for me, it's kind of like I go to sleep when it's morning in the US, right? It's like I go to sleep at like 9, 10 o'clock Eastern time. I guess that's like 7 o'clock. Oh no, chat, 6, 7. I did it. I didn't mean to. I'm not trying to rot your brain. I swear to God, I'm not trying to rot your brain. I think I've already rotted one person's brain in chat, but with my whack takes on Pinochet, which weren't really my takes, but that's okay. Republicans don't understand nuance, hence they don't understand those movies. True. They don't understand irony. I feel like that's lost on them a lot of times. Republicans also don't have empathy, so they identify with the capital people who are rich. I mean, like, I thought that my understanding of the, yeah, we're not going to do skibbity toilets. Oh my God. No, my understanding was that like there were a lot of right wingers who looked at the Capitol government as like the Obama administration, like, right? Wasn't the Obama administration in power when that came out? Anyway, chat, that was an unintentional 6, 7. Okay. Although to be real, the skibbity toilet song is kind of a banger. I feel like I've heard it. I've heard it too much now. When I ever see Italian brain rot, I do think of you, Irene. I am not the purveyor of Italian brain rot. I just know I'm just friends with a couple of the brain rot animals. That's all. It's a personal, right, chat? It's a friend enemy distinction. Oh no. Of all, like, look, I'll take 6, 7 memes over fucking Carl Schmidt memes any day. Only familiar with Skibbity from the Russian group Little Big. Wait, is that the one that sings the original like song before the meme? They think Snow is a hero who holds it. I guess I've seen a little bit of that too. Yeah, but I always see Republicans that really they'll watch the Hunger Games and they'll be like, this is about us, right? Like this is about what Obama's brought. Like I don't know what Obama has done that like corresponds with the Hunger Games, right? But Trump's gonna do it for real, and we're about to watch that. So are you ready for that? We're at 160. All right, we're gonna get at least one piece of bonus content, even after I'm done with I'm done with and don't cap, like I erased one of your chat. Please don't take that as offensive or you've done something bad. It was something you said sarcastically, and I wasn't sure it would be read as sarcastic. So I'm watching out for you, okay? I'm watching out for you. Anyway, it's my fault for being sarcastic in the first place. But anyway, so let's see, what do we got? We've got to open up the we gotta open up a little something called the Trump Hunger Games. Wait, I had this earlier. Now I can't remember where I put it. All right, well, I mean, obviously I'm going to get recommended. Oh, wait, no. The first one. This is what I was looking for. All right. So chat.
My campaign for...
I want you to take a look at this here, all right? I've heard somebody say, and I know this happened at least once in one of Trump's addresses, right? People are saying there's an AI filter on this, or that some of this is AI. Obviously, Trump has a lot more trouble expressing himself in the throes of his medical condition, both like mental and physical, right? And so he's got his hand over his possibly bruised hand, right? There's a lot that Trump doesn't really want to show, and so it's perfectly plausible that there could be something like that on here, just to kind of, I don't know, manage his appearances. But anyway, we'll take a look. Tell me what you think. Tell me if you think there is AI, some kind of filter or anything going on here, right? I mean, this is Trump. This isn't fake. It's not like a deep fake, right? We do know this is Trump. This is something the White House released, but we don't know, or I'm not sure if it's, anyway. We'll watch it closely.
President, I pledge to give America the most spectacular birthday party the world has ever seen for America's 250th anniversary on July 4th next year. Already we've had big celebrations to commemorate the 250th birthdays of the Army, the Navy, and the United States Marines, but there is much, much more to come. We're going to have a good time. As we ring in 2026, Americans across the nation will see the iconic Washington Monument illuminated with festive birthday lights to honor the start of this historic anniversary year. Then from June 25th to July 10th of next year, we will host the Great American State Fair on the national...
I mean, look, it could be bad audio, but I feel like I heard an artifact in there, right? It doesn't necessarily, I don't know. It's so confusing, chat. Like, I don't think an artifact necessarily means that, like, artifacts can come from other things other than AI. So...
National Mall, featuring pavilions from all 50 states.
It's too bad we don't have like an expert on
highlighting breathtaking innovations and celebrating America's exceptional history and culture. Frankly, you'll never see anything like it, and you'll never see anything like it again. In the fall, we will host the first ever Patriot Games, an unprecedented 4-day athletic event featuring the greatest high school athletes, one young man and one young woman from each state and territory. But I promise there will be no men playing in women's sports. You're not going to see that. You'll see everything but that.
Legala, if you're going to be sensitive about like your mod status, you might as well see yourself out anyway, right? I don't have a lot of patience for that right now.
I first announced in 2020, we will build the National Garden of American Heroes featuring statues of all-time greatest Americans, and we will build a triumphal arc as we celebrate.
If you need to take some time, like, that's fine. If you really want to be a mod, I can keep you in mind, but it shouldn't be this big of a deal.
Celebrate 250 years of American freedom. We are the only major city. We are the only major capital. We are the only major place without a triumphal arc, a beautiful triumphal arc, one like...
Okay, we need an Arc de Triomphe. That's what I'm getting from him. An Arc de Triomphe, perhaps?
In Paris, where they have the beautiful arc in Paris. They call it the Arc de Triomphe. And we're going to have one in Washington, D.C. very soon. Construction will start in the very near future. And next spring, we will host a major prayer.
But yeah, in general, as far as mods, I'm not looking for drama. All right. So if that is, that's one of the main things. There's going to be drama from chat. There's going to be potentially drama from other streamers, right? I just don't need it. I just don't need it from mods. So, I mean, maybe if this was if this was too much for you, then that might be a good sign. However, you are welcome in my chat always.
Event on the National Mall to rededicate our country as one nation under God. We're not changing that. There are a lot of people would like to see it. It'll never happen. And on Flag Day,
a lot of people would like to see, yeah, this does look weird. I can't identify it though. It's not like the kind of AI chat that I readily recognize is like where somebody's like holding a paper in their hand, and then there's like a third hand going like, or something like that, right? Like that shit's really easy to recognize. I can recognize it when the speaking patterns are odd, right? When there's one word whose timing is just like off. Now that can also be like an editing thing if something's like heavily edited. I don't know if any of you have seen the Hassan Piker clip channels that try to cut out all the like every bit of the dead air. Sometimes we'll have Hassan, speaking with an odd cadence and odd rhythm, but generally when it's just like a rhythm that doesn't make sense, or a tone that seems to, like it seems like a natural tone shit, like like the tone of the voice is making a shift that would be natural but doesn't fit with what they're saying. Right. I mean, I've learned to recognize shit like this, but yeah, in terms of a filter that like keeps his heart condition secret. I don't know.
A one-of-a-kind UFC event here at the White House. It'll be the greatest champion fighters in the world, all fighting that same night. The great Dana White is hosting, and it's going to be something special. But all of this is just a beginning. 2026 will be a celebration of America like no other, honoring our nation in all of its glory. To help carry
Oh yeah. There's a little something going on. Either that, or my brain is just cooked from trying to from seeing too much AI, and now I'm seeing it where it isn't. I don't know, chat. What do you think? Am I tripping? Am I off kilter? Am I misperceiving
these exciting plans? We have created a new public-private partnership. It's called Freedom 250. Working with states, companies, and organizations across the country, we will renew the patriotism, pride, and pioneering spirit of America and lay the groundwork for the next 250 years of independence and freedom. This will be a time like you've never had in your lives. America 250. Thank you. I love you all.
There we go. Yeah, see, this is drama right now. I mean, look, Ligala, you're welcome to hang out. If you want to talk later, we can talk. If I misunderstood you on anything, I apologize. But in general, like, I don't know. It's just like I said, drama is unavoidable in streaming. And I kind of need like the mod team. I kind of need it not to be coming from the mod team. That's the only thing, right? It's nothing personal. And I don't think I have perfect judgment. Sometimes it's hard for chat, sometimes I say something, wrong. Sometimes, there's like a misperception, communication isn't easy, especially when it's like, auditory on one end and then text based on another end, right? So I just want to make sure that we can proceed with a minimum of drama, right? If that makes sense. But yeah, there we go. It's Trump. So are you ready for this? Wait, did he even?
Well, the president has just finished his address to the nation, and was that a speech? I mean, it felt almost like, it was a bad, fast-talking infomercial with a lot of anti-immigrant language.
Okay, she didn't hear what we just heard. What am I trying to find? I'm kind of on a deadline too, chat, so if I seem like hurried, that's what it's about. I'm supposed to cover, I put a whole bunch of stuff on the thumbnail, and I want to cover it all. I don't ever want to, like, okay. Oh God, Fox News has got the story, damage report. I've heard that John Adirola, people think, and this is mainly coming from the Vanguard, all right? I haven't heard anybody else say it. Source is the Vanguard, right? The Vanguard thinks that John Adirola's recent appearances on, I think, cable news networks might signify that he's trying to make another plan, a post-TYT plan. And there's been a long time where Adirola did not fit on TYT, where the stuff that Jink was saying and the stuff that Anna was saying, you could tell was painful for John to be associated with. And yet, whether it was, because of the situation that he's in and his need to stay at his job, or just like loyalty to people that he'd been with for a long time, despite increasing disagreement, right? John's spoken up, and like a few times, but there's been a real limit, right? He still does really good work. I'd say out of all the TYT network, it's the Damage Report and strangely TYT Sports that I still see like the most quality content coming from. But yeah, let's take a look and see what John's take is on this.
We've evidently officially entered the Hunger Games.
Also, we'll see if John has a comment on the AI filter controversy. Again, I wouldn't want to bet on it, right? Like, I mean, I thought I saw some stuff that was weird. Streamlord said that there was a moment where something sounded a little weird, right? But as far I don't have a lot of certainty about it, honestly. I am good at picking out some kinds of AI, especially the AI voices that a lot of channels use. Or also, I think I'm decent at picking out when a script is AI. But yeah, this one I'm not all that confident either way. Let's see what John has to say.
Games portion of Trump's presidency with this announcement.
In the fall, we will host the first ever Patriot Games, an unprecedented 4-day athletic event featuring the greatest high school athletes, one young man and one young woman from each state.
Yeah. For the record, Lagala, I'm not mad at you. I thought you were calling me a liar, and I'm not trying to lie or represent myself as like somebody who has a great knowledge. I think I was in between, like trying to figure out what a chatter was what a chatter was saying in a super chat was related to my to what I was talking about, and I think I might have missed on that one. So I get why that that might have sounded way off on my end, but I don't even know. Again, it's really easy to misunderstand each other.
Territory, but I promise there will be no men playing in women's sports. You're not going to see that. You'll see everything but that.
Donald Trump continues to fail the challenge to not talk about trans people for like just 2 minutes. Please, can you do one thing that doesn't suddenly become about trans people, you weird, creepy little freaks? But anyway, that's him announcing the Patriot Games. And look, the most obvious thing is because it's picking one man and one woman from each state, a lot of people are like, he just watched the Hunger Games, right?
But yeah, for the record, for anybody keeping score at home, the president of Chile, he's not the son of Pinochet. He is a Pinochet supporter and the son of a Nazi. If I'm not, let me just read through that again. Make sure that I'm. We'll look into this in more depth because I really want to know more about this election. This election kind of hit me. It was kind of came out of nowhere. I didn't even know this was going on. I didn't even know that, somebody like this was the son of a Nazi party member, an admirer. And I believe that we're talking about like a German, like, no, I'll have to look this more up, but we're talking about Jose Antonio Cast. The family, okay, that's probably where I got grandson of Pinochet. The family has deep ties to the Pinochet dictatorship.
This is like when he said we're going to take over Alcatraz because that movie was playing or whatever. And all that's true. But also, doesn't Patriot Games sounds like a really ham-fisted political satire set 2 years in the future under a dictatorial conservative president? Like that already sounds like its own satirical thing. But anyway, it's going to pit top high school athletes from across the country against each other. It is part of his Freedom 250 event or whatever. And so they're going to light the Washington Monument nightly, which I just assumed that they did that already, but I guess they're gonna do it.
No, they mean like light it on fire. I don't know.
Why don't just light it all the time? Anyway, there's gonna be a national prayer event on the National Mall in spring to make clear that patriotism is only for certain religions and not others. Classy. There's gonna be a UFC fight at the White House on Flag Day to really drill home the whole bread and circuses thing. And then the Great American State Fair on the National Mall. So specifically, this is gonna be the Patriot Games, a 4-day athletic event featuring the greatest high school athletes slated for next fall. And I kind of feel, how do you have them all compete with each other? Like, they play different sports. Is it just gonna be like American Ninja Warrior? Like, they have different skill sets. The thing that makes you good in swimming is different than tennis. I don't know. It seems weird. That said, Brett, while this is very on the nose and very Hunger Games, I don't necessarily hate it in compare. Like, okay, you bring some athletes together. Like, if Obama had done this and made it a little bit less, Christian fascist or whatever, I could see being behind this. What do you think? Am I crazy?
Rob the Baba says this is going to be PC, but I feel like we left way too many Nazis alive after World War II. Yeah, people think that Nuremberg was some kind of like harsh punishment, right? Some kind of like a purge of the Nazi leadership, but there were so many exceptions made, especially when these people had skills that were useful to the victors of World War II. And so, like, even though the whole like Argentinian Nazi thing, it's kind of a meme. This is what pissed. Do you remember this pissing Bad Empanada off when Bender just made an offhanded remark about this? This has caused this knockdown drag out fight between Bad Empanada trying to explain the trying to explain the nature, what Peronism has come to represent in Argentina as something else. This is But anyway, yeah. Some Nazis did, settle in Argentina. I'm sure, Chile, other South American countries as well. But what I guess what people don't note is that how many Nazis ended up in the United States of America. Like these are the scientists I was talking about, or even in like military leadership, right? So yeah, I mean, it's not like as common as everybody thinks it is. It is kind of like a meme, but it did happen to some extent, and it sounds like that's what you're dealing with in. I'm gonna have to read more. I'm not gonna say anything else until I know for sure. Because like I said, this came out of nowhere. Right, I did not see this coming.
All I'm thinking about is how I didn't get the Presidential Fitness Award because I couldn't do a pull-up. Like, I was really good at basketball.
Yeah.
But there's no medal for that.
Yeah.
And if you're wondering how the president can do it, he gave medals of fitness to all those athletic kids. Yeah. This has all the trappings of Trump just being like, we should do an Olympic. Can we do a state Olympic, but for kids? Like it's a fine idea if you don't ruin it. It's a little Fall of Rome.
It's a little
it
has that,
which you were kind of referencing.
Yeah.
But it's a little strange. But I have no problem with like the concept of that. Like also, I do have that moment when I'm watching the Olympics where I'm like, I don't care about luge. Why am I sitting here? Like, why am I watching people paddle kayak upstream to turn around and go downstream? Like, why am I caring?
The kayak thing is a little bit exciting, actually. I didn't necessarily mind that. But anyway, are we not merciful? Both of us think it's an okay idea. It's a little bit strange. And let me just say, based on Trump's prior experience with competitions, when they get,
I gotta say, it's probably calculated, and it's probably calculated to take our eye off of Epstein which don't worry, chat, we're going to get to next, right? What do I have on the thumbnail? I have Tucker. I have Trump. We've done Tucker and Trump. I have Candace on the thumbnail. I have Epstein. Epstein is next. Epstein is next. And again, there's a lot that came out of Epstein. Yeah, we're not going to get distracted. Yeah, it does seem like it does seem like Trump trying to put out something that almost like it's designed to get liberals to say, is Trump doing the Hunger Games? And right wingers to say, like, oh my gosh, all Trump wants to do is a fun athletic event, and they're accusing him of the Hunger Games. The reason, though, it is the Hunger Games, the reason that the resistance libs are right about that one is that it's not just a distraction from Epstein, it's a distraction from affordability. It's a distraction from healthcare. It's a distraction from the swiftly vanishing American dream, which used to be like having a house and a car and a this and a that, but it has really just kind of dwindled into just being able to pay one's bills without using Klarna to get, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's the American dream now, not to owe a bunch of money. That's how far, it's fallen. But anyway, yeah, it's I'm interpreting this as a distraction. I mean, I hope I'm right, because if I'm wrong, I'm gonna feel so bad, chat, if Trump is like doing deadly Hunger Games in a year, right? He's having like kids come out and kill each other to try to be the victor, and I don't know.
Get the 50 high school girls together, lock the locker room. Don't let him go into the locker room, because there's a very real chance that,
oh yeah, for real,
that's what he sees as the upside for him. But anyway, Gavin Newsom jumped on the meme game.
They let you get away with it when you're president.
With the may the odds be ever in your favor with the volunteering there. JB Pritzker just put a picture of Snow, who Trump is nowhere near as fashionable as in that shot. It does feel like that. And yeah,
not as smart as. Can you imagine Trump trying to like let Katniss know that that the bombs were actually from coin? Can you imagine him trying to? I feel like he'd just crash out. I feel like he'd just call Katniss a nasty woman or something.
Basically everybody. But Covey said,
you should be like, silence, piggy.
Says, okay, which one of the handlers let him watch the Hunger Games last night? It really does, because I don't remember. I know there was the Alcatraz thing, but there was one other time when, right? There was like a weird, like a movie played and then he did the thing. I don't remember.
He always does that with like what he's tweeting about is what's on whatever news channel he's watching.
Yeah, but I feel like there was a second movie time. I feel like this is now the third. I think
he might have just been watching Patriot Games.
He might have been watching Patriot Games.
Trump, yeah. Wait, I've never seen. Anybody want to explain Patriot Games to me? Wait, oh no, chat, that's a real thing. Oh my God, no, that is a movie, right? That Patriot Games is a movie. I think my thumbnail is bullshit. I don't know, chat. What do you think? The Patriot Games, I thought it wasn't a real thing. I didn't realize. Elon Musk just followed me. Thanks, Elon. I didn't think this was. I didn't realize. Chat, I think it's a real thing, right? There's a real movie called The Patriot Games. I don't think it has anything to do with Panem and the Hunger Games universe, right? Harrison Ford. I don't know. Is a Tom Clancy movie? I thought. Wait, is Trump that wanted to call. He's the one that wanted to call it The Patriot Games, right? I think that's what he said, and that's why it's got people being like, Trump wants to do the hunger, and that and the fact that he says like one guy and one girl from every state. It kind of sounds like I don't know. I didn't even think about that, but now I vaguely remember having seen like, okay, somebody's got me Sir Bunny Fufu, You have such good timing. Okay, so Sir Buddy Fufu is going to help me out in understanding this Patriot Games things. When former CIA agent Jack Ryan, Harrison Ford, wait, isn't Jack Ryan the guy that's in all that's like the Tom Clancy character, right? Jack Ryan, am I right? Hampers an IRA terrorist attack.
At Columbia, super chatted $5. Isn't Trump trying to be Julius Caesar right now? Cause didn't he use these types of games to distract the populace, to distract from what he was doing?
That's what they say. I'm not sure how, I can't vouch for the historical accuracy of that. I don't know. Yeah, Julius Caesar also famously betrayed. So there's we got the Republican Party slowly falling away from Trump. We might see a several Julius Caesar like moments here. Not like a literal one. I'm not saying that Marjorie Taylor Greene's gonna put the shiv in him or anything, but she might metaphorically do so. Okay, so Harrison Ford's character hampers an IRA terrorist attack in London. He kills one of the terrorists. The dead man's brother, another member of the group named Sean Miller, played by Sean Bean, is that right? Yeah, she plays, is arrested, but quickly escapes. Vowing revenge against Ryan Miller, the terrorist guy, travels to the United States, where he forces Ryan's wife, played by Ann Archer, and daughter, played by Thora Birch, into a car accident. That's a villain right there. Forces your family into a car accident? Fuck that. This convinces Ryan to rejoin the CIA in order to track down Miller. Okay, I got it. Wow. I thought Fortnite is the Hunger Games. Well, it is a battle royale, right? What was the thing that started all this, right? Was the movie Battle Royale, if I'm not mistaken, right? There's like a Japanese movie called Battle Royale, which I think is some kind of like reality show or that pits kids against each other. I don't know, chat. It's been forever since I watched it. Circuses, except for the bread, is expensive. I was saying it's the bread in circuses, but without the bread. Nobody can afford bread.
It's a great movie.
The Purge. Yeah. Well, he did release all the insurrectionists. I guess all crime is legal for 24 hours starting January the 6th. It did kind of happen.
Wait, so what is the Patriot Games? Here, let me try to bring up the Patriot Games poster or something. Just so we'll wrap this up in a bow. Patriot Games. Oh my God, I feel so silly because like it wasn't until just then that I realized that. Oh wait, James Earl Jones is in this? I got the movie poster for you here, chat. Oh, let's make it bigger though. Let's make it way bigger. Look, this is the Patriot Games. Wait, am I wrong? No, I'm wrong. This is not. It's blurry, but I was wrong. Oh no, I just saw a jump scare of. Oh, this is the guy that Candace Owens was saying looks let's find one more. Patriot Games. Okay, yeah, Jack Ryan I think is a pretty I feel like oh God, I got the wrong oh look, Rotten Tomatoes. Let's see how good this what are we scoring on Rotten Tomatoes? Yo, Omega Star, thank you for the member chat. Butterfly. What am I trying to look at here? Okay. Patriot Games. Was there a sequel or anything? 72%, both in terms of the critics and the viewers. So I don't know. Is 70? Is that good? Is that fresh? Is that mid? Some issues with the film, dumbed down from the Clancy book. Crackles with tension. Boring at first, got decent towards the end. Looks like something you could skip, maybe. Seems like maybe not crucial. Yeah, Battle Royale, right? Wasn't that the Japanese movie? It's very graphic though. If you read it, just keep that in mind. I've never read it. I've only seen the movie. Bet you seen the movie. Wait, which movie? Patriot Games? Battle Royale. Basically, it's an authoritarian Japan. They literally select high school class to basically delete each other in order to pacify the population. Read the book and watched the movie. Yeah, Battle Royale. It's great. I think that's where this that was like the first one of these films, and also it's like it's become a game mode too. Right? Obviously, Fortnite is an example of that. There's a million different battle royales. In fact, I remember playing game mode in Minecraft called Hunger Games, where you'd start off in the circle. You could either go in and try to get some items, or you could get the fuck out and try to not get killed, and then just kind of encounter each other naturally in the environment. And then the area that you're. Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of right. This is like a lot of first-person shooters now use this as their. There's also a wrestling event. Wait, what is Battle Royale in wrestling? Is it the thing where they try to throw each other out of the ring? Anyway, we gotta go. We gotta get to the Epstein thing, Chad. I'm like my brain is all over the place. My brain is tofu scramble at this point. Let us get cooking here with Moist Critical. Oh my god.
Boy howdy, I can't believe it. The title is not clickbait. This is big. Color me blue and call me a smurf. I'm looking real stupid right now because I've been quite the Scrooge humbugging, saying that it'll never happen. They'll never release.
And I know, Chad. I know. Fuck this fence rider.
The Epstein files, and look what happens. Random Friday evening, they drop these puppies. Oh, the same Epstein files that the government also tried to say aren't real are actually a huge hoax, and you're an idiot if you believe in them. They're like the Tooth Fairy or something. No such thing. Oh, well, here's those Epstein files that we said not long ago weren't real, by the way. Finally, all of the information on all of these evil pedophiles right here at our fingertips. We get...
Okay, so just to give us some orientation, right? This is the DOJ's release. This is the release that's mandated by the law that was passed through... Oh my god, what the fuck is that called? The draft resolution? Oh my god, what I'm misremembering the name of this thing. Discharge petition, right? This was the discharge petition that was waiting on the Democratic member of Congress who had just gotten elected to be seated. Mike Johnson withheld, seating her until after the shutdown, basically, right? So for the entirety of that, there were enough votes in the House to do the discharge petition, but they couldn't do it because Johnson wouldn't let them. When he finally had to seat her, then the discharge petition went through. This got passed. At first, it looked like it was just going to barely pass, but when Trump realized that not only was it going to pass the House, it was going to pass the Senate. Because here's the deal: if you do a vote, except in very few circumstances, it's going to be public. So it was kryptonite for the Republicans to vote against releasing the Epstein files. When Trump realized that the majority of both chambers were going to vote for it anyway, he basically released the Republicans to vote, to go ahead and vote on, to vote for the release, right? He realized it's going to pass anyway, and he said, hey, listen, Republicans, you might as well not go on the record as as opposing the release of the Epstein files. So that went on. They also did some maneuvers too that kind of, put some of this stuff, I think, in play in a court case. And for that reason, people speculated they were going to use that as a pretext to withhold, all or part of the Epstein files. And you can see right here that they are withholding a lot through redaction.
One sentence and then pretty much everything else redacted. And this isn't some isolated incident where I'm cherry picking shit. The bulk of these files are heavily redacted, and heavily doesn't even do it justice. It's so beyond that. Like, it is redacted to a comical degree where it would be laughable if it wasn't just so blatantly.
But I want to also point out, these were released prior to the release of these files by the DOJ, just in time for the deadline. But I don't think I don't think this is sufficient. I don't think they have abided by the law, right? I think they were supposed to release more. But anyway, prior to this, the House Oversight Dems released from the Epstein estate a whole bunch of files. So we do have a whole bunch of files. We also have an email trove. I guess I'll go over that tomorrow. I just want to go over the bare bones of this, of the two drops, right? This drop, which is, kind of, you could see it's a nothing burger, right? So much of this has been redacted. It's almost not worth it. But I think what the House Dems release definitely does merit a look, and we'll probably try to take a look at that tomorrow. But just so you know, don't get the two mixed up, right? This is what the DOJ is required by law, by the law that was recently passed to release. What is it called? Like the Epstein Files Transparency Act or something. Anyway, they're required to release this, and I don't know if this is cutting it. And then there is the oversight Dems released from the Epstein estate itself.
Evil. Like, look at the thumbnail here. You could close your eyes and see the same thing that these files show you, which is just nothing. Darkness. I always said if they do release it, it'll probably be heavily redacted. I didn't even expect it to be this extreme. This is crazy. They don't even let like a couple of like rogue words fly, like random like the or and. It's all just blacked out emptiness. They released hundreds of pages of it's unfucking believable. Yeah, we've really got these evil pedophiles on the ropes now.
Yeah, Sir Bunny Fufu is saying part of the release, they haven't released all of them. Yeah, this is, even the redacted stuff, right, isn't all they agreed to release. And I'm not sure they're actually in compliance with the law. But again, as somebody said, who's going to sue them, and how long is that going to take? And will the Supreme Court just overturn it, right? That's what we've been dealing with lately with the courts. It's not pretty.
Now that the most transparent administration in history has dropped these puppies fresh on our laps here, look at this. Wow.
Ghastly says, why even release this? It's just a continuation, chat, of what they've been doing this whole time, right? Bongino and Kash Patel and build it up on their podcast that, like, we want to see what's in those Epstein files, right? We know it's going to be the Dems are keeping this secret. Like, the Dems are afraid of what's in the Epstein files. JD Vance goes on Theo Vaughn, says, yeah, we got to release those Epstein files for sure. Trump goes on Fox News and is asked about, you're going to release the Kennedy files. He says, yes. The UFO files, he says, yes. The Epstein files, he says, yes. But then he corrects himself and says, well, gotta, maybe not so much on that one, right? We don't want any innocent people to be hurt. We don't want it to happen. We don't want any innocent people to be impugned by the release of those files, right? So yeah, it goes on. Bondi's desk supposedly. They release a folder. They give it to their influencers. Right-wing influencers, showing a little. It's like a little. What is it called? Like a Trapper Keeper, right? But when you open up the Trapper Keeper, it's shit that's already been released. So they build up, we're going to release the Epstein files, they release it, and the initial release is like nothing new, right? We've already seen all this, right? But it says part 1, and she's like, oh no, don't worry, I've got the Epstein list. Somebody asked her about the Epstein list, supposed like client list, which, may or may not exist, but she says it's on my desk. It's on my desk, it's almost ready to go, we just got to final preparations, right? And then it goes from being on her desk to not existing, right? That's what's gotten people so curious, where even the Republicans are questioning this, right? Because it's so fucking brazen. You go from, we're definitely going to release that shit, and you're just going to knock your socks off, right? How tied up the Democrats were with Epstein, and ostensibly how innocent Trump is. But it seems like they saw something in the Epstein files that they really don't want to release. And so that's why they've been acting cagey. And this was the beginning of the end of the MAGA brand, right? Like Charlie Kirk dying, I think they thought might bring them back together, make people forget the Epstein files. It's kind of had the opposite effect. Some of the Epstein stuff plays into the, kinds of theories that Candace Owens trades in. And even Charlie Kirk was talking about the Epstein files up until the point Trump said, hey, if you talk about these Epstein files, you're disloyal to Trump. And that's when he got back in line and stopped talking. A lot of the right wing did, but not all of them. And there's been people, including like Bongino, sounded like he was gonna quit. Bongino sounded like he was having a crisis of conscience. He actually quiet quitted for a number of months before actually quitting just recently, right? And for Kash Patel too, like this has got to be terrible for them. They have their validity as independent voices in the podcast sphere has been undermined by having been so gung-ho about releasing those files, and then having been made a part of the administration that is, that refuses to release them. And then when it's finally forced by law to release, this is what we get. We get Moist Critical and a bunch of black squares. A bunch of just, redacted text.
We've really got them now. We've got them cornered. Surely they'll be held accountable with this out there.
We'll talk about blacking out. I don't know if I can get a close-up of my phone. This is one of the documents that the Justice Department released.
It's a Black Mirror.
It's 100 pages.
Right.
This is what it looks like. I don't know if you can see. It's all black. It's just 100 pages of redaction. That's the transparency we're getting here.
Right, and I'll point to...
This is like the LaCroix of Epstein files, where it's the idea of the files themselves, not actually providing anything. Imagine scrolling through those 100 pages of just pure void emptiness. What the fuck? That is absurd. Now, it's not just these empty files that they plopped out there in the open. They did also provide a lot of new photos that show people like Bill Clinton with Jeffrey Epstein and Maxwell, as well as like Chris Tucker, even Michael Jackson. Like there were...
I'm thinking that maybe Moist... I think maybe Charlie's getting this... Anybody else think Charlie's getting this mixed up with the House Oversight Dems? HuffPost reported that the DOJ redacted the heck out of the documents. Now Congress is pissed. I see hearings and trials upcoming. Oh yeah. I mean, they may very well I've heard of articles of impeachment against Pam Bondi. Now, when will we see that actually play out? It sounds like Mike Johnson has sent the House home for the holidays. So just like the H3 show is not going to be it's not going to be making any content for about a month. It sounds like maybe Congress is going to be taking a hiatus as well. So.
A large amount of photos that weren't previously public. And in those photos, there are individuals whose identity is redacted. They have like the giant black square.
No, wait, I think there were some Bill Clintons, right? In this one from the DOJ, right?
They've been censored, and I thought that was supposed to be for victims, But according to what I read, this actually comes from Fox News. They said the Justice Department redacted the names and identifiers of victims. Fox News Digital has learned that the same redaction standards were applied to politically exposed individuals and government officials. What the fuck?
What the fuck? What the fuck? So basically, it sounds like they're saying there's an exemption for the Trump administration. Is that what other people heard?
Would those same redaction standards be applied to politically exposed individuals? That's like the most important individual to be exposed in these Epstein files. why would that under any circumstances be suitable for a redaction? That's fucking crazy. So, like, they can just be censored out like it's fucking Super Smash Bros. Melee.
Wouldn't that mean that every Trump picture that exists in there gets censored?
When you're about to unlock a new fighter through, like, a challenge approaching you. Why? That makes no sense. That should just be reserved solely for the victims here. I don't understand if this is...
Legala DeVille, I don't understand the liquid death has which has always flooded our country. LaCroix looks like the same stuff. I mean, I guess the innovation for liquid death people is the branding, the marketing, right? They tried to, it's just, yeah, it's like wait, is it sparkling water or is it just water? Is it just water in a can? Or is it at least fizzy water? I heard it kind of crashed and burned the first time they released it in Europe.
True. Why they would be able to redact that kind of information on politically exposed individuals. And it doesn't apply to all politically exposed individuals, clearly, because Bill Clinton is completely unmasked here. He is just like raw out in the open in these photos, as well as others, like I mentioned. So it was, I guess there was exceptions for some of them. I'm not exactly sure how the ruling all worked. There's like a bunch of like nuance to it here. It's very confusing, but under no circumstances should there have been exceptions for these politically exposed individuals in the Epstein files and photos. That's really peculiar, and that really seems...
Wait, somebody tell me, I've never tried liquid death before. Is it just water, or I thought it was fizzy water?
Extremely corrupt, because they should all be going to jail. Like, take, for example, Bill fucking Clinton here. This guy's like the Ronald McDonald...
Like, I think the idea is to make, like, sparkling water, like, look like badass and kind of like an alcohol. Like how many people, chat, have bought liquid death thinking it was, like, beer or something? Like, doesn't it sound like a shitty, like, microbrew or something?
Jeffrey Epstein's empire of child sex trafficking. This guy is in so many photos with so much evidence to support how deeply involved he was as a client. We now have even more photos of him, and still nothing has happened to Bill Clinton. The only person with more photographs with Jeffrey Epstein and Maxwell is Trump. And speaking of Trump, he is doing everything in his power to ensure Maxwell has the easiest time imaginable. Maxwell, the only person, by the way, who has ever faced even an iota of punishment for...
Oh, there's like a flavor to it. The can cost $5 in New Zealand. Yeah, listen, if you're going to sell me on some expensive sparkling water, it better at least have like, be like Highball, where it's like an energy drink, right? That's the thing that surprised me about liquid death. I kind of thought it would be an energy drink, but from what I've heard, no, it's just...
all of the innumerable, unthinkable, heinous crimes with Jeffrey Epstein's empire of child sex trafficking, the only person who faced even the slightest punishment...
You can get 2 rock stars for like $5. I don't know how much it cost, but the last time I checked, Highball, which is the one with caffeine and ginseng and just like a whole bunch of energy drink stuff. Like, right, it's like a clear fizzy water, sometimes and a little flavoring in it too, right? That shit's like, last time I checked, it was like $3.
He has now ensured went from a prison to a fucking summer camp where she gets to like pet training service dogs now, and she lives luxuriously there. It's pretty weird. I think it's very odd that these files are so heavily redacted. I think there's also a very good chance that the photos released were probably not the entire kit and caboodle. I would bet there were probably even more photos that we don't have access to and have probably been completely burned and buried somewhere that just don't exist anymore. That would be my guess. And if you're wondering about any new photos of Trump with Jeffrey Epstein or Maxwell, there's not really anything new there, but he does appear in a few of these photos they released, like this one where there is a framed photo of him with Jeffrey Epstein and Melania in between, as well as this right here where you can see 2 different pictures of Trump in the drawer. So overall, no like new photos of them together, but there is a framed one and a couple in that drawer, so he did like to keep photos of Trump around, of the 2 when they hung out. And it's hard to say if there's any new evidence there because there isn't anything new in the files themselves since it's all fucking redacted. So the only thing like new here are some of these photographs, which also are redacted. And while I thought it was supposed to be reserved solely for victims, it seems as though there is the potential that it was also used to hide politically exposed individuals. I don't know if that's 100% confirmed or not.
And I'm thinking that what we mean by politically exposed individuals is Trump officials, right? Current, or at least people that are currently in the government.
But there is now a lot of hoopla saying that this doesn't comply with what was actually sought, and they are looking to pursue further action because they redacted so much that they weren't allowed to. So I guess we'll see how it all shakes out, but holy shit, I still cannot believe what they released here in the state that it is. I can't believe they thought this would go over well with literally anybody to release hundreds of pages of pure redactions. That's unbelievable. But as far as the new photos go, I don't see how that's not actionable to at least...
But it is on brand for Trump when we think about it, right? He's mandated to do something by law, and where most people would do the bare minimum, Trump somehow does less than the bare minimum. And I guess assumes that the Supreme Court will save his ass. If it comes to it. Right, he's assuming I think he's in, from what I can tell, he's in violation of this new Epstein Transparency Act. But again, it only matters if somebody's willing to lower the hammer on the Trump administration. And so far, the Supreme Court has saved his ass on so many things.
He's trying to investigate further. In particular, someone like Bill Clinton, who's here constantly. This guy's popping up like it's Where's Waldo, but he's really easy to spot. I don't understand how, if all of this information has existed for this long, and even in this administration that was denying its existence, why don't they do anything about what they have? I feel like it should warrant, at the very least, some further poking around to see what the fuck was happening here. It just makes no sense.
Yeah, I don't know. People that are covering this on the news are constantly reminding us that people appearing with Epstein or at Epstein's property, it doesn't necessarily imply any wrongdoing. I mean, part of why they say that is to cover their ass. Also, part of why they say that is, some very powerful people probably are pictured with Epstein who might, again, that kind of feeds into the legal thing, might sue, but, also, you're going to cause friction with your network if you piss off the wrong people.
Sense to me until you start to realize that all of these people in power, this administration, the previous administration too, who also didn't release anything of substance when it comes to the Jeffrey Epstein case, still nobody's been punished. It's very clear when you realize that there are people on both sides of the political aisle here that are implicated, and should someone like Bill Clinton fall, there's a chance that many others do too that they don't want being exposed. I think that's probably why there's been so little action being taken.
What do you think, chat? If Trump could somehow, the only thing that's making, actually, you know what? The only thing that looks what he's saying actually makes sense, right? Trump has investigated people for less. Let's be real. Tish James, James Comey, right? There's Trump has investigated people for less, right? So why wouldn't he at the very least tell Pam Bondi to initiate some bullshit investigation of Bill Clinton, even assuming he doesn't think there's anything there, right? Which, there may be. The only answer that really makes sense to me is it's some kind of mutual assured destruction. I think Trump is afraid to implicate Clinton any more than he already has. Because if Clinton were to get taken to court over this, right, there'd be discovery, but he'd be able to, testify, right? I don't know. It's just it doesn't make sense when I think about it that they haven't initiating something against, these Democrats they've been promising to go after. Now you got a million pictures of Clinton with Epstein and nothing. Let's check out few more videos on this.
Epstein files released. Now, I had a little hesitancy on that word because it's only part. The DOJ releasing a mass dump of heavily redacted documents tonight. And I want to just emphasize that point. By heavily redacted, I mean a lot of pages that look like this and this and this and this and this, and that's all I was going to do to the printer to make the point. Okay, there's a lot more of them. We have teams across CNN going through what was released right now in terms of pages that are not quite as black as these. But the DOJ is admitting in a letter to Congress that the files are not complete, separate from the redactions
Sue Fairwolf-B says he won't charge Bill, especially if Bill is Bubba.
themselves, and that lack of
Yeah, so what I'm thinking that like maybe Bill's got shit on Trump and Trump's got shit on Bill.
completion is a big problem because the deadline by law, thanks to Congress forcing Trump's hand on the Epstein files, is today. Now, the key Republican who is behind getting that law passed is Congressman Thomas Massie, and he's posting on social media tonight, quote, unfortunately, today's document released by AG Pam Bondi and Deputy AG Todd Blanche grossly fails to comply with both the spirit and the letter of the law that Donald Trump signed just 30 days ago. And Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene said, quote, release all the files. It's literally the law. Well, they did not, and they have not yet. The White House saying tonight that it did not receive the Epstein documents that were released by the Department of Justice before the release. So they're saying that they weren't involved with what the DOJ chose to put out today. But the Justice Department did brief the White House on what the documents contain. So what do we actually have tonight on the pages that aren't black as the country starts to shut down and check out for the end of year holiday time? We do have some apparently never before released documents, along with thousands of files that were already public, the redactions, of course, and a whole bunch of pictures of Bill Clinton. Now, among the never before released documents is this photo of Bill Clinton. He's with Epstein. Got a print out of that one as well. And then a photo of a shirtless Clinton in a jacuzzi next to another person whose face is redacted. And a photo of Clinton swimming in a pool with Ghislaine Maxwell and another woman whose face is redacted. Now, it's important.
Is Ghislaine skinny dipping?
No, Clinton has not been accused by law enforcement of any wrongdoing related to Epstein. And a Clinton spokesperson's posting on social media tonight. The White House hasn't been hiding these files for months, only to dump them late on a Friday to protect Bill Clinton. This is about shielding themselves from what comes next or from what they'll try and hide forever. Now, as for Trump himself, he didn't want to talk about the files today. He refused to take questions about anything today when he appeared in public to announce a drug pricing order.
I won't even take questions today because there's no way I can take questions that are anywhere comparable to what you just witnessed.
The fuck? Oh my God, this guy.
To be clear, what he's talking about and what we just witnessed was an announcement from Trump about drug prices. MJ Lee has been going through the files such that we have...
I'm sure that's why you can't answer questions, because the drug prices policy is such a the most favored nation status or whatever the fuck. Right? It's such a tough act to follow. How could I ever follow that up? No question. He's so transparent. He's so fucking transparent. Like, look, the release of the files might be the opposite of transparent because it's literally opaque black squares. But Trump at least is transparent as fuck when it comes to being, yes, Columbia Rican guilty. You are correct.
Of them. And MJ, look, we got these photos, we got lots of redactions, lots of things missing, but there are still, many, many pages of documents that you are able to look through. What are you learning from them?
Yeah, Aaron, as we are going through these thousands and thousands of pages of documents and photos to try to figure out what's new, what's significant, are there people of interest that we should be taking note of? You're right that this is just a partial release of the so-called Epstein files from the DOJ. And what's interesting...
So yeah, it's a partial release in that they haven't released, there's more files that they were supposed to release. But even of the partial release, there's so much redacted out that it's almost like, like they were just like, hey, Bill Clinton, look at this. It's Bill Clinton. Look, it's Michael Jackson and Woody Allen. I'm surprised they didn't bust out Jimmy Buffett.
Is that Todd Blanche has essentially informed Congress as of this afternoon that this is happening in this way because of the sheer volume of the documents that we are talking about. And what he essentially communicated is that we needed more time to figure out what information needed to be redacted, including on some information that the agency got recently. Now, one thing that is interesting is that he made clear in this communication to Congress that they made a decision to withhold and redact information that goes beyond what is stated in the law. And just as a reminder, what is stated in the law is that there are 5 categories of information that can be redacted. That includes identifying information about the victims. And just scrolling through these documents, you can tell, there are photos where there is a black box over a woman's face. That clearly falls under that category. But there are other examples as well, like child sex abuse, anything that shows physical abuse, anything that could hurt an ongoing investigation, something that could hurt national security. But the fact that there are going to be more documents coming out on a rolling basis, and that so many redactions, again, beyond what the law originally stated, is going to have huge political ramifications. And I also think we should talk about the ramifications that is going to have on the survivors, because one of the things that the survivors are very much looking for in a big picture way as they go through these files is a sense of a better understanding of why some of these internal decisions over the course of many years were made, including, what charges did the department decide to not bring on certain people? What were the decision-making processes that took place over the course of many years that they've never gotten the answer to? So this is going to be sort of a long-running process, and I can tell you with certainty that survivors are not going to be happy about what they are going to see as still the continued lack of transparency here.
Yeah. And Chad, it's my understanding that the survivors have discussed, all right, so here's where the survivors are at. They were there. They were, Epstein's victims, right? They witnessed some things. And some of them, even like Virginia Giuffre, talked about the things, right? And then she was sued by Alan Dershowitz and forced to recant what she had claimed. So, and look, that's likely to happen to any of the survivors who come forward and identify people other than Epstein, celebrities, the wealthy, whoever, that may have participated in their abuse, right? But there's one possible workaround, and that is the Congress. On the floor of Congress, as a representative, you're allowed to say stuff without, without the worry of it being sued for, defamation, right? For instance, right? So, there has been some talk about the survivors having, giving testimony and having members of Congress relay it, as a almost like as a implicit threat to get the Trump administration to actually release this stuff. But yeah, they're not happy with it, and I don't blame them. Do you want to watch this, chat? We've got a possibly very cursed panel on the Epstein files. I don't know. Let's give this a little look, and then afterwards we're gonna jump into the bonus content, and I'll take a look, and let me just give you an update on what's ahead. Yeah, Taylor Lorenz social media addiction is in first place. Ooh, it's very close though, with Noah Samsen dishing on Ethan Klein. Right, that's on the what's it called? That's on the No Politic Here podcast with Chris Kunzler, Overzealots, and this week they have Noah Samsen on. We're literally 1 point apart, right? Third place is now Pisco versus Destiny, and somehow fourth place, Olivia Newsy. We hardly knew ya. Yeah, the Newsy Adam Friedland interview is in fourth place. So make sure to make place your bets, place your votes is what I'm trying to say, if you haven't already, right? It's 1 point apart. Taylor Lorenz is 1 point ahead of this Noah Samsen thing. So, make sure to be clear, Dersh and Virginia came to an out-of-court settlement where I believe she received payments in exchange for publicly. Okay. Yeah, it's hard to know what's in an out-of-court settlement, but regardless, she was hit by litigation and she changed her story. So I'm not making any claims about Dershowitz's guilt or innocence there. I'm just pointing out that it's very strange, but yeah. As Destiny's Child predicted, I'm a survivor. I'm not going to give up. I'm not going to stop. I'm going to work harder. You mean Destiny's Kid, the Groiper guy? No, just kidding. When you say Destiny's Child, I think you're talking about. I think of Streamer Destiny. Let's see what's in this cursed panel.
All right, thank you very much, MJ Lee, and everyone's here with me now. So Barry Levine, obviously, you've been covering this for years, and you've pushed every night here for the files to be released. So the day comes, the deadline comes, and we get some stuff. We get some new stuff. We get a lot of stuff we already knew. Yeah. We get a lot of black pages, and when it comes to men, we get a lot of pictures of Bill Clinton.
Yeah, Aaron, apparently there's about 10% of the actual FBI files that were released today, and 5% of that, 5% of the 10, we already had. Okay, so we're receiving, for the most part, very little. And, it's already been playing politics in the sense of putting out pictures of Bill Clinton. You have to wonder if the DOJ has assigned Jay Clayton at the SDNY to investigate Clinton and other Democratic enemies of President Trump. Why are they showing all of these photos of Bill Clinton? You would think that would be part of the investigation. So that
yeah, Bad Lefty, it's okay. If Dershowitz comes after me, I can probably talk to Alex Novell. I'm sure Alex Novell will get me out of trouble.
Doesn't make any sense.
With the Dersh.
We did learn that there's 12.
It was amazing that Alex Novell did what he did without, getting. I think he must have had some legal advice going into that conversation with Dershowitz.
100 victims, more than we initially thought from the DOJ. The DOJ also said, and this is most important to me, and I think the survivors, DOJ communications on investigations into Epstein and his associates and details of any immunity deals. And so I'm looking for the FD 302 forms, which are the FBI witness reports that Representative Tom Massey says pertains to 20 men that Jeffrey Epstein trafficked these children to. And from the initial look that I made earlier, I don't see any of the 302 forms. However, we may see them in a later document dump.
I mean, Stacey, just to state the obvious here, it's just definitionally impossible that it's random what we got today, right? If you're putting out 10%, someone's making a decision on what that 10% is.
Yeah, exactly. And it seems like Todd Blanche is the propped up announcer of it. But to Barry's point, it's so significant that President Trump directed Pam Bondi to investigate Bill Clinton, directly named him in a social media post along with other Democrats. And then she answered the call and appointed a U.S. attorney in the Southern District of New York to investigate.
And others, yeah.
And the policy of the Justice Department is you don't release anything related to an ongoing investigation, especially photographs about the subject of an ongoing investigation. And obviously it seems to be a disingenuous subject, being Bill Clinton being ordered to be investigated at this late stage of the game.
Wait, is that what they did? Do we know that that's Bill Clinton being investigated? I know there's some kind of court case that some of this is potentially tied up with, and it's a court case that, it seems like they initiated with the hopes that they could, tie some of these materials up, at least for a while. Right? Remember, Trump's whole game is dragging his feet.
It certainly did seem targeted at the time and still does. But why would they go against their own policies and then release Bill Clinton's photos? It's kind of makes a farce of this entire situation.
I mean, it really, right, if your whole point, if you were going to hide behind an ongoing investigation, the one that you've got going is into Bill Clinton. And yet we got a whole bunch of pictures of him in a pool and a jacuzzi and whatnot.
Yeah, no, just
so it almost doesn't make sense, given that it would be Bill Clinton.
One more building block, which is that the legislation, the Epstein Files Transparency Act, actually has an exception. It says you do not have to release information if it could jeopardize an ongoing investigation. So it's not just that that's Justice Department policy. The law allows for them to actually have that.
Specific law, right? That Massey.
Yes,
law. Yeah.
Exactly.
Does the law allow for that, or does the law mandate that? Right? Because if it allows for that, but doesn't mandate that, I could see why Bill Clinton's being shown, even if he is a subject of the investigation. But if that's like, if it mandates that those parts of the files be kept secret, then they'd be, I guess, in violation of that.
So it's the oddity that would be the piece that's released, and especially when the victims have named at least 20 men, and then we've only got one out of 20.
Right. And it happens to be that one. Okay, Max. So, I mean, we all get that. And obviously, everybody, if there's anything more to know about Bill Clinton, then people should know it, right?
Sure.
But they should know about everyone else as well. The two men behind the bill, the law that Ryan's talking about, Ro Khanna and Thomas Massey, have both said this is a load of baloney. And Massey saying, basically get out of town, right? His words are that grossly fails to comply with the spirit and the letter of the law. Then you had Marjorie Taylor Greene, who, has been a regular voice on this issue, but now other issues going against Trump. Does this become like everybody jumps on board to this or no?
There are now 3 things that are universally approved of in politics: motherhood, apple pie, and releasing all of the Epstein files, which is what makes this so incredibly jarring, alarming, and politically stupid that the Trump administration is acting this way.
There's not a lot of ways that Trump could end up in a situation where some Republicans might support a Democratic effort to impeach him, right? Even though I still maintain there's a lot of hatred for Trump. A lot of the people that seem loyal to Trump, they're only scared of Trump, and they would love to get rid of him. They were, preying on his downfall during the primary. They were praying that he would become irrelevant after January 6th. And, every single time, he has too much of the Republican voting bloc on his side for them to meaningfully stand up. Something does seem to have changed, though. Something does seem to have changed. People are asking about the YouTube banning. So there's been actually a lot of YouTube accounts banned lately, right? People speculate that they've implemented a new AI moderation system, and a lot of people have complained for getting banned for stuff that they never did. So I'm hoping that this means that YouTube, YouTube's gonna fix it on a grand scale. Usually, it's kind of like there's 2 different systems of justice in YouTube. If you're a large content creator, you can get a hold of a person and force them to look at your case and say, hey, is there a good reason to ban me? If not, please give me my channel back. If you're a small channel, or even a middle-sized channel, no such luck, right? But because there are so many people that have been hit with this wave of bans, it looks like YouTube might be, knock on wood, right? They might be doing something about it and reversing a lot of bans. So let's hope that people get their channels back, because it's a scary way to live. It's a scary way to live.
They are either grossly incompetent, and that tells, look at how they're dealing with issues of affordability, or they're on the wrong side of the Epstein conspiracy, the Epstein case. Call it whatever you want. They're on the wrong side of it. I cannot for the life of me understand why they are operating this way, unless they're trying to hide something on behalf of Donald Trump.
This is the first time I've ever seen a CNN panel that where they don't argue. Like, there was nobody saying, actually, Trump's doing great here. It's just this fake news and the liberal Democrats and I've never seen a panel agree that much on CNN. Anyway, chat, like I said, unfortunately, we don't have a whole much more time tonight. I want to get to that bonus content that you earned, because we're at 165 by my count, right? Let me check and see let me guess. I'm going to look at the poll. Oh no, chat, is it going to be tied? It says it's tied. 87 votes so far, all right? 34% for Taylor Lorenz. 34% for Noah Samsen. And 17 for Pisco and 14 for Olivia Newsy. It looks like Taylor Lorenz is slightly ahead. Although I don't know. Wait, statistically speaking, chat, with less than 100 votes, like, no, they may be at the exact same, like, it says Taylor Lorenz is ahead, all right? My dono votes. I vote for Noah. Okay, look at that. Columbia Rican. Putting your money where your mouth is. Let's check how much that is for. Looks like we're gonna add 20 to the Noah Samsen thing. All right. So Noah Samsen now ahead by 20 points. Anybody else? All right, speak now, or forever hold your peace. I want to know, chat. Anybody else who's donated or wants to donate, you got an opinion on it's, kind of, it looks like it's down to Taylor Lorenz or the new piece that she has about social media addiction, kind of clarifying some of her points from the debate, really, with Zach and Gavin of the Vanguard. And then we've got Noah Samsen appearing on No Politic here in order to dish on Mr. Ethan Klein. Is that what we're going with? Anyone else want to weigh in? Anyone else feel strongly? Going once. Going twice. Let's check out. Wait, is it actually called this? I can't remember if they have a channel. Yeah, they do. They do have a channel for this. All right, so here it is.
No Politic here.
Hello,
No Politic here.
everyone, and welcome back to the first ever episode of the Handsome Contest. This week, we've all been looks-maxing to get ready for this, and we've brought on our first opponent of me and Isaac, which is Noah Samsen. He may mog us. He's just told us he's taller than us, but it should be an exciting episode. So, yeah, welcome, Noah.
Welcome,
Thank you for having me.
Thanks for coming.
You guys are my two favorite YouTubers, so
dude, likewise.
So here's where Noah breaks his silence on the Ethan Klein lawsuit. Does everybody remember when Ethan Klein was going to sue Noah Samsen? I feel like he was the first person that Ethan threatened.
Are you happy to break your silence about the lawsuit situation? Are you able to?
Yeah, I mean, no, I'm not getting sued. I was never getting sued.
I guess that's where like the confusion is, because that, according to him, like you were about to fucking lose your house. You were back to the ropes.
Yeah, I wasn't aware that people, because I thought I made it pretty clear in my video that he hadn't sued me, I guess because he continues to because he sued those other people are assuming he sued me. But no, he just spent like 3 or 4 months kind of like harassing me and telling me he was going to take all my money and like make me poor and make me on the street begging or whatever. And
you could move in with me if that happens, by the way.
Oh yeah, fuck yeah. Okay, I hope he sues me then. Fuck it. That'd be a party.
That'd be so sick.
Sorry to your girlfriend though. I'd be taking.
Sorry to your girlfriend.
It's all good, man.
Oh no.
It's all good. She could sleep on the couch.
Yeah,
cool.
I mean, I guess it's like, I kind of knew that you weren't getting sued.
I'm glad Noah didn't take it one more step further and be like, no, actually, you could sleep on the couch.
But it's obviously like, there was like,
I'll be sleeping in the bed with your girlfriend.
I can imagine, the Iranians have like a clock that says this is the amount of time until Israel is destroyed. In his house, he had like a 24-hour countdown. He was like, Noah Samsen, retract your video. And it wasn't just like a little bit of like, oh, you're getting sued. I remember like a huge amount of podcast episodes, and also a fucking like Mutahar got involved as well.
Like, he probably ran this by his law team. Anybody else think so? He probably ran this shit by his law team, and his law team was like, no, that's not a good idea, right? That's not going to work. Look for a better lawsuit, Ethan.
Well, some ordinary gamers.
Yeah, I know multiple pretty big YouTubers that he reached out to that he said, I will pay your legal fees if you join in on this lawsuit. People that I talked about in my video.
Really?
YouTubers who backed a genocide. So yeah, it was a coordinated effort. And I mean, he paid a lawyer to write a cease and desist to telling me to take down the video or they were going to sue, or like, I mean, it was just a scare tactic.
Yeah.
At the time though, I'm completely unfamiliar with legal proceedings, defamation law and stuff like that. So I mean, I hired a lawyer for sort of analysis on a lot of these things. I talked to a lot of lawyers, and it was kind of a stressful time for sure. Cause it's like, I mean, if someone wants to legally harass you until you don't have enough money to pay lawyers and then you have to settle, they can do that. That's just how
we saw him do it.
The American, and yeah, I mean, he is doing that right now. And that's another thing we can talk about is his just completely cowardly shift to be like, okay, I can't sue him because he's just expressing a political opinion, and I can't sue these other people because they're just watching my content. But they're women, I guess. Yeah. So I'm gonna sue all of them at once and then make a big fuss about it.
And again, chat, from my perspective, suing content creators, especially smaller channels, for Ethan over this content, like, it looks bad. It looks bad. It makes him look hypocritical. The only reason people are able to suspend their disbelief is over this being Ethan bullying people, is because so many of the people that are attracted to a story about Casey Tron, Denims, or Frogan are dudes that like have been weaned on content demonizing these women, right? So the only way that this works is Ethan has to find an acceptable target, and Asmongold would absolutely destroy him in the realm of public opinion, of PR. Asmongold has a bigger reach, a bigger platform, a bigger voice, a bigger megaphone. So that would not go well. Same thing with XQC. Also, he's kind of gunning for that type of audience, right? That's part of the Hassan hate industrial complex. So he doesn't want to alienate those people. So it doesn't make sense there. But yeah, Denims, Casey Tron, and and he can do this weird, like, there's a weird little, the whole thing, chat, with the old school villain with the mustache, that twirls the mustache and then he ties a woman to the track. There's like a bit of this in there somehow, right? A bit of like, or like a super villain that like, that captures the heroes, like, friends or something. So now Batman will have to, like, I don't even have to find Batman now. He'll come to me because I've captured his best friend, right? It's kind of like it's got that going on too for it, right? And then he could say, why hasn't Hassan donated to these people? Because what he wants, chat, is for Hassan to donate, and then for them to be forced to settle, or for them to lose the case, so that he can celebrate having taken some of Hassan's money, right? Again, Hassan has re-emphasized that if he does donate, we will never know it. But I have a feeling that he's got something in mind, right? I'm kind of hoping that what we're trying to do here is pare it down to like one lawsuit, and then maybe, Denims seems pretty confident, right? I hope she's got good legal representation, and yeah, maybe she'll get some last minute support that'll allow her to hang in there, take it all the way to the decision, and even if the decision goes into her favor, she has the potential to be for Ethan to do an appeal, and that makes it even more dangerous, right? Because there's a chance that something that goes to the Court of Appeal is more likely to set a precedent, I guess, right? If it's been decided and then decided on appeal.
And yeah, I mean, like, really terrorize their lives, for lack of a better term, because of the financial, he has multiple businesses, they have their podcasts, they're just sicko weird fan base that like still, they're all like 24-year-old girls that are also now liberal Zionists. And yeah.
Is this true? I got some major doubt for this. I feel like the people that you find like in the comments, right? Maybe Ethan Klein's viewers, a portion of them are 24-year-old girls, like you said, that are just eating out of Ethan's hands when it comes to his questionable political takes, right? I just don't think that's I don't think that's representative of the kind of H3 haters that you see, or not haters of H3, but the haters from H3 that you see on Twitter, or the denizens of the Reddit. Like, Reddit is a very sweaty, very, you know, male dominated place. I don't know how this girly pop nation, I don't know how relevant the notion of girly pop nation is anymore. I know that's how he represents his audience. I just don't know. I'm kind of to doubt on how true that actually is.
Yeah. Extremely parasocial. It's a very demonic place to like exist, but at the same time, that financial consistency allows you to theoretically legally harass people. But he did just lose that big defamation lawsuit against what's his name?
He
Ryan
settled. He settled.
Yeah, he settled. And he had to pay. I have an inside.
OnlyFacts is giving it 18 months from now for for there will be a case that takes him out. But you mean like a legal case? Like somebody will sue Ethan? There's also the possibility that, you know, his numbers just continue to go down, and he reads the writing on the wall and figures out some rationale to call it quits. I don't know. I guess that's a possibility too. Legal or economic, I don't know if Ethan's hurting for money. I know he did lose the lawsuit that they just mentioned. But, you know, my understanding is that, you know, his income isn't just coming from the show. It's coming from Teddy Fresh, and it's coming from investments, and, you know, there's I don't think he'll necessarily be like I mean, it'd be nice if he ran out of money enough to just stop him from filing these vindictive lawsuits.
Insider source that has informed me that he had to pay, I can't give you the figure, but an exorbitant, it's a lot. It's a lot. So it's something that you could theoretically, you know, tally onto the idea that he's trying to financially harass people and that it won't last as long. But in the case of my lawsuit, it was just a scare tactic. It was a political effort to delete criticism of Zionism. And that, you know, he doesn't work for the Israeli government, but the Israeli government funds projects like that across the world in order to stifle criticism of Zionism. So it's the same fundamental structure, and he was participating in it in his own, for free, you know. I mean, he paid for it, like
for the love of the game.
He wasn't even paid by the government to act like that. So that's what's so troubling. But yeah, I mean, he's a fucking, I don't like he's a pussy. That's the whole thing.
He's a huge pussy.
And it's a gendered insult, but it's completely.
He's a putty cat.
It's just it's pathetic. Like, it's very sad watching him sit.
He's a weak, fragile man.
Insult women, call them bitches, be so fragile, all in order for this ultimate goal of. And people have been speculating that it's to make Hassan pay these other creators to help their legal funds, so then he would be financially harming Hassan. Which is just insanity.
Forgive me if I'm wrong,
using
Noah.
these people as you know, financial pawns in some weird psychological game that only he is playing. Like, he's obsessed.
Yeah. Did he ever actually like refute any of the actual arguments you made, like pertaining to actual political issues? Because that's something that I noticed with him. Like, he won't talk about Chris. He won't. Well, if he is talking about Chris and he's like showing a video where Chris is present, he'll literally just skip over his part. He'll be like,
look, his whole criticism of Chris Kunzler is that is calling him Chris Kunzler or Chris Cumguzzler, right? That's basically all he's got.
Like, I'm gonna go to this other person. Chris is saying a whole bunch of gobbledygook. We don't need any.
I'm gonna go to the woman to call her a Nazi and a bitch. And
I'm gonna get my wife to call her that. Yeah.
He's implying, and those of you, Adam Friedland fans out there might get this. He's implying that Chris is Kamitsner Gordon.
If anyone's watching this and hasn't seen it yet, Chris has a video covering Ethan's response to your stream with Madison from the channel Cruel World Happy Mind. I forget if that's her name.
Yeah,
but
that is Madison.
To her, and Ethan reacted to it in an amazing way.
Let's see. So you're talking about other shit right now, right? Now, I know a lot of you guys have trouble listening to Chris Kunzler, and don't worry, I've watched this, and no offense to Chris, but he doesn't really have anything interesting to say. So in the interest of sparing us all, I'm going to just skip over what he has to say.
The thing is, I haven't really heard, I mean, other than like Madison, I haven't really heard Chris defend, like a lot of what Chris does, it's not defending Hassan or defending Bad Empanada or something like that. It is attacking Ethan Klein's, narratives from a factual historical perspective, which is not something that Ethan actually has a good command over. So again, this is why Ethan doesn't actually intellectually engage with Chris. I don't think he's capable.
To be honest, that was something that really irked me. And the reason it irked me so much is because I know you spoke to Madison as well, Isaac.
Yeah.
But I spoke to her. Madison never once purported to be like an expert on Palestine. She has done 2 live streams in her life, one being with Ethan Klein and one being with me. They spent their time going, look, she wasn't very good at this, was she? And it's like, sorry, she, first of all, did not come from this position of wanting to be expert on Palestine. She's someone who's like, hey, I actually care about Palestine and I'd like to talk about it more. And I think that ultimately, especially for someone who makes like content that everything is political realistically.
Yeah.
Even like the YouTube shorts, Minecraft reels that I see all the time, those are political. In that they waste my time, but
they pull you away from being an anti-Zionist.
They take your Zionist entity.
They've been sent to trick me. But just on the topic of like reaching out to like a wider audience and like showing people, hey, this Palestine stuff is important and it's good to talk about. Like that's a good thing. Like I'm sorry, it is a good thing. And I'm glad I did it. The only thing that has been a terrible fucking feeling, and obviously not really a stress in my life, not trying to take away from this, is once again, this thing of watching his cult-like fans go, financially ruin someone, financially ruin someone for me, financially ruin someone so we can get catharsis about the bad woman who, stole from the Mr. Ethan Klein. And it's just like, oh, God.
Yeah.
How do you have the audacity? Like, how do you have the audacity to call yourself a leftist?
I actually don't believe in the girly pop nation. Like, I think girly pop nation describes maybe what H3's fandom used to be. I don't think it's I don't think there's a lot of girly pops left in the nation, right? I don't think there's a lot of girly pops that are like, yes, I want to see this void brought low, right? This is like, I mean, he's doing the kind of content that's very satisfying to incels.
And I think it's a problem of almost the era of red pill content you were fucking talking about. The reason that Ethan portrayed himself as a leftist was just because he spoke about really bad men on the internet being objectively really bad. And it's easy to look good when, you talk down to the worst guy.
Being anti-right wing is not being left wing by any means. And that's kind of been unearthed in the last few years, I feel like, especially. But in the case of Ethan, it's just I really don't even like talking about him, and that's part of why, like, when I see he'll do stuff and I'll be like, man, that would be a fun video to make because he's so stupid. He's just so fucking stupid, and it's such an easy thing to use to, like, show people what Zionism looks like. But then I'm like, well, his fans, the only people left in his fan base are parasocial, sycophantic, Zionist freaks. Like some combination of that. Like liberal Zionists or people who just apathetic. They don't give a fuck. They give a fuck when it's time to say, oh, he's pro-Palestine. Oh, he did this. Oh, he did that. But when it comes down to it, when it comes down to their actual politics, they do not care at all. And an audience like that is still, to this day, willing to financially support a creator that is perpetuating liberal Zionism is, that's, I don't want to say it's a lost cause, but it is. There are other places, a lot of times, that I think are potentially more worthy to focus, unless things are just so clearly heinous that it's that you have to touch on it and it's easy.
So it's kind of like TYT in that, like in the beginning, there was still a progressive audience there to be reached out to, maybe who didn't realize how toxic Anna was acting to her co-hosts and to trans people in general, to other, other people in social media. It was worth it to get the, to try to reach those people and give them another place to be and to make them realize what TYT has become. However, after a while, you got to recognize that if they were going to get out, they would have already, right? and that the people that are there now, you know, I mean, first of all, their audience has shrunk massively with TYT, and second of all, a lot of the people that Anna's appealing to now, if you ever look at her Twitter replies, it's like thirsty Nazis. It's like 70% Nazis that want to, you know, goon to Anna Kasparian, and it's just I feel dirty, you know, even being in that. Like, okay, you know, you go ahead and do your thing. If Anna wants an audience that goons to her, you know, fine, you know, and I don't want to have anything to do with these sweaty, horny Nazis.
Easy, but I don't know.
Well, I bring up his avoidance of like dealing with your political arguments because Chris is someone who has made copious amounts of genuinely thought out, great criticism of him on a political level. I've criticized him politically. I've talked about how he, you know, perpetuated the lie that, you know, during the Nakba, the Arab leaders told the Palestinians to flee, and that's a right-wing Israeli myth that's been debunked by Zionists themselves, like Shlomo Ben-Ami. It's been debunked by Benny Morris. Like this is a lie, but he never retracted that statement. He'll go on and say that Palestinians in Israel, their plight is merely analogous to how minorities in America are treated.
It's a country that exists. It has borders. It has 20% of its population are Palestinians. I believe that they do have virtually equal rights there, although there's a lot of social.
You wouldn't say this in any other thing, right? You wouldn't be like, hey, look, you know, things are not as bad as they were during lynchings, right? Black people should really quit complaining, right? Just because they're not allowed to, you know, just because they're segregated into separate sports leagues, and you know, right? Like it's like actually they've got it pretty good. They've got it pretty good. It's wild to fucking say, yeah, they have almost the same rights. I mean, they're literally not allowed to like walk on certain streets, but they don't have the you know, right to free movement. Again, chat, like, you know, if you're Palestinian in you know, Israel, Jerusalem, West Bank, or Gaza, right? Those places are like for instance, if you fell in love with somebody, you know, if you are a Palestinian living in Israel and you fell in love with somebody from Gaza or for the West Bank, right? You could you know, you could go live with them in that apartheid situation. You could never have them come like live with you, right? There's no mobility there. You can only go to a more apartheid situation. You can never go, you know, to a lot like, you know, but yeah, even you know, Palestinians living in Israel, very, you know, they do not have the same rights, right? It's officially codified as a Jewish state, and you know, it's gonna operate therefore as an ethno state, because it is one, an apartheid ethno state.
Much like racism is in America, where it's like technically on the books there's not, but obviously there's a lot of room to improving the situation for Palestinians who are living in Israel proper,
which is completely untrue. There are discriminatory laws in Israel that will meet the definition of apartheid. What is apartheid? It's a non-exhaustive list of inhumane acts committed against one group of people by one racial group that seeks to dominate the other group, and they commit that act with the goal of preserving that structure. That is something that happens in Israel. But Ethan just boils it down to, okay, it's just the way that minorities in America are treated. It's exactly the same, which is not the truth. We have called him out on this so many times. We've made great arguments against him on a political level, nothing personal. I don't believe Chris to be the guy who sent skulls to his house, unless I'm wrong. But
BKK thanking Contra after she imploded her reputation as a thoughtful creator is really it really is.
There's a concerted effort with Ethan to only respond to the fluff, never get to the root of the issue. And even when he dealt with you, like, he didn't actually combat any of your arguments. He took issue with your thumbnail.
In the stream, he said explicitly that he would because I was like,
watch it.
He's not going to respond. He said, I will respond in the court, basically in court. Like, you're going to get sued and I'm going to respond to each argument in court. And I was like, okay, well then I already win because you're not going to sue me. So this is like ridiculous. But then he did the same thing with you guys. He just completely ignored it. And I mean,
and think about how much of the motivation for something like the lawsuits might have been his inability to get Reddit to take down the subreddits that he doesn't like, and to get have a clear shot at taking Noah to court, right? He's had all these failures, he's taken all these L's, so he's looking for an easy W. And then he sets this trap and finds the victims that are going to be the least sympathetic to his audience and the least sympathetic to a slop tuber audience, and there you go. There you have the 3 lawsuits.
So there's a material motivation to not alienate more of his audience by showing them places where you prove him to be like a repulsive Zionist. Like, that's obviously against his material interest. They run businesses, they're trying to make money.
Yeah.
At the same time, like you that is part of why it's so easy for these people to, because they don't know and they don't care. Like, when you're that parasocial, you're not a serious political actor, you aren't going to go seek out the critique and listen to it in good faith and try and understand what we have been saying. You're just going to watch the stream and you're going to see him dunking on this this creator who made her first essentially like explicitly political video about Palestine. In a very minor part of her video in an argument, and you're going to verbally berate her and call her names and say she's a Nazi.
Nazi bitch is what he called her, or what he asked Hila to call her for him, since Ethan's crew has let him know that it's a bad look for him to call women bitches.
So cathartic for you because you like Ethan Klein. That's the extent of your politics, which is not political, right? But I mean, I think there are a lot of actual liberal Zionist arguments that are being perpetuated by this person. But yeah, when it comes to like actual criticism, this is just, creators, by and large, a lot of times these drama people, these old guard creators cannot respond to criticism. So they ignore it because they're trying to make money, or they ignore it because in his case specifically, I think he is a very fragile person. Like, he is refuses to reckon with the fact that he might be a disgusting anti-Palestinian racist and upholding these structures with his rhetoric. And it's much easier to turn away, to turn to your IDF wife and hear whatever she has to say about it to back you up, which I'm sure will prove that you're not racist when a racist does that. Like, it's just I don't
defer
know,
to the Raider of Ramallah. She's his character reference.
You're speaking over IDF voices, I guess. I don't know. It's really unfortunate. But yeah, it's just like, you threaten to sue for so long. You don't sue because you know you can't sue. That whole thing is a charade. That whole thing is, we're going to get 2 or 3 episodes out of this. We're going to, dig up dirt on somebody.
Has Ethan come after Miss Rachel? I haven't heard him say anything. Anybody know? I haven't heard him say anything either way about Miss Rachel.
Find his ex and have her say things.
Miss Rachel was nominated for Anti-Semite of the Year this year, but was it the ADL that did that?
You didn't say, and do all sorts of like bizarre, weird, slimy tactics to try and attack someone's character rather than defend your pro-Israel positions, because you can't defend that because Israel's committing a genocide and you support it. So
it's really interesting because that was like frankly outrageous, the whole thing of like him bringing up someone from your personal life. But also it's really funny because it is the classic right-wing or like libbed out alleged left-winger tactic of like, look how much fun Hassan is having at your expense whilst he purports to be a socialist doing this. Look how much fun of woman protector Noah is having at your expense. He's actually the worst guy in the world. He's not what he says he is. And like, realistically, then all of these people get their enjoyment by, looking at the figure of excess and punishing them. Like, that's really how it factors into this politics. Like, these people just look for it.
It's like, I mean, not to be debate lord, but it is an ad hominem ultimately. It is attacking the character of someone, not their argument. It's trying to tear someone down in the eyes of an audience so that you can generate all this controversy about it without actually dealing with the substance. And for people that are like engaged with politics, it's very clear to see, but these people just aren't.
It's an appeal to like perceived hypocrisy. With you,
Yeah.
It's like, oh, look, he is a feminist, but he's actually also like Jeffrey Epstein or whatever the fuck he tried to get you for. He was pushing it like crazy, and then when you actually listen to it, it's like the most benign shit ever.
Wait, yeah, this is the one where wasn't it Dan that like, you know, basically all but implied that like Noah was some kind of predator or something? And then yeah, when they finally released it, it's like a nothing burger.
His producer Dan said, I think the quote is like, "I wouldn't go denying October 7th rapes Noah given your history." So very clearly implying that I'm a rapist.
I didn't know that.
And then when the person came on to talk about what she was going to talk about, she like explicitly denied any sort of abuse or wrongdoing in that regard. And it was very much like they had to issue a, you know, cover their ass legal apology to say, you know, at that stream, like, okay, we are not accusing him of anything. But in the prior stream, they very, very implied. But I can't sit here and sue people that say things like that for defamation or whatever, because I don't know. I don't have the money. I don't have the time. I don't want to get into a prolonged legal battle with someone like that. But I mean, that's the kind of stuff that's like, you know, it's very anti. Yeah, I don't know. It's just very dishonest and it's frustrating.
Yeah, I think it's also like a horrifying part of American society, and to an extent British society. It's not quite as bad here, but just like suing people constantly. Like, I'm sorry, it goes right up to the fucking president suing the BBC over editing a clip of him to make him look slightly worse. And, you know, like, I'm no defender of the BBC, but of all of the things that they should be held to account for, that is minimal in my opinion. But like just this litigious nature of just, I'm going to sue everyone. I'm going to attack them. I'm going to not bother and deal with anything that they say. It's just
Americans
it's just
love
repugnant.
burger and lawsuit. That's America right there. Land of the free.
Yeah. And it's so incongruous with being a leftist, like spending your time doing that. Like, I'd rather talk about politics or something to that effect, you know, and like challenge someone on the basis of what they say and what they do. And it's a funny thing about like kind of the position I came from versus the position I find myself in. Like, when you learn about academia, you're not told read the Israeli perspective in academia. Sure, you read Israeli authors, you learn about what their narratives are, but it's not like you are learning to counter things. You are just learning about it for the sake of trying to produce new knowledge about something meaningful, you know? And I think that like in many ways, this is an interesting aspect of the content that we've ended up, like we all end up creating online, that so much of it is just combating people, because the problem of social media, and this is a general thing, this is almost like an impossible problem of the medium, is people want things to be combated and fought against. And so people are always going to be able to do it in really problematic and horrifying ways to appeal to their audience. Even if they built an audience like Ethan did off the basis of, I am the defender of free speech.
Oh, no. Yeah.
People don't give a shit. There's a thing about like the Reagan and the news that I once read, and it's like, well, you know, the news thought they'd take down Reagan by showing a scandal. But the thing is people didn't love Reagan in spite of the scandals. They loved him because of the scandals. And I think, unfortunately, a thing you increasingly realize is a lot of people with big audiences, unless the scandal is like pedophile, is pretty much the only one that's like damning now. I mean, Andrew Tate's gotten away with it, but unless it's that.
Troll.
Yeah, I mean, being the
Donald Trump, arguably
pedo troll, that's a winner. That's a Reddit
Klein's
account.
Former Reddit account, or I mean, it is his Reddit account.
Yeah. Alan Dershowitz, allegedly.
Yeah. The artist formerly known as Pedo Troll.
I'm a Redditor from Israel, and this is my account.
Yeah, just I was considering, because I was like, when it comes to politics, like winning or successfully defending yourself in court from defamation is not a win. Like that's not some kind of thing to like spend time and money celebrating, because it just means that this person did not have the grounds to sue you. It doesn't mean that they defamed you. You have to do a separate thing, and that costs another tens of thousands of dollars. And that's not like, initially I was like, okay, what if this went to court and became a big thing? The new Johnny Depp Amber Heard, and it was like a huge fun thing where we had to, cite the ICJ at Los Angeles, civil court so that we could say, well, they are committing a genocide. Well, he did use this rhetoric to support it. That would be kind of fun. But then I was like, no, actually, very quickly was like, that's not like a very productive avenue of politics. As fun as it might be to go in court on camera, but just silly, just very silly.
And also, I mean, the case of Johnny Depp Amber Heard basically proves that there can be unequivocal evidence in your favor and you will still get fucked by the American legal system. Like, genuinely.
Not only by that, but by the court of public opinion, if we're talking about that case.
That story is a madness, and it always surprises me that people react so negatively when you can look at her narrative and the things that are said and like what the British court found about it. And it's like, Jesus Christ, like, how are you sitting here defending a 50-year-old man who was dating a 20-year-old and just like evidently abusing her? And I guess something else we mentioned.
Wasn't there like a vault of information that had been sealed by the courts, and some Johnny fans got together and raised money to be able to get it unsealed, and then when they did, it not only did it not, prove whatever they were looking to prove about Amber Heard, it actually made Johnny Depp look good. To have you with us. We are just wrapping up our bonus content for the day. I programmed the first half of the stream, and the viewers get to program the fun half of the stream. And we're in the fun half right now, doing a little checking in with Noah Samsen. Anybody remember this guy? Remember the Noah Samsen, the Ethan Klein legal case that was supposed to go off against Noah Samsen? Well, you might not have heard about that for a long time because it didn't happen. It didn't happen. Ethan never sued Noah. There probably are no legal grounds to do that. Even, if there were, right? Ethan was going for a lawsuit that he could get all of SlopTube on board. And so, yeah, you caught us. You caught us watching a little bit of drama. We're catching up on a little bit of tea for Noah Samsen, his retelling of what happened. Good to have you in here. We got some fans. So you're a fan? Oh, wow. People have heard of me. Thank you, Common Space Invader, and thanks for the raid as well, Struggle 4. Good to have you all with us tonight. Yeah. So it's a bit of a bigger audience than I'm used to, but I think I can manage. I think I can manage. But yeah, you did cut. I mean, we are close to the end of this. We're gonna watch what Noah has to say about Casey Tron. Please don't let this make you think that all I cover is SlopTube drama. We do keep an eye on it, right? Because it ends up affecting people like the three women that Ethan Klein sued and that are trying to get out of that lawsuit right now. But yeah, we got this. We got this. Thank you for all the follows. I massively appreciate this. This is Bleach Blonde Noah. The last time we saw him, I think it was his marathon stream raising funds for Palestine, and he ended up shaving half of his head and dyeing the other half or something. Yeah, I mean, his hair was looking really weird back then. Now it's in a blonde, kind of platinum frosted tips kind of arrangement. But yeah, good to have you with us. It's good to All right, so let's finish this out. We did do politics earlier. Yeah, we were talking about Epstein. We were talking about the and the massive fallout of the right-wing civil war. With Candace now rehashing her her conspiracy theories about TPUSA and Erika Kirk, and really going to war. It seems like everybody's going to war with Ben Shapiro. It may be the end of Ben Shapiro, but unfortunately the people that are going to replace him somehow even worse, although that strains the imagination to say, right? Somehow they are somehow, it's a Tucker Carlson, Nick Fuentes, Candace Owens access that is seeming to win. But yeah, let's go ahead and watch the rest of this, and covers all the things. Slop is just the bonus. Yeah, well, look, I'm a little bit of an expert in slop, right? I've been hit by the slop tubers. I've been attacked by the slop tubers. I never got sued by anyone like Ethan Klein, right? I did get threatened with some lawsuits, I think by, what was it, Vosh's sysadmin was gonna sue me, was gonna try to take my channel down a few times, but we got through this the drama and we survived. So I always try to, when somebody else is getting dogpiled, I always try to at least give them a look and tell people to support them, which you should. But hopefully these Casey Tron's out of the lawsuit now. Hopefully Denims and Frogan can get out without having their lives ruined by Ethan's litigation. Anyway, let's catch the rest of the slop tube drama.
Watch it. Yeah, that was very hostage. Free the hostages.
Yeah,
bro. She was like literally on like so like gun to the head kind of thing. It was crazy.
Where's your yellow ribbon, Noah? Where's your yellow ribbon?
Wait, true. I need that. She should have been wearing one. That might have made it go down better or something.
Oh God. He probably would have sued her again.
Oh yeah, for making a mockery of Israeli suffering or whatever. Yeah, that was, I mean, for anyone that watched it does, I think, make him look like a psychopath. Him reacting to her apology and celebrating and gloating about this person who very clearly was reading a legal script to avoid financial penalties, doesn't believe these things, because how could you? Obviously this guy's a fucking loser that's trying to legally harass.
Oh, so people are asking what this is. This is No Politic Here, which you should go follow. Let me give you the address, or let me give you the link for this, right? Oh gosh. It's like all the channels are YouTube. You make it so hard to find this stuff. Which one of these is No Politic Here? We got Overzealots, we got Chris Kunzler, we got Noah Samsen, and the let me just try to open this, and oh no, it gave me an about blank. Here we go. I'm just gonna give you the subscribe button because that's all I can. Oh, really? It won't even let me do that. All right, we'll do it the old-fashioned way. Let's take a look here. No Politic Here. And yes, that is the meme. You may have seen it, right? The Israeli football fan. Here it is. Yeah, this is their copy the link. Here you go. This is the link if you want to give them a follow. This is the new podcast. This is Chris Kunzler and Overzealots' new project. Noah Samsen is the guest, right? He joked earlier he's just there for his looks, but yeah, he's their guest on this, and looks like they're going to be going forward with this podcast. Chris Kunzler and Overzealots are YouTube. Well, actually, I think Chris comes from TikTok. I think Chris was originally a TikToker. He's on YouTube too. He does live streams. Overzealots does video essays. And Chris Kunzler is the guy that like debunked Ethan's massive Nakba denial when that came out, and just took it piece by piece, the actual history that was misrepresented by Ethan. And because of that, Ethan's afraid to respond to him, right? Recently, Ethan watched I think it was an episode of where Kunzler was talking to Cruel World Happy Mind. He fast forwarded through everything that Chris said because he was afraid there was going to be some like political or historical point that he wasn't going to have a comeback on, right? So, but anyway, yeah, they've combined forces for No Politic Here, which you can follow in the link that I just linked to you in Twitch chat.
And abuse everyone, and with a complete misunderstanding of like copyright infringement. Even and in contradiction with his history of supposedly fighting copyright, which that even isn't necessarily the truth. I think Bad and Banana's done some good videos about specifically that narrative on the lack of the this sort of false narrative perpetuated by him being like a free speech warrior. I don't think he ever really was, but in contrast to his image, you know, that still is acceptable.
Didn't Ethan say he was going to sue him too? Remember? He was like, I'm
I think so.
coming
He said
for
he was
you.
Gonna, like, extradite him or what?
He's fled to Uruguay. He's fled to Uruguay now.
A lot of people
Uruguay.
still think I live with Bad Empanada in Argentina.
Oh my
Because
god! I remember you posted an Instagram story, right?
That was
yeah,
funny.
I did
That
an
was
Instagram
really
story. He actually sent me some videos from around like Argentina to post. Bad Empanada did, so I could post them, and then a photo of him at like a bar, like at night, like and like and then I was moving at the time, so I posted a photo of me with all the stuff in the background with boxes and stuff, and I was like, Argentina bound, let's get it, this is so exciting. And of course they're all like, oh, he's fleeing to go hang out with his best friend CPS chairman and avoid getting sued. And I was like, you guys are so fucking stupid. But it was fun. That was a fun one.
Yeah.
But I still get comments today like, fleeing like a little cockroach in Argentina could come back.
Oh man,
Are you serious?
With the Casey Tron stuff, Ethan tried to make it seem as though there was like absolutely no coercion whatsoever when it came to her settlement statement. But like, just what was it, a week ago, maybe 10 days prior to when she posted that apology video, she posted another video and basically said like, I'm very worried that this case is gonna get stretched out to December of next year, and it's gonna cost me hundreds of thousands in legal funds. I have family members, some of which are disabled, and they rely on me. And I feel as though this harassment campaign has been hijacked by cynical actors that want to make me kill myself. That's what she said, like all on video. And then, you know, a week later, she's reading, I infringed the copyright. I was completely wrong, and Ethan was right. And I'm like,
yeah, the unfortunate thing is when you make the, when you become a villain in the H3 universe, right? You don't just get the Ethan's parasocials on your ass, right? You get definitely Destiny's followers, which it's like a cultivated toxicity. It's like a weaponized toxicity, right? Like, you know, these people are such diehard stans that they want to make their parasocial daddy right. They want to make their parasocial daddy win, and they want to like enact justice. And yeah, driving people off the internet is something they've done quite a bit. There's like all kinds of weird coordination with the Splinter Discords, and then people like Dan Saltman who have definitely attempted to dox people before, if not succeeded. You're dealing with a lot, right? And then in addition to that, right, if you're unlucky, you might also get seen by Asmongold's fan base, by SlopTube's fan, like, right. You can end up like under a pretty sizable dog pile, especially if you fit the profile of the the kind of female content creator that these incel communities fucking hate, right? You will absolutely experience a it's hard to explain. Like, some people joke around that, there's no such thing as cyberbullying. All you got to do is turn your computer off and go outside, right? I mean, that's great. That might be true if you get, you can end a Twitter argument maybe like that. But in this case, you just get this massive hate following. And that's what Casey Tron's been dealing with for a long time. Denims has definitely dealt with it. Yeah, and then Frogan is a subject to a lot of this kind of SlopTube content, really targeting her. So yeah, it's not quite as simple as a lot of people would like to think. It's not just people writing mean comments, in other words, right? It's people implying they might show up in your real life, show up at your work, do XYZ to your family, right? There's a lot of bad shit that goes along with it. It's not everybody, but with big communities like that, you get at least some of that. Yeah, Dead Domain right now is looks like Chad is saying over on YouTube, Dead Domain is under attack from the Asmongold community. Is that right? After making a few videos on Asmongold, but yo, Nero Pergos, thank you so much. Thank you for the 5 gifted community subs. Look at that. I gotta read them off because that's what I do when you get gifted. All right. So Spirit Box, you just got jellyfished. Choice City Boy, you just got jellyfished. CMS, you just got jellyfished. Grim Odor, you just got jellyfished. And Usitari, you just got jellyfished, and that's a good thing. Yeah, thank you, Neopergos. So we are up at, look at that, 195. Yeah, Adric, they say some pretty foul things. They do say some pretty foul things. Right? And you don't know like which ones are serious and which ones are just trying to scare you. It's just it's a isolating and difficult thing. So yeah, if you can go over to Denims's chat or Frogan's chat and just give them some support, Casey Tron as well. I think all three of these women have been through a lot. Anyway, let's finish this up.
Like,
Israel has a right to defend itself.
Free the like. How is it that there was no coercion in that process? Anyone who could just compute things on a very low level can.
Anybody who's familiar with how a court settlement usually works, yeah, should know exactly this. Yo, Hype Train.
Say, okay, this is someone who is complaining, fearful that she was going to lose everything, and then a week later she's like changed her tune and Ethan was right about everything. Come on, bro.
Yeah, that gloating stream was not for normal people. That was for his fans. Because normal people see that and see her. You hear her situation. You hear how she, how that story changed. I haven't seen the video you're talking about, but
it's sad.
I mean,
dude.
I'm aware. It's like it's horrible. It's really horrible what he's done to this person and the abject fear of being in that situation. But I mean, when you have like Asmongold doing thumbnails with her face being like, this bitch does, like, she's getting what she deserves or whatever when she's crying. I mean, these are just cynical right wing.
It's funny, always with Asmongold, he has to AI Hassan's face because I don't think he ever gets, a picture of the reaction that he wants to show. Like the Hassan faces, like that Asmongold AIs into his thumbnails, they're like these like distorted, like, I don't even know how to describe them. Let me see if I can find one. Yo, Howard Zinn just followed me? God damn, I'm getting followed by famous celebrities who are no longer with us. Let me see if I can find this. Because it is kind of something to behold here. Okay, that's not the music I was looking for. What am I looking for? Well, it's like hold music, chat, while I figure out Asmongold. Trying to remember if it's. I'll look at his main channel here. Let's see if I can find you a thumbnail of. I just want to show you the difference in how he portrays Hassan, versus how he's, Oh God, the Frogan. Yeah, with Frogan and with Casey Tron, it looks like he's using real, thumbnails. With Hassan, he's always having to. He's always having to AI a expression onto Hassan's face that's not really there. I am having trouble here. Yep, there's the Casey Tron. The title of the video is "This is Peak Entertainment." There's another one here. She completely deserves this. I would love to find. He puts out so many videos here. Is there a clips channel? Asmongold clips. Does that exist? Maybe I saw Asmongold clips. Every time Hassan mentions him, he ends up in these thumbnails. The gamers have won. Let's see if I can find you what. Oh, here we go. Here we go. I want to show you what I'm talking about, right? Because this is I don't know. I think it's illustrative of something. Quite what that is, I can't say, but it is definitely illustrative. All right, do you see what I'm saying? Oh my God, why do we have music that is train wrecking? There we go. All right, this is what I'm talking about, right? Hassan's never made this face. Hassan's never made that face, right? A lot of these people on here are AI. I don't know if this woman is AI. We got the DoorDash girl a little bit distorted. We QT Cinderella. I mean, that's yeah, interesting with a lot of the female streamers he goes after. He's using like, you know, real pics, but with Hassan, it's always, yeah, look at that. Do you see it's all crashing down right over there on the right? He's super thrilled about Trump calling Tim Walz the arsler. Anyway, it's just a little look into the world of Asmongold and a little comparison of how different people are portrayed in his thumbnails.
Fascist freaks that want to see, you know, whatever woman they can in a situation of, you know.
Yo, Cozy Gaming, thank you for resubscribing.
Financial ruin. They want to see them crying if they feel like their creator has been emotionally slighted or whatever.
She better be careful because she might get fucking sepsis just being in the same thumbnail as Asmongold.
God, come on.
But yeah, some of the stuff that guy's been saying lately about like the agreement with Nick Fuentes and just like the breaching the border of Nazism. Strange how Ethan hasn't condemned him because, you know, he balls to the wall over like someone like Madison from Cruel World Happy Mind, who was a very nice person.
So yeah, Ethan's go-to condemnation is to call somebody anti-Semitic, but you notice that he doesn't do it to people that are actually in line with like Nick Fuentes, like Asmongold. He's been more and more glazing Nick, trying to get a piece of that clout. Nick is responsive to him. Nick is aware of Asmongold and seems to be positively disposed towards him. You know, in addition to that, which they're talking about, right? Asmongold's, you know, he said that he wants to bring Nick Fuentes on Twitch, but he doesn't think it can happen this year. He thinks he needs to, I don't know, pressure Twitch to unban. I think Nick Fuentes is one of these people that's like banned with like, you know, banned with extreme prejudice, right? I think that, yeah, Nick is, I don't think Nick is, you know, somebody that you can host on Twitch, right? But Asmongold is going to try. But in addition to that, right, he's also gone off on unhinged rants about Somalis, right? At the same time as the Tim Walz thing and the Trump thing happened, right? Asmongold was really just rehashing, you know, his white nationalism, his you know, his view of other cultures as being inferior, which we heard him express before about Palestinians. Now he's expressing it pretty openly about Somalis, and there's not really a lot of not a lot of response from Twitch, at least from what I've seen. But we'll wait and watch. Whisper of a Dream chat, because I swear to God, the second they banned Asmongold, this whole site would get like, I don't know, 50% less toxic, I think. Also, thank you for subscribing, Jagger Larson. And the hype train still got 2 minutes and 50 seconds if you want to jump on there and unlock exclusive emotes.
Spoken just a few times to her, but she seems like a very nice person. She is a quote unquote Nazi bitch, but Asmongold is nothing. He's praised him in the past.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember around that same time, Asmongold was doing like the 109 countries kicked out of, you know, Nazi propaganda, and then more recently getting more acquiesce to Fuentes, and it's all.
Adric says, yeah, I agree. I don't know where his followers would go. Possibly Kick. He'd probably go to Kick, and so would his followers, and that's probably why Twitch doesn't do it, right? They know they'd lose money out of Asmongold leaving.
Always telling in people.
Yeah, where would the roaches go? That's the real question, Mr. Gort.
People's decisions on what to cover and what to speak out on, and even
exactly
people don't want to like acknowledge that that there's more to that. I think because that's also an accusation that gets weaponized a little bit. Like, why don't you talk about Sudan when you're talking about Palestine? You must be anti-Semitic. When, you know, in reality, a lot of the people saying exactly that don't talk about either, and actually like both what's happening.
I would like Ethan to give
you know, Ethan, I gotta say something. All right, if you want if you want to hear pro-Palestinian content creators talk about what's going on in Sudan, and honestly, you know, Congo and a million other places, right? If you want to hear that, right, all we need is an Ethan Klein for Sudan, right? And somebody to get out there and, defend the genocide while pretending not to defend the genocide, right? That's what's missing. It's usually really hard to talk about Palestine, right? You get killed in the algorithm. You get absolutely crushed, right? But this is the, this is the workaround that, Noah Samsen first, and then probably overzealots and Chris Kunzler have found that if it is a, if it's a drama slop video that ends up, having a question about Palestine, having a, being centered around Palestine, right? That actually will go somewhere in the algorithm, right? So that's what a lot of people have been using it for. Yeah, thank you, Ethan Klein, right, for allowing this to actually, because the algorithm, it loves drama slop. It doesn't love Palestine, unfortunately.
Two simple facts about what's going on in Sudan. I just want him to know.
Wait, what am I reading here? More Bear says, hey, just got a text from everyone in Sudan. They said they don't actually need an Ethan Klein there. Fair enough. And there's the hype train coming in at level 3. Congratulations, everybody who got in on that hype chest. Show your emojis if you want.
I want to know if he knows like who the two militias are. If he could just tell me the 3-letter acronyms for both, and then I'll be fine.
ChatGPT can definitely tell you that much. But it's just like for years, like people would always be like, oh, why don't you talk about Sudan? Why don't you talk about Sudan? And it's like, hey, I built a platform talking off Palestine on the basis of like I had an academic background in this. I'm sure over time I will improve at talking about different things. Many people are on YouTube and these platforms for a very long time before they get any kind of sizable audience, and they're older and they've had time to like kind of learn how to talk about different things. But like realistically, I wrote part of my dissertation about Sudan. I have a far greater interest in Sudan than most fucking people who give a shit. I care.
And certainly Ethan Klein, of all people, like, what do you think Ethan actually knows about the, what's going on in Sudan? All he knows is that like he's heard some fucking Hasbro talking point that pro-Palestinian people are secretly anti-Semitic because otherwise they'd be talking about Sudan.
Far more about the wider Middle East than like pretty much everyone who is online creating content about fucking Israel. Like most of them don't know anything that has happened in the Middle East. Most people who study the Middle East don't know things about the Middle East. There's so many places in the Middle East that I don't know that much about. Like it's a really complex and large place, and Sudan is understanding Sudan's situation, how to rectify it. The funny thing is, people compare the famine in Sudan. Sudan's famine is multifaceted, and it could not be fixed easily. You know what can happen in Gaza? There's a pre-existing aid system. It is not an the UAE is culpable what's happening in Sudan. It's not just directly doing it and celebrating it. It's not a fishbowl where they are literally just keeping aid outside and then lying about it so more and more people can be starved by them with a huge lobby that allows them and enables them to do it. The UAE, frankly, is doing these things, but it's like, oh no, it pretends it's not. And it has like plausible deniability in the sense like the weapons are smuggled in a very complex process. How gold operates is a very complex thing. Like I don't know if either of you know this, but gold, when it is mined, is not actually where the gold is registered within the world. It's registered where it's first ever put on a market. And so in Dubai, gold just basically appears there that's stolen from Africa. But like people don't give a shit about this. People don't know anything. They just want a quick clickbaity thumbnail to basically. And if they're pro-Israel, they'll go in and they'll say, no one cares because there's no Jewish people involved.
Well, that's the thing about you that I appreciate so much, Chris. Like when you make a video, you know what you're talking about and you don't really breach a topic until you can appropriately and responsibly cover it. And I think Ethan Klein should take a page out of your book when it comes to that.
I think we can all take a page out of Chris's book.
That guy should shut the complete fuck up about anything pertaining
myself
to
included.
Palestine unless he's going to condemn Israel entirely and uncompromisingly.
But I mean, it's kind of just a thing that's present in both your guys' content as well. And like, realistically, we care about what we're talking about. Our opinions aren't so willing to change on the basis of what our audience thinks and feels about what we're saying. Like, these are fixed values that are built up over time, and thinking about something and bothering to read the news, not just like getting our opinions from fucking Ahmed Fouad Al-Khatib or Hen Mazig or...
It was the Atlantic Council guy that Ethan had on. He when Ethan asked, are there any, links that you want to give us where the chat can donate to? One of the links he gave out was, what was it? The GWF? And then the other one was actually his own link at the Atlantic Council, right? Which wasn't clear from the conversation, right? It kind of led one to believe that donating to, to Ethan's friend was going to, in some way, like, benefit Palestinians.
Time and thinking about something and bothering to read the news, not just like getting our opinions from fucking Ahmed Fouad Al-Khatib or Hen Mazig or
Noah Tishby,
our IDF wife and Noah Tishby, and stop anti-Semitism. Healer follows it.
Dude, I just learned that because of you. I couldn't believe it.
The creator of Stop Anti-Semitism was like using the N-word on Twitter.
But again, chat, they're not a right-wing podcast. They're not a Zionist podcast. They're a pro-Palestinian podcast, right?
It's just like, this is not serious. Like,
they just also Gila follows Stop Anti-Semitism.
People who are hyper-fixated on anti-Semitism are not taking any kind of bigotry serious, apart from the one that allows them to defend their ethno-state,
Yeah.
It is like the idea of talking about Sudan is something the left should do more. But the people saying that, the loudest people saying that, are Zionists. Like, they do not care about either.
It's one thing to say that, I don't know, XYZ issue is important, but if you're Donald Trump using that issue to distract from the Epstein files or from people's inability to afford life in America, right? That's pretty disingenuous. Same thing with Ethan Klein, just trying to change the subject to literally anything but Palestine. It's like if you want to examine his activism around this issue, it's all been aimed at stopping people from talking about what's going on in Palestine, and anything that he can use for that. Even a concern troll about another genocide that's going on.
He couldn't care less about the death and the and genocide, because they're using it to sustain the other genocide. And I do think, like, there are.
Oh, did I say GWF? I meant GHF. Yeah, thank you, Bad Lefty.
Speaking out, and there are people also calling in other leftists to speak on it. But yeah, like you're saying, like if you're not able to cover it adequately, any of the bread tubers, any of the people that tried to cover Gaza, most of them did a very bad job, if not up to and including, being a Zionist and outing themselves as Zionist. I would much rather they stay silent than cover it.
Than that shit,
yeah, than just support Israel, right?
For sure.
So, but I forgot where I was going with that, but yeah.
I mean, just on the topic of Palestine, people do not appreciate, because they don't bother to care about any of the history, why Palestine might be a larger cause. First of all, Israel has always framed itself as the center of Western civilization, so there is always going to be a bigger desire by the right wing and also just Western society in of itself to cling to Israel, because it's seen as the last line of our civilization, whereas somewhere like Sudan, people are like, nah, don't care about it. It's just Africans doing African things, in the opinion of...
and it's a big part of the American, global hegemonic project, right? It is it's viewed as essentially like an outpost in the Middle East, right? An outpost against what? Well, yeah, people that live there, right? Crucial part of the world when it comes to resources that the United States would like to have more influence in. How does it exert that influence? Through its unsinkable carrier, Israel, right? If you want to go after Iran, if you want to go after Yemen, if like the current project of expanding into greater Israel, right? Yeah, it's absolutely a outpost of, a like a white supremacist project that represents itself as, I don't know, what do they call it? The global order, the rules-based order, right? This is the United States' PR describing its, its morality in the world, when you've got Trump literally hijacking Venezuelan tankers, literally saying that the oil that the Venezuelan people own, it belongs to it, and ultimately, kind of using Venezuela as a chess piece in the global game to try to deny those resources to China. So yeah, I mean, like you can see, like it's the rules-based order is the it's the PR phrase that they use, but it's really rules for me being the United States and its allies, right? And not for thee, right? It's not something that can be invoked equally.
Too many people's minds. And in the case of Palestine, they can just inflict that specifically on Palestinians and be like, they're doing the monstrous things. Yeah. But also, in the 1970s and 80s, the Palestinian National Cause did a very good job at putting out their message in English, thanks to a competent amount of people, and also linking their cause with other liberation struggles, particularly Algeria, but most importantly, Mandela in South Africa.
Yeah.
We all know that struggle, so yeah.
Mm-hmm. I mean, ultimately, Israel is a settler colonial state in its frontier stage. Like, this is an anachronistic system that should have no place in our modern world. When it comes to Sudan, it's, entirely, horribly tragic situation. It's a war of power influences and resource grabs. Like, this is something that happens and shouldn't happen. But I mean, it's something worth delineating there. Not to say like one is worse or one is better or whatever. They're both horrible and people die tragically in both scenarios. But the reason that people speak so much about Israel is because it just is anachronistic. We left that in the past like hundreds of years ago, and Israel is the only active settler colony today.
It has to be kind of hidden behind the fig leaf of the vision of the Israeli state as coming out of the genocide that the Jewish people experienced in the 20th century in Europe, right? The only way they're able to hide this as being, a settler colonialist project, which most of the world has done away with, either through resistance or shame, or an apartheid state like South Africa, right? The only thing, the fig leaf that's kind of keeping people from realizing that Israel is the same thing is the idea that this is somehow justice for the Jewish people, or necessary for their protection. The phrase was a land without a people for a people without a land. The only problem is there were already people on that land, right? Muslim people, Christian people, Jewish people, Druze people, and this is this is effectively, Zionist project has effectively turned it into an ethno state, into an apartheid situation. In the case of Gaza, like an open air prison with fucking guard towers. And at this point, right, it's even worse, right? They've drawn lines, to restrict the movement of people in Gaza even further. Like this plan with Trump and the new administration of Gaza, it's even worse. It's even worse, right? They've solved the conundrum about the corridor, between Gaza and Egypt, by just encroaching further north from the Philadelphia corridor into Gaza, and overall just kind of restricted the people there even more. So yeah,
this is why people speak about it.
I also think like oh, go ahead, Chris.
No. I was just going to say maybe some people would say Western Sahara. But
Okay,
again,
and like
don't know
maybe
enough about it.
Northern Cyprus, maybe too. Yeah.
But sorry, no. Please go ahead.
Oh, you're good. The Cavernacle. I'm not sure if you guys are familiar with him. He's a YouTube creator, like a left-leaning creator.
Seems cool. Like a cool guy.
Yeah, he made a video responding to that critique. Why don't you talk about Sudan? And I liked his answer of it. The lessons drawn from covering settler colonialism in Palestine, genocide in Gaza, the structures there, as leftists, we identify structures and extrapolate them out to other places. That structure being built up in the mind of a viewer upon being applied to or upon engaging with information about Sudan, that also applies. The same structure, learning about it and learning to try and dismantle it exists. And I think it makes a lot of sense to say that like there's no way you can be an anti-imperialist and talk about anti-imperialism and not have that message also spread outwards and ingrained into viewers. And but at the same time, ultimately, like, yeah, I think more Western creators should do more internationalist politics. And the thing about Palestine is that this has been a vehicle for that political transformation for a lot of people. And so as the gaze looks outward from treats in the first world to seeing how this entire system subjugates billions of people, then your eyes open a little bit to that, and you become more involved and you care more about humanity. And I think that's that's worth keeping in mind, because the trajectory for a lot of people from seeing what Israel's done has created a very large ideological shift.
And in some cases, you have the same bad actors in play, arming the RSF as the people that are keeping, as people who signed on to the as groups that signed on to the Abraham Accords and basically cut Palestine out of negotiations with a huge impact on it. So anyway, I am starting to fall asleep here. I stayed up a little late. I stayed on a little longer than I normally would, just because we had some new visitors to meet. Let me just put this. Let's see what this last segment is here, and then I'll probably read out after that.
You have a massive amount of experience when dealing with slop tubers. You and slop tubers are like natural.
Yeah. Noah's a little bit of a slop tube expert himself, right? He's debated Vosh. He is dealt with I think the Destiny community a little bit, and now Ethan Klein.
Enemies.
No, wait, it's more than that, right? Think before you sleep. Yeah, I feel like there's been a lot. I feel like Noah's been fighting it out with a lot of the slop tubers out there.
That kind of leads me to what we wanted to talk about, which was using drama to cover Gaza as opposed to using Gaza as a weapon to participate in drama. That was something that you brought up to us. So if you had any thoughts on that, I'd love to hear you elaborate.
Yeah. Well, I guess all of us to some extent have done a thing where we've done the former, where we talk about under the framing of talking about Asmongold, Ethan Klein, Mutahar, any of these super popular influencers.
My favorites.
Yeah, all of our favorite influencers.
Yeah, they're awesome.
You can cut that part, but we take those videos and then we pull back out and look at the politics of what they're saying and the broader implications, and just use it to inform people.
Am I sleepy? Not super sleepy right now, but I just know that if I don't get to bed, I'm going to be late to stream tomorrow. And I'm trying to get us more to a time that is accessible to more people in North America, right? This is my original audience. That's where I lived when I started this out. I've fled America, though, for Southeast Asia. So I'm on a very different time schedule than most of the rest of you. But I want to eventually kind of start. If I start streaming early in the morning, it's more it's daylight hours in the U.S. So I'm losing my voice too.
Very serious ongoing issues, and show them things that they might not have seen otherwise, given the massive restrictions and one-sided coverage of Israel's genocide in Gaza. And I think we've done a very good job at that for the most part. And I think there's a lot of other people that have like followed in suit. And I think there's a lot of like on YouTube, especially, it's like there's people have picked up on the method, and it does work in a lot of ways. It's just adhering to like traditional YouTube, not antics. What's the word? Traditional YouTube approaches to get more views, and then
YouTube metas, yeah.
Doing things that like I think are far more substantive than like drama videos about other creators. But then
I mean, it's a classic video essay tactic, right? You have a topic you'd like to talk about, but maybe that topic doesn't, have a large audience, but you still think it's interesting, and you still think that there's people that would be willing to hear it. So you relate it to another topic, like a pop culture topic is, an example. This is classic, like breadtube meta. They mentioned earlier that a lot of the breadtubers have left us a little bit lacking when it comes to videos taking a stand on what's happening in Gaza, right? A lot of people that we had frankly better hopes for. I mean, not everybody, right? But yeah, a lot of the big breadtubers have breadtube obviously is not what it used to be, but yeah, the ones that are still around, right? You'd hope to see them come out with a good take, and some of them, like ContraPoints, they've come out with a horrible take, so we're sort of left with that.
On the inverse, I don't think there's that large of a cohort of like people or creators, but I do feel like sometimes audiences will be swept up in the drama a little bit, and they will be.
Wait, is the weather in Southeast Asia as crazy as everyone is saying? I mean, it depends on where you are, I guess. There was real issues with like flooding recently in the south of Thailand. It's definitely not crazy where I'm at now. We're kind of in the nice weather part of the year. We have a let's see, what do we have? We have a rainy season, which is pretty crazy with monsoons and thunderstorms and a lot of crazy weather. We've got a mild season. I don't know what you'd call it, like a slightly it's either like we've got a like sort of mild season, and then we've got a hotter season, which is coupled with a lot more pollution in the air from agricultural people burn their fields during the time of year where it's really hot. So it's hot and a little hard to breathe too. But that's the craziest that I've dealt with. So I'll actually, when I first, it's not really weather, right? But when I first got here, there was an earthquake. There was a pretty major earthquake. It was I know Bangkok really had actually had some people die in that. It wasn't nearly as bad where I was, but yeah, that was crazy. And it's not I don't think it's a super common thing to have earthquakes here, but yeah, that was a pretty rough one.
More focused on what this person said or what this person did that are unrelated to the politics. And that's where I get a little hesitant at times, because I see, a lot of people are interpreting these videos in the way that I'd hoped they would, which is that they're now seeing something they weren't seeing before and maybe care more about it and hopefully go on to learn about it independently. But then a lot of people also are there for the drama. And those kind of seem to me to be inseparable things. I think I brought this up to probably both of you guys before, where I'm like, I don't know where that line is between where things stop being helpful in terms of like continuous coverage.
For me, it's when things get overly personal. Like, for instance, like I don't want to get, into, I don't know, like, I don't want to get into like discussions of Ethan and Trish Paytas, or you know what I mean? If your whole motivation is just sticking it to Ethan, I could see stuff going in a weird way. Talking about Ethan's parents and You know, I mean, like when it's relevant, sometimes like, you know, Hila obviously is part of the show and, you know, is also Ethan's wife. And so the whole Teddy Fresh thing sometimes ends up being relevant, right? Because of their toxicity, they've actually lost some major sponsors and partners and employees or models, I guess, for their you know, fashion line, right? But yeah, I mean, I'm not trying to get into, you know, the sort of more yeah, I feel like when it gets like parasocial, when it gets more about just personality, that's where I draw the line personally.
The accusation that we're using Palestine for drama is obviously bad faith. It's made by people that don't care, that want Palestinians to die for the most part. These are Zionists that say this, that you're weaponizing Palestine. Or they're the kind of parasocial creators or parasocial fans of creators that like, they know the thing that will get to you most is if they question your humanity and your ability to see people as.
Wait, what is this? Did your school have a thing? Oh, are you maybe you're talking to like other people in chat. Did your school have a thing where boys would be like, what's the capital of Thailand? And then say Bangkok and hit each other in the nuts. If you're talking about like the, you know, the language school that I'm learning Thai at, actually I've learned that it's not pronounced Bangkok here. That might, yeah, if you grew up in a school where people would say Bangkok and then hit each other in the nuts, this might be a little bit disappointing. But just like in Paris, in France, they call it Paris, right? In Thailand, they call it Grong Tip, right? I think how you pronounce it, right, is the actual name. I don't know why it's known all over the world as Bangkok, which, you know, doesn't even sound like the name in Thai, but yeah, that's what it's called here.
Human beings and say, you know, in a projecting kind of manner, like you don't care about these people, you are using them to make money. And that is ultimately projection because we're all creators. We all talk about whatever we talk about and we make money talking about it. Some of us just choose to support the people being genocided and others choose to support the genociders. And that's a decision we make. But the decision to like call into question someone's motivations and integrity, things that are ultimately only inside of yourself, usually it's quite telling of how serious someone takes this stuff. Like they're not addressing the argument. They're saying, you're doing this for a speculative reason that I'm inventing.
Whoa, what just happened? Are we okay, chat? Looks like my YouTube video just, oh my god.
Because I don't like you or whatever.
Okay, we better.
And so I'm curious, if you guys see how much you see of both sides of that equation, like the use of drama to educate, and then at the same time the sort of people being swept up in the drama and things diverging from the sort of intended goals.
Do you want me to take it, Chris?
All right,
you go first.
I think there is a line, like you brought up, like you said that there is a line where
I'm gonna have to call it, chat. It is oh no, it's 10:30. It's 10:30. I'm supposed to be asleep by now. Okay, it really is super late. Thank you, Raiders, for coming by and spending some time with us. It was nice to have you with us. Yeah, make sure to follow the stream if you want to see when I go live next. I also stream on YouTube, so if you're a YouTube viewer, you can find me there as well. Thank you, mods, for keeping us safe today. Thank you, Thumb Gang on YouTube, for helping my stream to get out to more and more people. That really means a lot to me. Thank you, everybody that has gone on the go live, the blast off. We've got it on Blue Sky. Right before I go, I'm gonna shout out my Patreons because I really do appreciate those people as well. There's been months where I really would not have been okay without the support from all of you. Of all the times for my computer to just like run out of system resources. All right, that's maybe better. Let me just shout out my Patreons really quick. Everybody that supports me at the $5 level or above, you get a fancy shout out at the beginning and ending of each stream. Since this is close to the end of the stream, if I can get them to load, I will now read them. This is usually not this difficult for me. Oh my God. Please load my Patreon so I can actually thank people and show that. Oh my God, it disconnected chat. We effed. We had a minor F, an F minor, they call it. Yeah, so shouts out go to Tracy Eva. Shouts out to User, shouts out to JMB, shouts out to Brian, shouts out to Emily French, shouts out to Big Al of the Cake Mix and the Cake Remix, shouts out to Direful, shouts out to Sarah, shouts out to Izzy Mandius, shouts out to Steven Sayers, shouts out to Animus. Let's see if I can scroll. Yeah, I can scroll. Shouts out to Infallible Fowl, shouts out to Oral Ellipsis, shouts out to Nadia Yvette, shouts out to Choki, shouts out to Moe Noip, shouts out to Funky Monkey, shouts out to Temporal Insanity, shouts out to Good for Gabby, shouts out to Jules K, shouts out to Buffy Geek, and a fancy shout out to Sherry Safira, Rachel K, Omega Star, and Zara Xerix. There we go, chat. I have been nocommentchick. I've had fun hanging out with you. I hope you've yeah, we did have an F. My computer's fucked, chat. And thank you especially to anybody that supports me on throne.com, because that's where I'm trying to crowdfund a new computer before my current computer, which does not work with Windows 11, becomes completely unusable. So much love, everybody. I will see you tomorrow. I'll try to see you tomorrow. See, I don't like to, this is why I don't like to stay up too late, is because it makes me late to the stream tomorrow. It has a knock-on effect that's not great. Anyway, chat, I will see you tomorrow and as early as I can. Until then, much love, everybody. Take care of yourselves and each other, and I will